There we go. Okay, we're fucking back. I'm gonna wait till somebody comes back. Okay, so my week has been pretty fucking rough. Like actually, like fuck me. It was pretty fucking horrible, right? Pretty bad week. It's giving me flashbacks to last semester when I thought I was gonna fail the math class and the physics class and the fucking what you call it other class, my coding class, but I ended up passing both of those and failed my calc class instead, which was fucking stupid. It's giving me flashbacks to that, except it's for my classes that I don't give a you can say a fuck about, but like yeah. So today we're gonna talk about aliens, right? I can see somebody here already, right? I guess we can start. I just need to move everything to speakers. Okay, that's like low. Actually, I'll have it at 100. I don't care anymore. Um, so I guess we might as well just get started. So today we'll be talking about aliens. We'll get really in depth about things, right? But before we do that, we have to put on the fucking hat, right? You know, because this protects us from everything related to aliens. So let's begin. Aliens, right? Ba-da-ba-dum. So slide number one, an overview. Aliens are considered by many as a phenomena encounterable, or encounterable. Excuse me. I just came up with this like last minute. Um, aliens encounters of n kind, where n is between 1 and 5, are prominent when seeing or encountering them. So like the first kind is like you fucking make contact with them. They did something to you and stuff like that, right? Maybe we'll get more in depth into it as we go on. Aliens can be seen added. Oh yeah, added and even as the interpret. I didn't even know what I was talking about in this line. It's like I was just like writing words like oh my god, I have to do this today because like I'm like finally I can fucking stream, and that's how I was 30 minutes late because I was gonna start at like what you call what time is it actually? Fucking 6% battery guy over here, me right? Yeah. So what was I gonna say? Yeah, 9:30. That's not a good time. So what was I gonna say? Oh, here we go. Turn it on. Yeah, so they can be seen added and even as an interpretation for certain biblical and historical events. Um, Personally, I don't agree with adding aliens as like, oh yeah, Jesus Christ is an alien, or you know like World War II was caused by aliens, or we caused them to come to Russia and now we U.S. versus Russia. Like that's stupid, right? I hope I didn't sound incoherent there. Hopefully, I'm not muted or anything dumb like that. Because usually what ends up happening is when I come back after a while, back to streaming because of a rough week like last week that I had. You know, sometimes like the technical stupidities, like me forgetting to turn on the mic, happen, right? Anyways, um, so yeah, I added, but are the aliens? Obviously, the sightings of UFOs could have been solar eclipse, solar flares, freak atmospheric events, or just like debris from satellites. Alien sightings could be of animals with severe mutations and stuff like that. My explanations here obviously don't explain like, oh, you saw an alien in your room, which could be like hallucinations or even like sleep deprivation, or also sleep paralysis to some extent, because when people see aliens when they have sleep paralysis, right? So do aliens exist? Well, I believe aliens exist somewhere out there in the universe, but they're not capable of traveling towards us. And I pose that as a question because maybe they are, but we just don't know it. But because of this question that most people answer for themselves, like I did, right? It leads to so much speculation and many conspiracies. Uh, Science has really been unable to answer much because of like big reasons like bias, assessing evidence that was made up and kind of like, hurting yourself in the process and doing that. Underfunding of credible research and researchers, etc. Right. So next we have alien types. Right. There are supposedly 5 different types of aliens. There's grays, reptilians, genetically engineered aliens, hybrid aliens, and Nordic aliens. Genetically engineered aliens and hybrid aliens are sometimes converged together. They're like, oh, the government are like reptilians, or if not, they're like genetically engineered aliens that take over the world. And it's stupid conspiracies like that like I really hate, because it really like does not help to put anything into perspective, right? It's just going off on random whim, right? Anyways, each alien has their own lore, which I do not want to explain because it's too much, and then like I don't want to let anybody into a rabbit hole, right? For example, grays are plant based. That's one I've heard before, but I don't remember where it comes from. It comes from like this guy that like said that he found an alien, mailed it, some of the stuff to his friend that was a scientist. Found out that a lot of the stuff was made out of plants. And it was like protein made or something. Anyways, reptilians are overlords. That's another one, right? Hybrid aliens are among us. Ooh. The government or genetically engineered aliens. That's another one that's related to reptilians or overlords, right? And Nordic aliens are related to us. This one I really don't know much about, so I just made that one up. See, it's super easy to make that up, right? At least I'd hope it isn't. Wow, wait, I was about to say, why does OBS have like 00? I'm like, am I even live? Also, I forgot to put start recording. You fuck it. Let's just start recording right now. If this video is shorter in the future, whenever it goes up on my YouTube channel in a year, um, it's because I forgot to hit the start recording button for this PowerPoint. So, you guys aren't really missing much out, I guess. Because I'll probably download the actual VOD, and then like if it's muted for whatever reason because of music or something dumb like that, at least I'll have the recording, and then I'll just paste the beginning from the VOD. Hopefully that doesn't get undone. Anyways, UFOs, there are the ships or vessels that aliens utilize, and unfortunately, I am under NDA. I cannot expose any of this, right? Because if I do, I'll go to jail. Duh. Anyways, I think that's it for the PowerPoint. I really have no clue what else I was gonna say. So let's just get started, yeah, and start reacting and stuff like that. So let's close that. Yeah, now we're on to aliens. I actually have no clue what we're gonna react to other than these. I think that's 5 videos if I'm counting correctly. Can I count? Okay, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Nice. Oh man. So yeah, it's 5 videos. If you guys wanna tell me, hey, you should watch this other video, just tell me. I'd be happy to watch some aliens and stuff. So one thing I wanna give, or not give, but like talk about right off the bat, is that I was gonna start playing a game, that being Deepest Sleep, but I was like, fuck, I don't think we're gonna have enough shit for like the alien stuff. So I may leave that for the end of the stream. It just kind of depends, right? And also, I don't know. I guess I'm just gonna go get a water bottle and I'll be back. And we'll watch a monstrum. It is by BBS, so hopefully, crossing my fingers, they don't copyright strike me or something stupid like that. But I'll be back right now. Do I have the be right back text? Bam. So I'll be right back. Let me get a water bottle or something else. And also, I was contemplating on playing Pokemon today. And I was like, fuck, I really don't want to do anything like play video games today too. So tomorrow we'll be back on schedule. Cause it's just my stuff I need to turn in, and this stuff's like easy. The lab I have for the class, right? So yeah. I think tomorrow we'll be back to Pokemon. Then we'll be back to playing games on Thursday. Actually, maybe not Thursday, because I have an exam. I see that. It's weird. Ever since like I got sick last year because my mom got like COVID or whatever, my smell has been like weird. I've had this like weird perfume smell in my fucking nose. Maybe it's because I don't get out of the house anymore or something dumb like that. Anyways, get rid of that text. It just bothers me so much. So I'm like, fuck, I don't want to smell perfume. Oh shit, that's so loud. So this I just want to say right off the bat, this is religious. It's just like a little bit religious. Um, if you're sensitive to that stuff or just don't believe in religion or something like that, try not to be like bashing this guy too much or anything like that. It's like a lot of like because like he considers himself a religious scholar. And yeah, I don't know. When it comes to like religion and stuff and aliens, it's like fuck, like what made you go down this path? And should you reconsider your life? Just makes you question a little bit.
The last place you'd probably ever
Anyways,
suspect you'd find a biblical scholar is at a UFO conference.
yeah,
I've been to a bunch of them, I've spoken at a few. The reason I'm there
Jesus.
is because that subject matter is hugely popular. Just think of something
Whoa.
like Ancient Aliens.
Anyways, I haven't watched this, so maybe he has like a cool based point, right?
This
That
is
he
a
wants
big
to make.
deal. And it's a big deal for me as a biblical scholar because when you get into this subject matter, it's inherently about questions like what really is humanity? Who put
Yeah,
us
he's
here?
kind of right there.
What about God? Is there a God? Maybe the God we think of is
Can I show
actually
that
an
image off?
alien.
Holy fuck! I'm like, wait.
Now, for
Oh
me,
no.
this takes us right into the unseen world, the realm of angels and demons and gods,
Yeah.
God Himself. Biblical scholarship.
And then we'll get to like the actual aliens. I think. At least there's three of them. Ruben Evans. Oh my gosh, he has my name, but like, my name's not Ruben. It's
I see
Ruben.
a great intersection, a significant intersection
Oh my gosh, he
between
sees.
this kind of content and biblical theology. People want to know what the truth is. They want
Oh,
to
me
know
hubiera
what
calentado enchiladas. No
who they
manches.
are, why they're here.
Hold up.
And does this book we call the Bible have any validity at all? I'm often asked.
After this, I'll go heat up enchiladas real quick.
And when people typically ask that question, what they sort
Oh,
of
Men in
mean
Black.
is,
Okay, that's one I should
do you
watch.
believe that there are extraterrestrials flying craft around the sky? It's a sort of a simplistic way to approach things, though. Yes, there are lots and lots of UFO sightings.
Yeah.
Legitimate. What does that mean, though? It means somebody's looking up in the sky.
There's not.
And they
I'm
see
scared. Maybe there is.
something
But like, who
they
knows?
can't identify. That's all it means. Now, even if they're a trained observer, like a pilot, a military person, someone who's used to seeing, aircraft, even they will see things that they cannot identify. They don't really know what that is. There are thousands
Is that real?
of such reports every year in the United States. This is not an
Yeah.
isolated sort of thing. So if that's what we're talking about, yeah.
There's
there
like
are
a really bitter taste in my fucking tongue right now. Rico spit. Hold up. I'll be right back. So my restroom door has a broken knob, and what you would call it? Yeah, I just touched it. Hopefully, I don't have like lead or whatever is inside the doorknobs. Um, anyways, um, yeah, no, I don't know what that was about. It was just like really like bitter, like it was like a bitter, like thick, like layer of like saliva on my tongue. Weird. Don't know how to explain that.
UFOs. The question is, again, how
It's
do we
really bitter.
process what we've seen? There are experimental aircraft that very few people,
Yeah, I got to see.
even among trained pilots, would know what that thing is. Again, we have a long history of this in the United States. All that said, though, there are some that just defy categorization. There's something about the object, either in terms of the way it changes shape, or you have instances where one will explode, for lack of a better term, come apart and then reassemble. Things
Yeah, I'm
like
not
this
drinking this
just
anymore.
don't seem to fit any of the other
Whatever
categories.
this is,
there
blueberry
are-
lemon. I'm not drinking that.
When you start talking in those terms about something,
Actually, maybe that is the taste.
you are inherently sort of drawn into the spiritual world. And
Whoa.
that's the point where a lot of people, again, are really especially interested in the topic, because when they start treading into that turf, it gets them into religion, it gets them into theology, it gets them into the Bible,
Really?
and other sacred books as well.
Uh,
A lot of biblical scholars have hobbies. Some tinker on cars. Some
I'm not
are
too
into
sure about that.
What I do is UFO stuff.
Oh,
There are a lot
whoa.
of people who are interested in this subject, or they've had some experience, or they know someone that they trust who's had some sort of experience. And oftentimes, in the Christian context, they get written off pretty quickly. The pastor, maybe you need counseling, maybe you need therapy, maybe we need to cast a demon out of you, or something like that.
What the
Now,
fuck?
I have found
Yeah, this is why I'm like,
Christians and non-Christians in this little
you know, it's like,
that they are
you know,
primed
religions,
to have
people are
really
kind of like
significant,
that usually.
life-changing theological discussions.
I know my parents, like maybe
In
like
fact, at
10
UFO
years
conferences,
ago, 20,
who are
20 years
really
ago, I wouldn't even have been
to
around.
try to
Maybe like
process this and
15,
keep their
18
faith.
years ago, if I was like a demon child or something, I was like doing weird noises, they'd probably take me to the fucking church and fucking have me exercise. But like, something crazy like that. But like, yeah. Well, that's where it ends. And then Nephilim are explained as like aliens sometimes. And if you remember, Nephilim are like half demon, half angel or something. Anyways, just to show you all how hard it is to find shit, and I mean it, everything's saturated by like fucking news sites. So I can't find much. There was this UFO channel I was gonna show off, but like I just can't remember their name. So I just searched up aliens and like I can't find anything. And I don't wanna like I don't wanna show anything that's like from Watch Mojo because they have like copyrighted music and stuff. And I'm like, fuck. Ooh.
With United Healthcare, many plans now include a 1-year Peloton app membership.
Alka-Seltzer, plot, plot, fizz, fizz. Oh, what a relief it is.
So fast.
Aunt Former. 4 years ago, yeah, we'll listen to this. It's short as hell though. Oh my gosh, reptilian. The Garden of Eden's genetic laboratory. A bunch of shit. Freaky Friday. Wait. What's that girl's name? That fuck, I forget what her name is. Snarled. Yes, Snarled. There we go. Snarled. There we go. We'll watch some of this stuff. Snarled, I think, was handed off to her. But I think the original person still has their videos up on that channel still. Skinwalker Holiday. I guess I'll watch something on the Skinwalker near the end. Anyways, the Mexican ghost story. Um,
Hey, I'm Sapphire.
yeah, Sapphire was the original owner of the channel, if I remember. Unless that's still it, that is Sapphire now. No, but I think she handed off her channel. There you go. Okay, so this is one of them I wanted to watch. There was another one, but I can't remember their name for the love of me. It's not Suspicious Observer. Because it's not this guy up here. Yeah, see, the turned cold. And the worst part is, it's just subscribed to that on my other channel. Not because I watch it, but because I'm just like, okay, where the fuck is this guy going? It's just more like for the spectacle of things, right? Just to see. Anyways, don't watch that. Fuck. There's observers, aliens, something observers. Alien videos, because now we have a pretty good cast of videos, but they're short. That's the issue. Except for minute 1 minute. Stories. That's like an hour. Videos. Because there was a YouTube channel like that was just all about aliens and wasn't like Disney XD or anything like that. Like, why the fuck are these all like? The worst part is too. I watch a bunch of like paranormal shit on this channel, right? Like for every scary stream, and like, the aliens are kind of paranormal in a sense, but like, all these shadows and bullshit are just popping out. As like the first thing.
Your
I'll leave these guys for last, cause I don't know, something's just like yeah, like about them just doesn't mesh well. At least when I watch them like live. When I watch them on my own, I'm like, this Bigfoot and alien. Oh my god, hold up. It's all that shit that's just rushing back to me. That looks like the chupacabra. Aliens caught such an ancient way of saying that. Fuck, where are these guys? Okay, we'll react to nukes. Fuck. Where would this be like? Actually, right away, dude. Top fives. There's all this stuff. Okay, now it's looking. These videos, actually they're pretty recent for top five, except for that one. This one's ancient. Uh, we'll watch some like meme ones, I guess, from top 15s, if he has any. Cause like, oh my god, hold up. Fucking, let me quote that. See, now he's popping out. Um,
Number 15. I was driving home.
no fucking way from 2016. Holy shit. Oh, I remember this one a little bit. Oh, we'll watch that one with 5 UFO stories. Is this one? No. Oh, that's a short one. I never watched the old one. Yeah, this one's an hour long. Holy shit. Yeah. So what else? We don't need any more biblical stuff, right? Because like honestly, I don't like watching that. Not because like it's like creepy. It's just because it's dull and boring and like religion explaining aliens is like saying X equals Y. But what does X equal? Yeah, but what is X and what is Y? Like what the fuck? It's like it's like a circular argument, I guess. You like establish your viewpoint and prove it in a circular argument you make, which is like a logical fallacy or something. I think I'm hopefully fucking using that correctly. Um so yeah, it's not so good to do that. Um I'll be right back too. Sorry that everything's like last minute. It's just I actually was not expecting nukes to actually have a video. And I didn't want to put on top fives because like honestly I I feature them too much on my channel. Like I said, if I give them viewers, right? So I'll be right back right now. Let me heat up my enchiladas in el microondas, no? So be back. Also, I wanted to put like a gif of an alien or a UFO just going and just picking me up or some bullshit like that. But that never ended up happening. It's like, I couldn't find one. I couldn't find got pajamas because like the joke's like I'm a stay-at-home person, looking up conspiracies, right? So that's the joke I tried to go for. Also, if you all have any, oh fuck, that landed on my tie. No, wait, no, I didn't. Never mind. My tie landed on the food. If you guys have any suggestions for any games you should explore tomorrow, as in ritualistic games, like the bathroom game, the bathroom game. It was fucking stupid. Um, fuck, what's the game where you get the midnight game? Is it that? I think the midnight game is a different thing where you go outside and you walk into 3 different bathrooms and you're supposed to see like a ghost or something. Um, let's see. Oh yeah, it's just Steam. This Steam's just blowing this. I've never had it so like the blame. The Steam blows towards me. Usually it's always like sifting up and then just expanding that way. Just checking out my juice. Just like it's weirding me out. Actually, hold up. It's probably just the blueberry stuff. So it's just continue drinking it. Because like if it was like something like in it that made me sick, I'd be sick by now. Actually, it's sweeter now that it's warmer. It's the temperature. So yeah, fuck that game. The where you play in the bathroom at 3 a.m. You get a doll. You put a red needle in it, or not a red needle. Actually, sometimes the needle has blood or something, but it depends. You put like a needle with red thread, rice. You patch the doll. I think you put it in the restroom, and you're supposed to play hide and seek with the doll. I think it's hide and seek in the dark or something like that. That's what it's called. So if you all have any suggestions for that, like the Ouija board, Charlie. I swear I thought there was one in uh there was a game where you play yourself in the mirror or something. I swear I thought that was one. But anyways, um let's move on now to what's on the subject, right?
Caught on camera.
Because our subject today is aliens.
Face your fears.
Whoa.
This video was featured on the nightly news in Ecuador. A
In
boy
Ecuador.
filmed his father with a cell phone, focusing on the tattoo on his back. Instead, the boy captures something absolutely bizarre and terrifying.
Ay, no manches. Mira el anuncio. Puto anuncios extraterrestres. I'm just kidding. Esa escena. They fucking misspoke. Los anuncios son extraterrestres. No manches. That's stupid.
When viewing
That's
the
stupid.
video back, a strange face inexplicably appears in the video footage. Some believe
I've seen this video through Spanish sources, and some of them were like, es un demonio que le apareció atrás de su espalda. Miren,
that the
miren
boy somehow
gente.
captured some interdimensional being on camera. Now, whether this footage is real or faked, interdimensional being or not, either way,
It's freaky,
just
though.
Bizarre. Disappearing Act.
Oh man.
This next clip is from the
Just, you know,
short-lived
that's just so good.
1990s
They look so much better the first day that they were made.
Borderline with Jonathan Frakes.
Now they're all
Post
all
claims
flat.
that this clip was sent to them anonymously and shows
Mm.
late-night footage from a factory security camera.
There are 4 black and white pictures.
It's a little too loud for me.
In the top right quadrant, a worker walks right to left through a gate.
Uh huh.
He disappears here in a flash of light at 11:16 p.m.
Oh my god, they used an
The
EMP.
tape continued to run normally until almost 2 hours later. Then the victim reappears in a second flash of light, now in a fetal position. Then moments later, now crouching, he vomits, and seconds later, staggers right to left, out of frame.
What?
Story goes that after this incident, the man was never quite the same. Soon after,
Holy fuck,
he
they
was
probed
thrown from
him.
the factory and moved out of town. Out of left field. In the Black Forest area of Colorado, it is said that Russell Elliott often witnessed strange lights.
Wait,
around
no, I
his
have water bottles. I should drink water.
and to document these strange occurrences on
Holy
video.
fuck.
But one night he catches something a bit more.
Hello?
No, I don't like scary movies. Fuck you! I'm just kidding. It's a joke. I actually do like scary movies. Although it's been a long time since I watched them. There's ooh, nice horse. Another time this footage is hoaxed or you know, kind of faked and staged.
Now, this is one of those clips that might just be a little too good. if
Yeah,
you
he's
know what I
like,
mean.
fuck,
But
Nick
let
is
me know
back.
what you
Like,
think
what the
down
fuck?
in the comments.
I said dumb.
Batteries not included. In St. Augustine, Florida.
I forgot to mention. Well, next week we're gonna see like Furbies talking to themselves or like talking to like weird pitches and stuff. Because I remember that was a thing on the news, like how Furbies can malfunction and act weird. It's in the Spanish one. So I remember when I was like, what? Were they around in 2010? I think they were. 2013 or 12 or something. One of my aunts and uncles wanted to buy me a Furby. And I'm like, I'm too old. And my mom was like, no le compren eso porque no me gusta cómo se mira el mono. Freaked my mom out.
Strange noises in his house.
And then like
So he sets up security cameras to
the next year though, she wanted to buy me one and I'm like,
catches
fuck no, I'm
something
old.
Absolutely bizarre.
It's just a weird one-off story. What the fuck is that? Is that toilet paper? Or is that like a cup of coffee? Never mind. What is that? It's not a fucking alien. Oh, that looks like... That looks like a Poe. Just a little. I don't know why. I'm like Zelda. Like, I don't know why I'm like thinking of that. It's so weird. It's like, I'd say it's like a light anomaly. Like they have to be flashing like with the laser or something from far away, and so it's like bouncing back to the camera as a really
Weird
bright
light-emitting
light.
object seems to be floating around his kitchen as if scanning the surroundings. Now, when I first saw this, I thought it could just be a mini drone or some kind of light on a string.
And that's the thing too.
Right up until it flies.
Nowadays, footage that's pre-Obama, before he started using drones in like the military, and even like footage coming up to like to the 2000s, right, of aliens, could have been drones or like secret technology that the military was working on, right? And so people were like, "Oh my gosh, it's aliens and stuff." Specifically, there's this one in Arizona. I think it was Arizona. If not, it was like Texas or something. Where there was this like triangular one that was like the shape of this. So like, imagine like a triangle, like it was like, and then like the middle like that, and it was like flying over there, and they would think they would call it Arizona Lights or something. Hold up, let me remember, or let me actually get this right. Arizona Lights. Oh, I don't know about this. This is weird. Maybe we'll keep that at the end. I don't know. Again, it could have been Texas or some southern country, but it freaked a lot of people out. And I think in the early 2000s, that could have been like a mega drone or something. But who knows? Honestly, we still haven't gotten any clarification on what that is. I'm like, here in California, the military does a bunch of weird shit, and sometimes like they notify everybody that, oh shit, look, if you see that in the sky, it's a flare. Sometimes they just don't say shit until like 2 or 3 weeks later, when they're like, oh yeah, it was a flare, guys. Come on, come down. And when it really wasn't, it was like a drone or something.
Eyes through the ceiling. This clip has been submitted to the Mutual UFO Network for professional examination, but just what do you
And what I'm
think
saying is
this
that
could be?
because they're drones, all this could be like
In a
disproven
flash.
as a drone, right?
In Brazil, there have been multiple sightings of what many locals believe to be an alien visitor. In this clip, a Brazilian news program tries to catch the creature on camera.
Estrangeiro. I'm just kidding. They don't say extranjero.
Estrangeiro.
Oh, fuck, they do. Fuck, I know some Portuguese. One of my aunts is Portuguese. Or, Portuguese, not Portuguese, Brazilian, descendants. Or if not, they're actually Portuguese. Something. They know a little bit. They're my dad's stepsister.
Eu vi agora, velho. Você pegou aí?
Você pegou? Você pegou?
Ele apareceu ali, ele é baixinho.
Some say that this clip is evidence of alien teleportation, as the creature seems to disappear in a flash of light. But what do you think? Swamp gas. Workers at a gas
Yeah.
station in Peru are working late at night when they spot something bizarre.
Swamp gas. The fuck? Oh my god, I'm so hungry. I just got out of class too, like an hour ago. What is that guy? Wait, do y'all see that? It's this guy right here. It's very
You
weird.
see a small illuminated figure no more than 3 feet tall. They approach it, but it seems to speed up to avoid them. They say that the thing had several legs.
Okay, I missed the whole thing.
Slightly above the ground.
I missed the whole thing. I'm like, who's that guy down there laying next to the gas station?
Ahí es donde vuela.
He's donde vuela. Y no revuelve.
Se puede ver clarita sus patitas.
You can see the feet
Workers say
clearly.
that the bizarre alien, robot, or whatever that is, just seemed to disappear into thin air as mysteriously as it had appeared. The case is currently being investigated by the Peru Association of UFO.
Get trained to become a combination welder in 36 weeks at Universal Technical Institute. Welding careers are in demand in industries like aerospace, construction, manufacturing, and more.
Well, let's shoot to that.
Take the first step today.
In certain places, to weld, you get paid $19, but only if you have tenure. I think that's what it's called. Not, it depends on how long you're in a company. Which fucking sucks is like, I think here in California, you actually get paid a pretty good amount for being a welder, just right off the bat.
Men in Black. Shane Sovar, manager of a Niagara Falls hotel, reported that he spotted a strange triangular UFO in the sky above the hotel. A few days later, while Shane was out, his hotel
I gotta wear the
received
cap.
two strange visitors.
They're everywhere, dude. Oh my god.
And he said, there's a couple really strange looking men.
The Men in Black. Oh wow. They can't get me.
Everybody out, and they were asking questions about you. They were really, really tall. He said, and they were identical height. They were the exact same height. They were wearing the exact same clothes, and they had the exact same faces, like they were twins.
Now, 3 people witnessed the men's arrival and their strange physical appearance. Were these the mysterious Men in Black who were said to appear after UFO close encounters? Well, no one will ever know, because the only evidence that remains is this creepy CCTV footage.
Keep it like that.
This
Oh
next-
shit. So this is just a joke. Somebody's gonna come in here and they're gonna be like super serious about UFOs, and here I am fucking
Clip a man
messing
hears what
around.
he thinks are strange animal noises outside his house. Despite his wife's
Oh my God.
protests, he goes to investigate.
His wife is
And,
protesting.
spoiler, it's not an animal.
I'm more worried about the marriage. That's how it sounded. Oh my gosh.
So is this an alien, a creature, or just a very skinny guy in a mask?
It's a really skinny guy in a mask. No, brother, it's an alien.
Close Encounters.
Them 5G waves aren't gonna get to me.
Channel Operation Z Project CXV.
Oh shit, what's
King
this?
claims that he captured some otherworldly being
Oh!
behind him, even though he didn't notice any.
Oh shit, okay, I swear this guy, Nukes, featured some guy that said that he went to the future and he met his future self. And they even have like picture and video proof and stuff. I think I'm mistaking this for something else. But I think this guy's just like
thing
something
at the
else.
time. The footage was caught on a motion.
This is just
activated
like an alien.
camera.
Oh, cat. Wow. You know, cats were worshipped in Egypt. I'm just kidding. I hate that stupid ass TikTok that always comes up on like Instagram.
A closer look reveals that there is indeed someone or something walking behind him. Whether
It's
an alien or
mist.
not,
I'd say it's
I'll
mist.
leave that for you to
There's
decide.
weird mists like that that always form
In this
around
next
weird
clip,
places.
King claims that an alien has cloaked itself in some kind of invisibility field and then peeks out as his cat passes by.
Ooh, that's a camera anomaly. No, it kind of is sad seeing some people claim like this is an alien or something, because like to some extent they can be reaching, but in other cases like this guy they're probably suffering from like a mental affliction or something, which is kind of sad.
Since his videos are one
Because like I don't know, I just want to say this, but this may not be true. Hold up. I can't spell. Well, hallucinate. Because I don't want to sense. Yeah, they usually involve.
$100% legit proof of alien.
Because like unless this guy's being stalked by
What do
somebody,
you think?
there's usually like a reason why they start to
Thanks for
record
watching.
this, is
Suggest
because like
videos at
you know they're
nukes.com,
kind of going a little
gmail.com,
crazy,
and
or if not, it's
follow
just like
Twitter at nukes.com.
actually like they just want like attention. It's sometimes either or, I want to say, but I feel like this point is just really fucking bad. make.
Some videos
I don't
that
know.
didn't quite make it to the
It's like not a point, I
I'll see you
guess.
next week.
But like, say like, I don't know. One day I'm like, you all, I got an alien, and I saw your fucking video that shows nothing. That's a bad sign. Oh, that's not 15. Anyways, let's see this. Oh wait. Before we do that, we gotta and we gotta like and subscribe. Right? So yeah. Anyways, let's watch this one.
In Derbyshire, that was one of the most sought-after UFO videos of all time, to the mind-blowing footage released by the Pentagon.
Before we continue, on my Twitter, I tweeted yesterday that I was gonna play a game today. That may happen at the end of the stream, actually, or it may not happen at all. But oh fuck. But I tweeted at Spectrum, not expecting to get a response at all. That hey, by the way, let me tweet that I'm live in case there's any. I have like 3 fucking followers, dude. I don't think I'm ever gonna get out of like 200 fucking followers. And say I'm live and ready. There we go. So yeah, that's gonna go on my Twitter. Oh, what was I gonna say? Hold up. Am I? Yeah, I'm on the right. I'm in just chatting aliens. Let's put an exclamation point. Oh fuck. What? Oh, I'm like, what the fuck is service worker? Also, whoops. On. Hold up, something happened. Okay, fuck. I don't know. I pressed like shit and escape, and it fucking brought me to the task manager for Google. Okay, that's stupid. It fucking ended the process. Aliens. Yeah, you have to press the done button and not like enter or anything like that. Hold up. Actually, this is a pretty good picture. It's a pretty good picture. This will be a good memory. Hold on. Let me go like this. Let me go. Just like. Oh shit! Wait, no, let me delete that. Actually, fuck it. Fuck it. You know what? That's saying on Twitter. If you all want to see the picture, go ahead to my Twitter. Can I drag that in there? Hold up. I hate Windows 11. Because everything's just stuck. Whatever, it's a picture of my Hopi head. And like Twitter's not to the left side or right side, excuse me. And it's like it makes a fucking contrast. That's just kinda hilarious to me. Anyways, let's get started, yeah? I don't know what I was talking about in this oh yeah. So I tweeted at Spectrum. and I didn't think like I was gonna get like an actual response because like it was a joke that like I'm mad at them because it was because seriously guys, I could not get to the one of my professors like what you might call it office hours because Spectrum unexpectedly just came to our house, or not our house, neighbor's house that has an internet box, and just like boom boom boom, unplugged a bunch of shit, fixed the wires and stuff without like notifying any of us, the neighbor or us, that they were gonna do so. So I like it was like a half like serious, half not serious tweet. And then Spectrum was like, "Hey, Ruben, we would like to know what's up. Send us any details." And I'm like, "Oh, sorry, it was a mistake. Blah blah blah. Blah. It wasn't really like a thing. I just like put it under the rug. Let's just say that, right?" And that's like the whole thing. And it was kind of funny. Not gonna lie. So if you all want to see that, head to my Twitter. Just search up Ruben367, and you'll just see the R or whatever my fucking profile picture is. If y'all want to see that, and you know, hit the follow button too. I'm just kidding. Y'all don't need to do that. Well, yeah, let's get started because like, you know, today is just like aliens and React and just chilling and stuff. After my long week, I'll explain like what I did throughout my week and why I wasn't alive last week. So let's take up the cap. This is the stupidest thing. I told my mom, I'm like, "Mom, me voy a agarrar aluminio y me voy a hacer voy a aplazar el aluminio y hacerlo en una cachucha." My mom's like, no, usa una cachucha y te vas a ver pendejo, blah, blah, blah. It's just like, no, don't make an aluminum cap or anything like that, or a hat or whatever, right? It's just like, you look stupid as fuck and all that. And I'm like, oh. I'm like, oh, well, I'm still gonna make it, and I made that. That's the that's the background to that.
Identified object caught on camera. Sit back.
Anyways, let's watch this. This is an old video if I remember. 2018, 3 years ago.
In 1989,
I was subscribed to this guy on my other channel since like 2015, I think.
An unidentified flying object hovering across the sky.
Anyways, we're gonna see like what these are about, I guess.
Then the director of investigations for the British UFO Research Association found the tape soon after its recording, but was unable to locate Ridley since he had moved with his
a
family.
bitter note from the lemonade here is still my tongue.
Phil Mantle was unable to
let me get my pillow
on the film, but he himself claims optimism regarding the realness to the video.
So you know, I should
explaining witness.
I'm gonna email GT Racing like today actually after I'm done streaming.
He initially denies access to the
If they sell like the stuff for the chairs, because I still have yet to fix mine. Otherwise, I'm just gonna buy a whole new chair, honestly.
It makes you wonder.
Oh my god, it's like, God, it's annoying.
It speaks for
using this chair.
So take a look.
Anyways, that's a little weird. And I don't like how this footage is like, you know, like the, I guess stereotypical, like, oh, it's so blurry and look at the colors. It's all like, we can barely make it out, you know? I don't know. To me personally, it just points to like there being like nothing.
The film to be real and untampered, and confirms the object is indeed of UFO origins, seeming to be a self-powered, inanimate machine. But what could it be? Did Morris know the answer?
Well, how can you confirm something if you don't know what it is? It's like, what is this weird electronic component? Can you guys describe it to me? If you already know the answer, you're wrong. You're wrong. This is a UFO. I'm holding a UFO currently in my hands. Oops, UFO. That's basically what they just did. The footage. The footage might not be tampered with per se, but it's probably not a UFO.
Pentagon released footage.
Right?
Now,
and there's also other footage.
In all our research, this is one of the most interesting.
They have a lot of background too, apparently, in classified.
In December 2017, the United States Defense Department released information to the New York Times.
I'm like eating rice now with my freaking fingers.
Program called the Advanced Aerospace Threat Identification Program. The investigation task force, buried deep within the Pentagon and hidden from budget schedules, researched UFO sightings and testimonies from 2007 to 2012. While their studies revolved around mostly US military reports, the AATIP considered all UFO-related phenomena dating back to the 1940s.
Dude, it's pretty
Along
old.
with the report, the Defense Department released footage from a US FA-18 Super Hornet, in which two naval commanders captured an unidentified phenomenon flying around their aircraft over the...
Oh, this is okay. This is the typical one, yeah.
Take a
This
look.
one's already been. It's UAP or something, whatever it's called, identified. Wait, please. I think this is a classic one. If not, it's like similar to one that they already released. You know what's crazy? Somebody could hack the government or end up hacking the government and like get a bunch of this shit and just dump it out on the internet, and nobody would believe it unless there was like some other information just paired with it, right?
And Jim Slate have since...
So what I'm trying to say is like, unless they reveal like secrets about like the presidents and stuff, instead of just like dumping all the UFO stuff on their own, there's almost no validity or point or like ability to prove this stuff.
They went on multiple missions to investigate other similar sightings, but came...
You know, my goal here today isn't to like, aliens are real, right? I'm like, aliens probably haven't visited this yet, but maybe there's like proof scattered out there. That's my point of view, right?
About this in the near future, and their mysterious budget...
But I'm not gonna force this point of view on anybody, or you know, force people to be like UFOs exist. No, 'cause everybody has their own fucking free will.
2010 Hangzhou UFO.
Oh man, shit.
Around 8:40.
Oh, I'm getting hiccups.
On July the 7th, 2010,
this is
aviation directors grounded all flights coming in and out of an airport in Hangzhou, China, due to an unidentified flying object captured overhead of the nearby...
Well, that's really beautiful.
Air traffic control didn't want to risk an aerial disaster with such a mysterious airborne object. While an investigation probe was immediately set forth, no concrete findings were ever...
There's a lot of like alien footage from like China, from like the I think last time we watched it, it was the Chinese ghost cities or whatever, which are basically reflections of the city below. Like actually, there's science to this, so let's search this up. So yeah, stuff like this. Range from a secret NASA project. Okay, yeah, sure, in China. Yeah, there's a fucking secret NASA project in China. Like, what the fuck? That's so stupid. So it's too good to be true, but if it's real, it's called a superior image, which just means it's an upward projecting mirage. Yeah, so it's just a mirage, right? To get a Fata Morgana, hold dense air near the ground with a layer of warm air above it. It's called a temperature inversion, since it's the reverse of what happens in the atmosphere. They usually occur over large bodies of water. So the air tends to be relatively cooler close to an ocean or lake floor surface, but can form over land too. This kind of layering will blend light rays, blah 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 blah. There's all the signs, and now I can't fucking continue because I don't have an email address or anything like that. So thank you, National Geographic. But yeah, that's it, right? Pretty much. So what was I gonna say?
Nope.
This could be something similar, I want to say. Or if not, what my point with that was that there's a lot of like weird shit just like coming out of China, because I guess there's a lot of population, a lot of people there. But a lot of it barely like makes it out through filters and stuff, because China's really like they're really good about keeping their internet, and internet is like not cut off internet. What is it? A word. Imagine like a border for like the internet, but like where the netizens or citizens of China just could not venture out to like the whole open wide internet, and can't really get into the black web, although there are ways to so. Imagine that. So what was I gonna say? A lot of like whatever, like, you know, ghosts and stuff that they find, doesn't really like make it out of there unless they're like really popular. Or there's people like here in the US that can tap into the servers and bring them here, right? Not that many people, I feel. Otherwise, we'd see like a bunch of like weird shit like that. Anyhow, so this I have no idea, but this could be like some sort of like atmospheric form of plasma or something, just like materializing there because the conditions are
The
right.
concrete findings
Who
were
knows?
released. The Civil Aviation Administration of China said their resources pointed to military connections, while eyewitnesses and internet theorists claimed it to be either US or Russian aircraft, or possibly extraterrestrial.
Okay, yeah, that looks more
sightings
UFO
across China the
like.
previous week, and it makes us wonder if there was a bigger event happening in the skies of East Asia that we are yet to uncover.
Could be a military flare.
Space Shuttle Columbia UFO. When we think of UFO sightings, we usually imagine witnesses pulling out their handheld cameras and photographing something within our atmosphere. However, this next one exceeds the night sky. In the early December of 1996, Space Shuttle Columbia captured 3 pieces of UFO phenomena.
It's so stupid. Oh, look at this 3%. Nice. This phone charges fast as fuck. Ooh, what's that? That looks like a meteorite, not gonna lie. Doesn't look like a UFO. There's the famous Black Knight one. That's always like said to be a UFO or whatever. So the thing with the today though is I think we have too many UFOs and very little things that are actual like aliens, right? And usually the subject ends up being like that. It's like there really isn't like any good like I guess visual like
claims the phenomena
proof of aliens, and it's usually like the same, right? Black eyes, big head. But why does it have to be that way? And if they were real, could they support their weight? You know?
The Bonzel UFO case. On October the 5th,
Ooh, that looks
of the new
fucking
millennium,
interesting.
Sharon Rowlands recorded some of the most fascinating UFO footage to date
It's
over
like
the fields in Bonzel,
on.
Derbyshire. The video speaks for itself, so take a look.
Whoa. That looks like the halos behind like religious figures. Or if not, it looks like okay. Well, I don't think there's like that many people watching. I think there's like one viewer, right? According to my OBS. But like my sister says that there's always like a bunch of people watching it. I don't know. I think it's weird. But what was I gonna say? I don't know if it's like a me thing, but have you guys ever like been up to like what is it called? Fuck, not a thermometer. Those red light simulgraph. Okay, that's the word I'm fucking looking for. Traffic. Yeah. So let's open this up. Where's the picture? Actually, I guess this one's a pretty good one. So see how the lights kind of like you're creating like a lens flare or something like that. My eyes do that, but really what ends up happening is that I see like the bacteria in my eye moving within that light. So yeah. My point here, I think, it's like yeah, is that maybe like the light or the lens of the camera they're using, maybe it isn't super cleaned up, and they're like catching some sort of like weird like lens flare or something like that.
Darkness surrounding the UFO makes the entire
So who
screen hard
knows?
to make out. The location of
Because
this
like I'm not expert at this. I'm just debunking this to the best of my ability.
or industrial light tower.
But like, you know, hopefully I'm not using any like dumb, stupid
One
logic.
news outlet paid €20,000 for the footage,
Ooh.
making it one of the most sought UFO videos of all time.
What the
Experts to this
heck?
day still claim the Bonzal UFO is some of the most convincing ever, with the pink-colored light giving us all a taste of what may be out there in our universe.
A
Making contact with
taste.
Earth.
We can't taste them.
What do you think? A
Fuck.
genuine UFO of alien origin, a hoax, or something more easily explained?
I think it's something more easily explained
With
most of the
5
times.
UFOs caught on camera, it really makes you wonder what's out there in the unexplored universe, and whether or not that has ever visited this planet. I hope you've enjoyed this video, and don't forget to check out our awesome Know Your Alien poster, the 9 aliens displayed, and all the information.
Oh shit!
Check out our awesome Know Your Alien.
Oh shit! Let's check that out. Fuck you, top 5s. I'm just kidding. The Know Your Aliens. Okay, I am not downloading anything from this fucking site. Can we read that? Hold up. Gray aliens. 3 to 4 feet. Hold up. Do y'all see that? Or is it like, yeah, it's kind of blurry, huh? Yeah, there's reptilians. There's the green aliens, too. Little Green Man, the Ancient Anunnaki. Oh, fuck. I remember them. The Tall Whites. Oh, shit. Hold up. The 9 types of aliens. Actually, that'd be a really good one to overview. He speaks to extraterrestrials. Extraterrestres. Fuck, I hate. Dude, what the fuck is up with YouTube and fucking dog? I can't view none of this shit anymore, huh? Okay. The Anunnaki. Oh, fuck. When? Fuck. Did I get an emo or something? Hold up. You all, let me check my phone. You all are gonna see me paused for a moment. Actually, you guys, yeah, I'm still here though. None of my audio's going. What the fuck? On my way? Oh fuck, it's a Twitter notification. Fuck. I'm like, wait, why am I getting like stop? Shit, dude. Oh, dude, guys. Okay, so hello, Silver Bandit. Welcome to my stream. As you can see, I'm an alien now. I don't need to move my lips anymore. They don't flap. Fuck. I just got a notification from Twitter that you said on my way, and I'm on my way to like that one. Anyways, welcome. Today we're doing aliens. I already had my own spiel. In fact, I have my own fucking caha. Who was popping, my guy? Nothing, just school and stuff. And just reacting to a lot of fucking conspiracies today. I feel like I done goofed on the monster ones. It's like the aliens. As you see, there's like 20 different fucking videos that we're watching today. Yeah, so right now I'm like looking up UFO channel. Do you know any UFO channels? My lord, is your computer okay? You have like 50 tabs open. Exactly, because like all this stuff is a fucking rabbit hole. I've talked about this before. As a kid, I was into pretty fucking weird shit. I've seen people die on YouTube. Let's just put it out that way. Back then, YouTube in 2012, 2013 used to actually have no restrictions on what you can upload. So I watched some Muslim guy kill some people. Let's just say that. And I'm new to the world of extraterrestrials. Don't look up these channels. I just leave it off here. Leave it off here. You don't want to know these people unless you're a video game creator, basing your, I don't know, video game ideas on some sort of concept that's already here. Don't look into this stuff, or an author or something, right? Because you don't want to know. Because then you're gonna end up paranoid, like I was when I was fucking like 13, 14 years old. Like, oh my god, los reptilianos tomaron el mundo. Yeah. And my mom was like, no existen. I saw a guy get his head chainsawed off, and the guy killed with the Russian. Jesus Christ. Again, YouTuber and the web was a wild west back then. Nowadays, it's China. I'm just kidding. That's a pretty fucking dumb joke, and I don't even know if it made sense. Anyways, I love your accent, bro. Thank you. Do I have an accent when I speak normally or in Spanish? I don't know. I just like, I speak Spanish, right? That was my first language. English is my second language. Funnily enough, but it's the one I speak the most. And so I guess I can just like, the web indeed was a Wild West back in the 2010s. Yeah, back then we have Jeeves or whatever, the web thing. Hold up, do y'all know that? Jeeves. The web browser? No, what is Google considered? Fuck. Web searcher? I can't type for shit, I swear. Ask Jeeves. Yeah, do y'all remember Ask Jeeves? I don't. I never use this. I used Yahoo for some time. Not Ask.com, Ask Jeeves. Yeah, this guy had to become a source of business.com. I guess it was Ask.com, huh? Some old ass shit, I swear. There we go, search engine. Fuck, and I'm a fucking computer engineer. I'm majoring in computer engineering. Dude, I'm gonna be one hell of a computer engineer if I don't know how to fucking or know any of these concepts that are super abstract, right? Ask.com, that how I passed 11th grade math. Dude, Ask.com was always a good place to, like, I don't know, just ask weird shit. I remember one of my friends had an Ask.com, barely passed. Damn, nice. Oh, what was I gonna say? You know what's weird? I was such a, like, how do I say it? I guess an asshole when it came to grades, because I would always pass my classes in high school, and now in college, that's not the same way. Let's just say that. I guess I'm getting everything I deserve, karma, whatever you want to call it. Because I failed my first class ever. Sitcom was also treasure trove of memes. Yeah, Yahoo Answers is fucking good until they sold Yahoo to Verizon and they fucked up there. Anyhow, we'll move on to cause like, fuck. You know, so you said you're new to all this stuff, right? I don't know what YouTube did. YouTube's like a completely different place. Cause I stopped searching up aliens for like 6 years, and now I can't find any of the alien channels that I used to watch. I failed chemistry. I do not fucking. I don't believe it. I'm just kidding. No. What was I gonna say? I feel you. I almost failed chemistry, but I passed it to C plus because the final was easy. I know nothing about aliens. Yeah, so you're gonna learn about this shit. I'm basing everything off of this because in my PowerPoint I said there were like 5, but these are like a diverse amount. And I remember, I don't know why the Men in Black is considered like an alien race or whatever, but they usually work under these different races. All I know about the Nordic aliens and the ancient Anunnaki are like, these could be the ancient Anunnaki or like angels or whatever that are seen in biblical times, and they're like humanoid. Same thing with the Nordic aliens, and they're like, oh, we descend from them sometimes or whatever. Maybe. Because I don't know much about them either. Light beings are similar to like shadow people in this case, just being like, I don't know. I'd imagine them being like that. The mantis aliens are just like aliens that eat humans and experiment on them. And they're like parasitic and like bug like. That's all I know about them. The tall whites are evil. The green aliens are kind of evil too. The gray aliens are actually good as long as they're small. Reptilians are evil. Men in Black work for all of them. It's fucking crazy. That's all I know about them. And right now I'm actually trying to search up one of them specifically, but all I see is all this stuff on history, and like, yeah, I don't know. I can notch a guinea pig. Edgar Allan Poe. It's a weird ass video. What about aliens 10K below? That's the thing. So, a lot of these aliens are said to hide in the sea, specifically the gray ones, the green ones, the reptilian ones, the cave ones. The aliens in the caves are reptilians and stuff. Have you seen what's been harboring down there? Yeah, a megalodon, giant squid. I'm just kidding. I'm joking about the megalodon one. Fucking giant squid, whales, lamprey fish, whatever they're called. Dolphins are just fucking around. Dolphins should be considered aliens because they're mammals and smart. That'd be fucking freaky. Prometheus inspired by the Anunnaki. What the fuck? Aliens. Oh my gosh. And then like the thing is, all these things are all sponsored by like copyright materials and stuff. I can't watch. Ancient aliens should be pretty. Hate. I hate this because like otherwise we have pretty stacked.
It's 2004, and off the coast of California,
we're pretty stacked, right? We have a pretty good amount. There's the black-eyed children, which are paranormal in nature. Dolphins are considered monsters. Yeah, they are, huh? Fuck, dude. Oh, there's a. We should watch that as a meme. Hold up. Dolphin man. Oh. Fuck. I remember watching Danny Gonzalez make this song. I think it's like straight, should watch that near the end and say this guy's an alien or some shit like that. That was really fucking funny. The amount of fucking makeup they had to put on that guy. Anyways, we'll put this in the background for now. And I'll just search up stuff on my YouTube channel.
It's been a while since we did a UFO video on this.
Oh fuck. Is that loud?
There have been some really interesting updates lately.
It's
as
low.
well as some new footage. So we thought we would pull all this new information together into this list. So here we bring you.
So I'll just search all this stuff up on my phone. That way we don't waste stuff. And I'll pay attention to the videos.
That are not quite.
I think this one I've watched before.
Now, before we get into these UFO videos, don't forget to check out.
And as I mentioned, these UFO videos are usually just like bits of satellite and stuff. I barely hear it. Do you hear that? Loving the fit, by the way? Thank you! I'm wearing fucking pajamas! How'd you know? I'm just kidding. Thank you. All it takes? Holy fuck, this is loud! I'm gonna lower my fucking volume to like 75 on my computer. Vietnam? What the fuck is this? Oh, okay. In Vietnam, there were aliens or something. That's all I know.
It's an hour and a half long, and for just $2, you'll get access to not only that documentary, but all that other documentary.
Fuck off.
Let's waste no time in looking at these 5 UFO videos.
Hot Jammy is
ISS
kind
live
of
feed
jealous.
mystery.
Yeah, it's just
This
okay. Last week when I did my monster stream, what ended up happening is that I looked at the temperature. I can't show off anything. Holy fuck! Hold up. Hopefully none of the tabs fucking appear. And what's the temperature right now? It's 54 fucking degrees. In October! 54 degrees in October! It's like weird. Like 2 weeks ago, it was 90 degrees in the morning and 50 degrees in the night. It's such a large, like, it's like hot in the day and cold in the night. And like now, all those temperatures are settling at like 50 degrees, which is not typical of October because it's usually like 60 degrees by now. And then November has like the windows freezing up and stuff in my room because like my room has a broken window. But yeah, that's why I'm wearing pajamas and I'm like, fuck this, I'm not wearing pants.
This next one is something we picked up from a UK newspaper
So just have this
in
play.
April of 2020.
Search this shit
It
up.
hasn't gained much attention. We thought it was interesting and worth
Have
a
another
look.
fucking device. No,
The
right?
strange
Damn.
anomaly was spotted on the International Space Station live feed on April 23rd, 2020 by Drew Jones,
There
who
we
has
go.
been watching the feeds religiously for the past 2 years. He
Ooh.
claims this is the first time he's ever seen anything like it and thinks it might be a genuine UFO. Jones
New-ish
later uploaded
ISS
more footage
UFO.
to his YouTube channel, Mad Cat Mysteries, and understandably, it sparked a bit of a debate.
Oh
Looking at
yeah.
the footage, you look
The
at it
International
all
Space
black and
Station
white,
is said to
a
be
trail on
like
the screen, right to left.
plagued by
And then
UFOs and
it
stuff,
changes
according to the
direction before
NASA
reappearing
astronauts
from the
there.
left and
Although
disappearing.
they haven't said that
Take a look.
directly. And the ISS is said to cut off footage from UFOs and stuff whenever they spot weird shit like that. It's like that's considered a UFO to these people for some weird reason. That's just like a little flashing light. Could be a satellite. Who knows?
Now we have to agree that looks strange. It's obviously travelling
Wait,
at
wait, wait.
speed, although we are unsure whether the larger looking orb that
Aliens.
comes back into view from the
Same.
left is the same orb, changing trajectory, or it's a different one. There could be a perfectly plausible explanation for both orbs, and it has been suggested is just space junk. However, Jones,
Yeah.
who would be familiar with what space junk looks like, is adamant it is the strangest thing he's ever seen in the 2 years he's been.
I'll admit
monitoring
it does look like glitter though.
One thing that I do know, however, is that space
And if
junk
you all
is
whoever's
protected.
watching right now and
And
Silver
if
Bandit,
whatever this is,
if you all
one
think it's too
object,
loud, just
then
tell
it
me, because
can't be
holy
space
fuck,
junk.
this is hurting my ears, and I don't want anybody's ears to
Others
be
believe
hurt.
it could be a satellite or ice crystals, both of which are possible,
Yeah.
with unconfirmed explanations.
In fact, on Earth, in certain parts of the world, there's actually ice halos that form because there's a ring of ice that forms in the atmosphere sometimes. Why I dumped this phone? It said my YouTube app isn't responding. Yeah, and
If
this
any
is
of you
totally
have any
plausible.
idea what it could
You're
be,
very loud
we would
compared
love
to the
hear in
video.
the
Okay, good.
conversation. As so far, there doesn't seem
It's
to be
like,
a
I'm like,
satisfactory explanation.
I'm not paranoid. Fuck, what's the word I'm
So for
looking for?
now,
I'm just
we can
like,
call this
God,
one
what's
a
happening?
UFO.
Like, 'cause, like, I can't really like tell because like, if I open up my stream, it's just gonna fuck things up, right? Try turning up the OBS, up the desktop audio in OBS. Sure. Oh,
Google
there we
Earth
go.
exposes stranded UFO docked in Antarctica waters.
Yeah, that's loud.
In April 2020,
Let's keep it at
UFO
10.
and alien conspiracist Scott Waring claimed to have spotted a
Anyways,
triangular
Share
alien
Jeff?
aircraft buried under ice.
That
and
looks like a
snow
creepy
on La
pasta.
Voisa Island in the Antarctic region.
Lumpy spin. Anyways,
Scott claims he spotted the triangular-looking craft while using Google
what is
Maps,
this?
and he thinks it's possibly a TR-3.
That looks like a weird dog to
an
me.
alleged
I'm not
secret
gonna
US
lie.
surveillance aircraft
Yeah,
said
that
to
sounds
have been
great.
developed
Nice.
under a black project.
So hopefully,
It's worth
again,
pointing
like
out
my voice
that
isn't
the only
overshadowed because of
evidence
some
for such an aircraft
sometimes they talk
is
like
based
this.
on numerous
And then
reported
other times they talk like
sightings of a
this.
mysterious
This is my
flying
yelling
triangle
voice.
aircraft
And this is like my normal
over
talking
Antelope
voice. If I
Valley,
talk like
an
this,
area of
nobody's
desert
gonna hear
in
me. I
Southern
feel.
California. The TR-3
It's not like
was
I have
said
to like
be a
project my
subsonic
voice, right?
stealth spy plane with a flying wing design and its successor was the TR-3B.
Like I said,
allegedly
all this stuff could be
state-of-the-art
like
spaceplane that used a top-secret
top secret
gravitational
military
shielding
stuff.
engine called the Magnetic Field Disruptor. Although many believe the physical description of the MFD engine is not possible and likely wouldn't be able to fly. However, there are still those that believe in its existence, and over the years this has been fueled by conspiracy theorists. Take a look at the Google Map image and see what you think.
This is the alien craft I said that was over Arizona or whatever. I forget what it's called.
The most likely explanation
I called
is
it
that
Arizona
after
Lights
years of a
earlier,
warmer
but nothing came
climate,
up of it.
The ice and snow have melted, revealing a rock formation below.
I think it was Arizona. If not, it was like Utah
Only
or something.
time will reveal what is really
One
under
of those
Earth's snow
southern
mass.
countries. Southwest.
SpaceX mystery as UFO appears on Starlink live feed. This
Oh my
UFO
gosh!
came into view on
Wait.
SpaceX's live Starlink feed. But mystery surrounds what it was.
Wait, Starlink is the Elon Musk thing, right? Is Starlink owned by Elon Musk? Is it Elon Musk space flight? Okay, yeah. Oh my gosh, Elon Musk is hiding aliens from us. What the fuck?
The mysterious moment took place during the launch of SpaceX
Ooh.
Starlink from
I
NASA's
hate-
Kennedy Space
I
Center
hate how
in
this like
Florida on the 19th of
virus has
March
contracted itself to
2020,
Starlink now.
when a new batch of 60
Yes, it's a game.
Starlink
I
satellites
think
were
it's
launched into orbit
it's not Star
in
Trek.
an accelerating campaign to deploy a globe-spanning network
It's
of
a really
internet
popular
relay
one.
satellites. However, space enthusiasts who were watching the live
Oh, yeah,
footage
never mind.
noticed a mysterious UFO appearing near the Falcon 9 rocket soon after
Let's
the
watch that.
deployment of the satellites. It raised discussions of conspiracy theories as SpaceX apparently cut the live feed seconds after the huge cigar-shaped object came into view.
It always.
Take a look.
What the fuck? Everybody's always like, it looks like a cigar. It looks like a cigarette. It's never like the eraser-looking object or the pencil-looking object or the cylinder-looking object. It's gotta be like the cigar.
The original footage was shared online, and it caused a bit of a stir.
Mark my words. One day the news is gonna say the weird-looking alien spacecraft.
The object appeared to be
It
cigar-shaped
was
and
something
seemed
stupid like
to
that.
become brighter and bigger as it
A
hovers in
weed-shaped
space. And viewers were
spacecraft.
concerned at how close the rocket came
Oh,
to the
fuck.
unexplained
I don't want to
object.
show that.
It later emerged.
And there's also
that
this
the
like
launch
Harry
feed was
Potter
cut
looking
every time
guy.
an unexplained object came into
But I
view,
didn't want to cover that because it's always
and
on
the
the news
fact
and
that neither
stuff.
SpaceX or NASA have offered explanations for this has only fueled the conspiracy theories. This one rumbles on, and speculation will continue until a definitive answer is given. What's your thoughts? On April 9th, 2020, at around 7:40 PM, Luke Craddock's wife was outside in their garden
Ooh,
in the
that looks like a
Bath area
meteorite.
of the UK when she called him to come and witness what she was seeing falling in the sky. At first they assumed it was an aeroplane due to the white vapor trail it left behind, although given the situation at the time, very few aircrafts were flying.
If I saw that, I'd actually take a picture of it and be like,
However,
look,
it
that
looked
looks
like it was
beautiful.
falling at a very slow speed rather than moving away from them, and continued to fall for nearly 10 minutes, when the white vapor trail changed to thick black smoke.
Oh my gosh, and then like,
Puzzled by what they
a lot of these things too are like, oh my gosh, the aliens are like chemtrails and stuff, and it's like, it's like, I think conspiracies just go away for a moment, right?
saw, Luke posted the footage online, and a
Feels
friend
like
came
I
forward
like
and claimed
get
to
almost
have also
guarantee
seen it,
if
although he
aliens
lives
weren't
over 100
like
miles away
the
in
first thing you
London.
thought, it'd be like
The
chemtrails
Cradocks were
next if you
expecting
already
a
knew like
strange
the
object
theory.
to make the news, and were surprised that there was no mention of
It's like
it in the
stupid
local
stuff.
paper or on Facebook. They put this down to the strict lockdown we were
good
experiencing, and the
YouTube
fact no one would have been out and
alien
about. The only
channels.
possible explanation is that in April, the sky was quite active with meteor showers.
Yeah.
Although generally, these passed quite quickly, and this did not. The Cradocks are still trying to find out what exactly
Ah,
they
fuck
witnessed.
off!
So if any of
It's
you
all
have
the
any idea what it
xenomorphs
might
and
be,
like
or
the
even witnessed
aliens
it
from like
yourself, we
Hollywood.
would love to hear in the comments. Mexican volcano.
Ooh.
Popocatépetl is Mexico's largest
Popocatépetl.
volcano and the second largest in North America, and has long been the subject of conspiracy theorists who believe it's used as an alien city.
Oh, that's today. I can't
This
show
theory
that.
has been compounded in recent weeks when a white object was filmed. The sighting was made on webcams, which constantly monitor the 5,426
I think they showed this off in
nicknamed
Las
Alpine.
Noticias that my mom and dad
Take a
watches. Like, ¿qué es eso? And then like, I think it was fuck, what's her name? Y'all wouldn't know this unless like you watched like Spanish media in like America. She's like, yo creo que hay extraterrestres adentro de ese volcán. It was funny. Ancient aliens, no. I'm putting red in.
That is pretty impressive. The footage has convinced conspiracy theorists that not only is it proof of aliens, but also proof that the Mexican government is in the know and are in contact with the
What?
extraterrestrials. This is just further proof that the alien base does exist and that the aliens living
This guy's like reaching. Like maybe the Mexican government knows, but like he's making a
have
pretty
very large
bold
spacecrafts,
statement, you know. At
according
least
to
the
the
way it's coming
theorist.
off.
This is not the first time
It's like saying, now chatters, you all know where aliens come from. They come from volcanoes. You all know that. Like what the fuck?
strange anomalies have been seen on the
It's
webcams,
stupid.
as on several other occasions, UFOs have been seen.
That's the only
exiting
issues I have with
and
these channels,
entering the
right?
volcano.
How they claim things like
A
that.
similar video emerged
rather
last year
boldly.
that showed a bright, curved light
Like the
making its
only
way up
footage
the side
is
of the
like
volcano
that.
before suddenly
Like proof.
disappearing. We agree these appear to be strange anomalies, but whether they are
This entire
crafts
channel
flying in
is
and out of
videos
an
and
airbase, we'll leave up to you. So let us know your thoughts in the comments.
Now we're getting into more like
So
weird
that's
stuff on my
5
stuff.
UFOs caught on video.
Ooh.
We hope you've enjoyed, and don't forget to take a moment.
So like I guess personally, like what do you guys think about these videos? Do you guys actually believe there's something out there? Like, you know, coming and visiting our planet, or do you guys like think nothing of it yet? Because like personally, I think from these videos it's just like a bunch of like weird debris, weird like weather phenomena and stuff like that. They still haven't shown the Dark Knight. Which is this weird thing. There's like a weird like render. The Black Knight satellite. This thing is said to have come to like our planet or whatever and just stuck around the atmosphere. I believe something is put there. Yeah, exactly. Something has to be faked for like, I don't know, exposure to some sort of like media company. For example, Starlink. Maybe they cut off the footage to make the viewers be like, oh my gosh, there's aliens and let me explore outer space and stuff. You know? Who knows? Because like I doubt they're in contact with aliens. Because if they are, like, our world would be drastically different by now. Let's just say that. And I think they're already here. They live in the Mariana Trench. Yeah. Yeah, they're harnessing the geothermal power from the Mariana Trench, right? Because like there's a bunch of like vents down there and stuff that Yeti crabs use. Like, I mean, that's plausible. Who knows? I'm not here to like mock anybody's point of view, right? I'm just here to like just show aliens off because like they could be real, they're not, or not. Excuse me. That's so passive aggressive. Freaky shit lives down there. No, you're totally right. Goblin sharks, for example. Y'all know how goblin sharks look? Goblin sharks. Oh, look at that. Like, what the fuck? That's a goblin shark right there. So yeah, no, like actually, like straight up. Again, so really, I just wanted to focus on aliens today and just talk about them because they're I don't want people to like misunderstand what they are, and I also don't want people to like go down rabbit holes and be like, I don't know, like Reddit people to like r/aliens or whatever and be like, guys, I found this alien video. Oh my gosh, this is real. Oh my gosh, and stuff like that. Right? It's really I don't know. I feel like it's kind of harmful to some extent. But like that, I feel like that's too. I feel like my goal here is too much, right? Maybe that's not my goal. I don't know. Maybe I just don't have a goal and I just want to come up with the goal. Oh shit, that's so low.
Friday morning. Let's just say it was 2 a.m.
This guy sounds like he's like 15 years old. Does anybody else get this feeling?
I was trying desperately to fall asleep.
And I was trying desperately to fall asleep.
It was really, really difficult.
It was really, really difficult.
But I somehow managed to begin drifting away. Right
fine.
at that perfect point where you're about to fall
There's
asleep,
some guy that uses the same background,
noticed
but I forget what his
the back
YouTube name is.
patio light
But
turning
he does a
on,
bunch of scary
followed
stories.
by my dog
And has a
barking
southern accent.
loudly from downstairs.
Hey,
was
this is like more
odd
story
because
like,
that light
so y'all can
usually
chill.
isn't set off, even with small animals like squirrels or rabbits.
Hold up,
But
where's the next one?
nonetheless, I figured it was just
Next one's
updating or
56
had a
minutes
glitch or
long.
something, so I rolled over and fell into a deep sleep.
So if you all want to
The
talk about like
following night,
aliens
something
that you've
similar happened.
encountered,
A little bit earlier this
weird
time,
information
must
you
have
have,
been
just
around
like
midnight.
let it in the chat, right?
I saw that
just have this in the
strange
background for
light
now.
come on once again,
'Cause
but this
if
time
we're
I never
not
heard
watching
my
it
dog
now, we're
bark
gonna watch it at
once.
the end. You know, we might as well get
The
over it
next
with it.
morning,
You know,
I
see if I play a
realized
game near the end
that
at
the
like
back
2
door
a.m.
was wide open, and my dog was nowhere to be found. I figured
Wouldn't that be crazy if like all of a sudden like I like staged a fucking alien abduction or some shit like that, and I'm like, whoa, what's happening? And like the fucking desk is shaking, and like the camera just flips up, and I'm like, ah, what's happening? And let me go and all that shit. It'd be fucking freaky.
he must have run down the
And
street.
it's probably
or
show that
something,
has so much production
but he
behind
never
me.
came back. For the next 3 nights in a row, this strange light
Alien
would
debunking
come
YouTube
on
channels,
from the
if you like
downstairs
blank.
patio.
What is that?
I always questioned what it was, until finally it hit me.
This isn't the only subject.
It couldn't have been the patio light at all. For starters, it was nowhere near the patio. It must have been in the
Maybe we'll
middle of
discuss
the
some of these stories.
backyard, shining down brightly. And second of all, I'm pretty sure my patio light isn't bright purple.
Okay.
My wife and I own a farm in Connecticut. We have 2 kids, and it's a really quiet and peaceful
Is this
area.
the second story?
There's not neighbors for miles, and we have tons of cornfields and crops that we take care
Crop
of.
circles.
One night, though, I heard
Yeah.
rumbling in the bushes. So I used my flashlight and went to go check it out.
Fuck.
I couldn't find anything, but I figured it was some teenage
Then we'll be
punks
back.
trying to steal my
to like
crops.
infographics.
The following night,
and
though,
watching videos and
I
reacting
heard
to
the
them,
same
kinda.
noises again. Again, I went out to check, but couldn't find anyone. The next day, I noticed that a few of my animals, including a few donkeys and cows, had gone
Fuck.
missing. This
Hopefully
made
I
me
didn't make fun
furious,
of people
as
that
that
like
was our
15 years
income
old.
for our family.
Because that's not how they sound.
So that
Usually
night,
these actually sound like
I set out in the
half adults, I'd
cornfields
say.
to try to find whoever was taking my
That's
crops
that was my friends.
and
My friends went
animals.
from like, "Hi guys,"
Maybe around 1 a.m.
Guys.
when I was searching and almost was about to turn back.
and now their voices are a little
I
deeper.
heard strange
More mellowed
whispering,
out.
but it wasn't normal whispering
I
by
like the
any
music though. The
standards.
music actually is doing really
It
good.
appeared to be in a foreign language, but I couldn't pinpoint what it was. It wasn't French, nor Spanish, nor Japanese. It almost sounded synthetic. I then saw
Rabashiva do Sivadat. Mate made a Russian Borobot. I'm just kidding. Imagine just fucking.
bright,
I just like
flashing
just
lights,
speaking a
and
fucking
when I
different
moved
language.
the corn out of the way, I could see exactly what was making the strange noises.
I don't know how would synthetic sound. I'm like thinking this video's over. It's like 3. Oh, it's 3. I thought I read it as 5. Oops, my bad.
Roughly.
Wait, hold up. Actually, how would it be like? It'd be like something like that.
3-foot-tall humanoid-like creatures were standing around in a circle. They were greenish in color and were wearing what
Those are
appeared to
green
be
aliens.
metallic astronaut suits, is what I could best describe them as.
Yeah, because they're gonna wear that.
I was looking at them for at least 20 seconds until one of them
See?
looked in my direction. They all started chattering and then all faced my
I like
way.
this.
I darted out of there and made it home safely. I didn't hear them following me or anything, but I did hear a strange noise about an hour later. It sounded like a large car.
Y'all heard that? That's actually how the airplanes sound where I live. And I swear to God, every day I feel like the sky's falling down because of these damn airplanes. It's just like a caveat of where I live. It's just like you literally hear. Hold up. Oh, I can't whistle well. I don't know why. Like it's just today. I'm gonna turn off the filter. Hold up. Properties, filters. Okay, it sounds like this. Hello. And you know, as it gets further, it gets quieter, and it's not as short, right? It's super long. It sounds so fucking nasty, I swear. It like always gets me on edge.
Plane.
Same thing with my
taking off.
sister. Same thing. Like I
never
tell her
did
this,
hear
and it's
from
like,
those
fuck, I
strange
hate these
things
airplanes.
again. But if you put my money on it,
what
I
is
would
this?
say they were extraterrestrial.
Extraterrestrial.
We come in peace.
Somos
That's what they
extraterrestres.
told us.
Venimos en
And
paz.
we believed them.
Venimos
we
con
believed them
paz.
for
Ah,
years.
vamos.
Always thinking they were going to make the Earth more peaceful. Always thinking they
Misma
were going to
cosa.
not divide us but bring us closer
Ya sé
together.
cómo hablar español.
We trusted them, and we made friends with these strange beings from another place. They would talk to us and tell us about how to make life more peaceful, how they were going to make our lives far more easy and better off. And we loved them for that.
Oh my god, thank you! The Apex guy sounds familiar. But the 10 real aliens? Fucking finally! We'll see what those
It
are
was
about.
strange, though. Some of the new actions they put forth.
Oh my god, it's like 11. Well, I'm gonna go
started
to
to seem
3
a bit
a.m.
strange.
anyways.
First of all,
Summoning
all of the
game.
young children
Oh, I
and
should
the
have.
elderly
Wait,
were taken
is
off
Silver Bandit still
for
here?
help. I assume
Oh yeah,
this was
Silver
for
Bandit. Wait, if
child
you're still here,
care and
do you know
elderly
any ritual
assistance.
games that we can watch
But this
next week?
was likely not.
Like the midnight game or whatever?
I
Or,
wasn't sure of exactly what was going on.
what is that called?
But I did know that they had other plans.
I don't know,
as
board
well.
games like the Ouija
One of
board,
them
Charlie
included
Charlie,
hunger.
hide and seek by
That's
yourself.
all they
there we go,
described
in
it
the
as.
night or whatever.
Hunger. We all assumed this meant
Like,
stopping
we're doing
world
that next
hunger,
week, or I'm doing
ending
that.
child poverty in other countries, and we were so glad that they were going to finally do something to help us in the fight against hunger. We all believed them, and we all put our money, resources, and time into helping these strange creatures. One day, I went up to one that was stationed near my home. I was asking it questions, and through a communication device, it was able to tell me, in my language, what the plans were. I began asking it about hunger, and this thing replied, "We hunger." It caught me off guard for a second.
Yeah, see, green aliens are evil.
I always thought you and your kind were going to end human hunger. This thing looked at me perplexed and shook its head. I think now I realize where all those kids and elderly folks went. And I think they're coming for me next.
You know what's scary too about these alien things? They're apparently if you get abducted, you get into like this weird jail thing that like actually keeps you like, I don't know, it keeps you from aging until you get out of it, and then like they probe you and like or like eat you or whatever. It's like freaky. There's a lot of weird shit like that. I swear. Yeah. So next up is top 15 for like an hour.
For the weekend from school at Indy.
Hold up, what?
Number 15. I was
This
driving
is
home
top
for the
15s in
weekend
2016,
from
so this is
school at
pretty
Indiana
old.
University.
5 years ago.
It takes me about 2 hours to get home, and I left Bloomington around 10 p.m. At exactly 10:53, I am on the rural stretch of the 2-lane highway I take home, and I notice what appeared to be flashing lights behind me. I thought, great, I'm getting pulled over, so I turned onto the next country road about a quarter mile from where I noticed the lights. As the car came to a stop and I started to open my glove box to get out my registration and proof of insurance, the lights suddenly disappeared and no car drove
this
past.
guy!
Now here's where
Maybe
the story
not, who
takes a
knows?
turn for the weird, and I'm sure you guys will think I'm just making it all up because it really does seem like something straight out of a typical UFO horror movie or story. The electronics in my car started to go haywire. The radio was randomly changing stations while the volume kept going up or down while the
It's
dome
this guy,
light
Apex
and
TV
headlights
is the
started to
UFO guy.
flicker and turn off and back on. This was at 10:56 p.m.
And he started
I
doing
start
weird shit
thinking
too.
to myself that the battery must be
And from
failing
40,
or else I have a short somewhere in the electric.
Don't ever look at these videos because all these people are like, they're like, in the year 2020, Donald Trump wins the presidency and he becomes president for 4 more years. America goes to like World War III, and this is why I'm going back in the past. I'm here to save America. Like, what the fuck? Like, that's so stupid. I swear. It's
System
like,
of my car.
this is my advice
So I leaned down
on
to
watching
pop the
those
hood
videos,
so I
you
can
only
take a
enable
look
those
at the
people today.
battery, and that's the last thing
You
I
know, make
remember
content like
doing.
that.
The next
Fucking
thing I know,
sucks.
I open my eyes and see nothing but the night sky full of bright stars. It was a cold night, and it seemed like I
drawing,
had
or
never
I think
seen
it's a
stars
drawing,
that
'cause it
bright
doesn't
in my
look like an
life.
image.
I
I'm
sat
like,
up and looked around, and I saw
what?
absolutely nothing. Nothing at all. I was in the middle of a field,
Yeah.
surrounded by corn stalks left
Ooh.
over from the recent harvest. As I started to come
got
to my
abducted?
senses, I started to freak out. Where am I? Why the fuck am I asleep in the middle of a field? Where the fuck is my car? I got up and started walking toward the distant headlights I could
Yeah.
see from a road about half a mile away. When I got to the nearest intersection, I looked at the signs which read 350 north and 50 west. I was half a mile away from my car, which was just off the main road. I started walking toward the headlights I could see on the main road. I can't say how long it took me to walk the half mile, but it couldn't have been more than 10 or 15 minutes. When I arrived at my car, all the lights were out. My battery had died, which struck me as odd because I couldn't have been gone for that long. I looked at my phone,
mom's
which was
battery
sitting
died
on
today.
the passenger seat, and the time was 2:17 a.m.
And,
Over 3 hours had passed
it's
since I
weird 'cause,
turned
like,
off onto the
she
side
barely
road
got
for the
her,
flashing
car
lights
title
behind
that
me.
she owns it, right?
I remember sitting in my car completely
The government's
dumbfounded,
behind that,
wondering
I'm
what
just
the
kidding.
hell had just happened to me.
Hold
After
on.
about half an
Where's my
hour of
cat?
just sitting there, I remembered that my battery was dead. So I got on my phone and called AAA to come out and give me a jump.
AAA?
It took about an
Oh,
hour
that's
for
right,
them
yeah.
to get out to me since I was a good distance away from the nearest town, during which time I just sat in silence, running through the possible scenarios in my head concerning what had just happened. To this day, I couldn't tell you what really happened to me that night. All I know is I can't
I
think
look
of
like
any
an asshole
plausible
like this. I don't know
explanation as to
why.
why I woke up over half a mile away from my car in the middle of a cornfield more than 3 hours
Could have been
after I had
drugged. Who
stopped.
knows?
I have only shared this story with one other person, my uncle. I'm sure people would either look at me like I'm crazy or they would call bullshit on the whole story, and I can't blame them. If someone came to me
Y'all,
with
I
a story
rap
like
about
that so
aliens.
closely mirrors the stereotypical encounter story,
You're just
I
like-
probably wouldn't believe them either. Number 14. My mom tells a story of her and her friend. Let's call her friend Lisa. When my mom and Lisa were teenagers,
Yeah, there's
they
this
were up on
flour
the
and
roof
powder
of
that they
Lisa's
actually
house,
blow on you in certain
and they see a bright light
countries,
in
like
the
in
sky.
Peru,
Next thing they know,
right?
the light is gone.
Actually-
Thing is, they think they've been on the roof for like 15 minutes,
Fuck
but
this,
something
you know
like
what?
3 hours passed.
wear the cap.
Mom doesn't remember anything about what happened during
Oh, they
that
bullet
time,
into your eyes,
Lisa
and you're like a
simply
slave to those
refuses
people.
to talk about it. She would
This
answer
thing
my
could have
mom
been
with
used in the
things like,
Caribbean
"I
because,
don't
like,
know," and just drop
they
it for a
have
long
a lot of
time.
like zombie.
So a couple
or
of months
zombie with
later,
an eye.
Mom moves away and loses contact with Lisa
And
for about
yeah.
10 years. She finally meets with her again and
This is my
immediately
dad's cap.
notices
I
that
have
something
no
is
idea what
odd
this
about
insignia is
Lisa.
about.
Lisa
I swear
appeared
that
very
though.
distant to her, with a very dreamy
fuck?
demeanor, like she was really happy and at peace for no good reason. After they talk for a
Ooh,
bit,
that's not good.
Lisa brings up
That
the
usually means
incident
they're
on the
about to pass
roof.
away.
Mom says she doesn't really remember anything about it, but Lisa remembers. She remembers everything. She said at first it was all in bits and pieces and she couldn't remember any of it clearly. She was confused and scared and wanted to avoid discussing it. Then, as time passed, she began to remember more of it. She remembers it all clearly, and she remembers the other 3 times she was abducted after that clearly as well. At first, they paralyzed her somehow
Holy
and did all
fuck.
sorts of invasive experiments on her. But by the most recent time, they stopped probing her and began to talk with her. They didn't speak
Jesus.
English or any other human language, but she could understand everything they said, even though she can't speak their language herself. Apparently, they told her all sorts of things, stuff about space, Earth itself, and most shockingly, predicted years beforehand that she would get pregnant in a specific year and it would be a stillborn, and that she would never be able to have children again. They told her it was not their fault, and they even made an attempt to save her from this fate, but they were unsuccessful. They had told her that they also abducted my mother, another time, after the first incident. Mom says she has no recollection of any potential abductions, but she does have recurring nightmares of being abducted, but she's almost sure that they're just nightmares. Anyway, Lisa tells Mom that every time she speaks with them, she comes to understand the truth
Nobody's
more and
gonna click
more.
on this
When
stream.
Mom inquires what the truth is, Lisa just says, "You will know eventually." And she says once she had learned of the truth, then everything became wonderful. Mom had seen her a few more times over the years. We live in another state from her, and she apparently has a pretty normal life and doesn't obsess over alien stuff like some supposed alien abductees do. She only ever brings it up in passing, not like it's a central part of her daily life. Number 13. Okay, here it goes. The first time I had ever seen anything, I was 7 in Houston, Texas. I used to like to climb on the top of my mom's Suburban in the driveway and stare at the stars.
Okay.
One night, I saw an intensely bright floating light over the tree line, probably about half a mile away. I hollered, but no one came to see it. I did not see anything else until March of 2008. This experience happened between the 10th and the 15th, but I still can't give a specific date because I was up for 4 days trying to come up with some explanation to satisfy what I had seen.
That's not healthy
This
at
was in
all.
Tuscaloosa, Alabama. My mother lived in a garden home community, all houses the same size, all one story, and you had great visibility distance-wise. I walked out to my buddy's place at exactly 4 a.m. to a bright starry night. When I walked out, something caught my eye to the left of me. I looked over and saw a bright blue, yellow, green, white, red, orange, strobing light floating silently to the left. I stood in awe at it and did not want to grab anyone because I didn't want to miss anything. I watched as it passed in front of the moon, behind my friend's place, and I saw the outline of the craft. It was a teardrop, sunflower seed type shape, and the craft seemed to have the lights being transmitted from the top
There we
half
go.
of it. It was almost as if it was transmitting some type of light pattern upward. It also had a dark, thin, smooth line of exhaust that disappeared 50 to 75 feet behind it. This all occurred no less than 400 yards away from me.
If
After
I
it
saw an
passed the
alien
moon,
ship, I
ran
would not be
inside
able
and
to explain
grabbed
none of that.
someone.
I'd
He
just
saw
be
it,
like,
but it
guys,
was
it's not an
too
alien.
far away to make out what it
Oh, I
was.
saw this
I
stuff.
went
This
home,
happened.
which was
Oh my
only a
god.
few blocks
I,
away, and looked out of the driveway. I went home,
I'd
which
be,
was
like,
only
out
a
of
few
breath
blocks away,
the
and
whole
looked
time.
out from the driveway, the same direction the first craft had come from. I saw 2 dim white lights slowly coming over the horizon at a slow pace heading towards me. I then ran inside and grabbed my mother out of bed. We stood there for about 20 minutes while 5 separate crafts flew over us. First came 2, then 1. About 6 or 7 minutes apart from each other, maybe going 20 miles per hour, maybe 200 feet up, completely silent. The way they looked from underneath was each one had 2 huge bright white lights, which were about 30 to 40 feet across, but they were so bright it was hard to get a good estimate. They also had a pulsating red one between the white lights that dimmed and relit. I would estimate from the size of the white lights that each craft was maybe between 150 and 200 feet wide. The last craft that flew over us flew over louder and slower than the first 4 had. Then it made a noise. It let out a sound that to this day haunts me. What I could best compare
That's
it to
the most
would be
cliche
this
statement.
sound,
Every creepypasta says it.
followed immediately by this sound. That's the best I could find. Take those 2 sounds, except make it digital, and multiply it by 50. This was loud. The craft did that twice. These crafts flew directly over us, and I believe that the sound was an acknowledgement. Whatever was piloting it knew we were watching it, kind of like a hello. I immediately started crying. I had no idea what I was looking at or had just heard. The second big experience I had occurred a couple of weeks later. I was standing in my driveway, smoking a cigarette, listening to my iPod somewhere around 2 a.m. I decided to pause my iPod to turn on the backlight, waved my hand over it a couple times, making somewhat of a strobe pattern. I didn't hear anything. I didn't see anything come up, but I got that being watched feeling. I looked up and
Well, I hate when that
above me
happens.
was a trapezoid-shaped craft
I get
with
abducted by
round
aliens
edges
every week.
that had a dark red and black
No,
pulsating
I
green
hate that feeling of
outline.
like getting
It was like
watched.
flowing
It's
electricity.
like, sometimes
It was not even 75 feet up.
So when I was like a kid, I think I was like what, like 10, 9, somewhere around there. I ever since like that age, almost every, not every time, but like sometimes when I go shower, I get the feeling that I'm being watched. And they keep in mind this restroom only has one window, and it's the neighbor's house, and the neighbor's house has a big ass gate, so there's no way, right? But maybe it's the fact that like this restroom has a bunch of mirrors, and maybe like I look in the mirror and I'm like, oh, I feel like I'm being watched, and duh, I'm watching myself. But I hate how like that feeling sometimes gets really persistent, and like what comes to mind is just the flashing of like some green face looking back at me. At first, I thought it was like one of those things, like, because apparently sometimes you can see like the inversion of your face. It's like a phenomenon. Hold on, let me show you. Scene inversion of my face. Wait, no. When I close my eyes. Inverse illusions, isn't this? Full experience. No. Seeing patterns of lights. Oh fuck! It's because this wire's fucking. I'm like, wait, why is the mouse like, oh, bridges insufficiency? Fuck. Well, there's this illusion or something where like you see like you close your eyes, and sometimes if you have like a really bright object, you can see the inside of your eyes. You like say like somebody's taking a picture and you close your eyes. Sometimes your eyes capture like the inside of your face, and they make like this mirror version of yourself that's supposedly supposed to look like your other version, how you would look, your opposite gender, or something like that. But like that's not really true in my opinion. I feel like it's just like, you know, you just see like the flash inside you, and like the black eyes and stuff. I'm not sure if it's like something like that I see. But like it's weird and it freaks me out sometimes. Cause like I always think back to that time and the fucking face comes out.
I could have hit this thing with a rock.
Yeah,
I
I'm like,
stood there
"Fuck,
while it
here we
hovered
go
directly
again."
above me, completely silent for maybe 10 to 15 seconds, while it made this kind of motion similar to the ball that Luke trained with in Star Wars. It hovered side to side, front to back in a smooth motion, never getting more than 20
You guys
feet
can hear
away
my
from its
snaps, but
original
not my fucking
position.
whistles.
It was extremely fascinating, but I was frozen stiff. After those few seconds, I waved my hand in a friendly manner. It then changed light patterns and hovered away behind my house. Upon deeper inspection, the fact that it knew that I saw it but made no effort to evade my detection makes me think that it wanted me to follow it, although I was too freaked out to think about that at the time. I have seen the same craft on 3 other different occasions, once again in Tuscaloosa, once in Hoover, and once in Bessemer. The time I saw it in Hoover was at an apartment complex at the top of a huge hill with a great overlook. It was nighttime and I was with friends. Over the overlook, I saw a gray craft facing my direction that looked similar to the Hoth fighter. Forgive the Star Wars references. As soon as I saw it, it took off to the right
Okay.
silently and extremely quick.
Yeah,
The
you're
times
fake.
in
You
Bessemer
referenced
and
Star Wars.
Tuscaloosa, the trapezoid shape appeared in the sky solid white, stretched to twice its length. Then the bottom shot up to the front, like it hit light speed or something. I do frequently see what I like to call streaks. They look like shooting stars, only very low, move slower, but they still have tails that stream behind them. They can also appear in many different colors. One strange story is one night when I had a dream in Tuscaloosa. In the dream, I couldn't see or hear anything, but I could feel things. I was laying on something cold, and I felt what seemed like rubber between my legs around my junk. It seemed very strange to me since a lot of people who report abductions report sperm and eggs being taken for breeding programs. The next morning, I went to let the dog out in the backyard, which is very small. To the left of the patio, there was a solid white ring in the grass that was maybe 8 to 10 feet wide. I showed my mother, and she had told me she had heard a noise that woke her the night before, but she just dismissed it. Another extremely confusing experience I had occurred in my driveway in Tuscaloosa. To give you an idea of where this occurred, look up Shelton State Community College. The house was less than a quarter mile from the campus in the Inglewood neighborhood. It was nighttime, and I heard the static that I could compare to a jet. I looked over, and directly above the community college was a light blue slit in the sky.
Nice.
I would say maybe 200 yards long, completely vertical, and had what looked like white electric currents coming off of both sides of it. I looked at it, and maybe 25 white things shot out of the slit to the left at one time, at a quick pace, leaving the trail
Dang.
behind it that I previously talked about. After they passed, the bottom of the slit went upward until the slit closed, and it made a strange sound, and then it was gone. I've had a bunch of experiences with orbs,
Interesting how this
some
sounds
solid lit that float across the sky or move in strange
similar to a different
patterns,
story I
and
already
some
said.
that brighten up to great intensity.
Keep in
and
mind,
then
all these
fade as
stories
they
had to be
pass.
accrued
After that
from before
first big
2016,
experience, I
and so
started doing some
we can compare
research
these stories
because I
to
was so
other
confused.
stories.
I understand that I've had an abnormally large amount
See how,
of
cool
experiences,
people are, I
and I
guess.
honestly can't tell you why. I wish I could. I found a type of UFO witness called a contactee. These people are similar to abductees, except they are kept up with. I have no idea why I've had so many experiences, and I've only listed a fraction of them. My best guess would be, since I acknowledged the presence of whatever it was I was seeing, it decided to keep up with me. It's kind of a gift and a curse. There are so few people that I can talk with about it and be taken seriously. I want to seek hypnotherapy to see if there might be anything else I could uncover. I'm grateful, but still don't know much about my experiences.
hypnotherapy
If you
isn't,
all can
like,
get anything out of
super
what I shared,
accurate.
then great. Number 12. It was at night. I was woken up. Don't remember that part. I was standing in front of barely open doors. They were made partially of glass, so I could see through them. I was staring at them and knew what was going to happen. He was going to visit me. Now, I couldn't tell you consciously who he was, but I felt his presence. He floated or had this strange way of walking in a fluid way. It seems like he just led
This is the fucking video.
First,
We're
I
watching
could see
that
his
video
big
next.
white head, which had a strangely flat profile. He approached me. His face was no more than 30 centimeters from mine. He was a typical alien gray, but he was not short. I'm 185 centimeters, and he was slightly higher than me. He approached me so close that
Hold up. What was that? Fuck. My phone better not say it crashed. Aliens, races. Where is it? Ah, here we go. Alright, this is like a random video. Hopefully this isn't too loud too. We'll watch this right now actually, and then we'll watch top 15s again. Look what's getting impersonations. There's some good aliens, but also some bad ones. We woke go through the different types.
Orgartians, a group of Asiatic or Nordic humans who, sources claim, discovered a vast system of caverns below the region of the Gobi Desert and surrounding
bad
areas
video,
thousands of years ago,
Hold on, it's
and
super
have
loud.
since established a thriving kingdom within, one which has been interacting with other planetary systems up until current times. Alpha Draconians.
Yeah, there's so much. There's draconians. Yeah, they're like dragons.
Beings who are said to have established colonies in Alpha Draconis. Like all reptilians,
It's
these claim
super
to have
fucking
originated
weird.
on Terra thousands of years
Let's just
ago,
watch
a fact
this.
that they used to justify their attempt to retake the Earth for their own. They are apparently a major part of a planned invasion which is eventually turning from covert infiltration mode to avert invasion mode as the window of opportunity, the time span before international human society becomes an interplanetary and interstellar power, slowly begins to close. They are attempting to keep the window open by suppressing advanced technology from the masses, which would lead to eventual Terran colonization of other planets by Earth and an eventual solution to the population, pollution, food and other environmental problems. Being that
Doesn't make
Terrans
sense,
have an
though.
inbred warrior instinct, the Draconians do not want them, us to attain interstellar capabilities and therefore become a threat to their imperialistic agendas. Refer to Els. Altarians.
See, this is what I mean. This is like weird.
Inhabitants of the Altair stellar system in the constellation Aquila, in collaboration with a smaller Nordic human element and a collaborative Grey and Terran military presence. Headquarters of a collection
Like, I have
of
no idea what this guy's saying, but I remember watching this video like a while ago. It's just like 10 minutes in, I'm like, I'm done with this video. It's fucking crazy.
Similar to the Saurians or
This is what Silver Bandit could be talking about. Amphibians, sirens, sirenas, whatever. Mermaids, there you go.
may have once lived on land, yet became
Oh, because
more
Star
extinct
Wars.
over the centuries. They have been encountered near swampy regions, rivers, etc.
I think the fucking
and have been
Wikipedia
known
article
to
says,
attack people without being
51.
provoked. It is interesting that some types of greys and reptiloids are believed to be semi-aquatic, having webbed fingers and toes. Anakim, also referred to the Elves, short for elder race or simply as the Giants. Referred to in ancient Hebrew tradition, this race is allegedly tied in with a branch of ancient humans who broke off from mainstream humanity because of their vast size which had developed over the centuries, possibly as a result of a genetic anomaly. They are said to range anywhere from 9 to 11 feet and in some cases even 12 feet in height, although in configuration they are remarkably similar to international humans. Are said to possess a means of molecular condensing and expansion which allows some of their kind to mingle among humans on the surface. They have
Which is
allegedly
weird.
been
I don't even know what that
encountered deep and
means.
extensive
Do they
caverns
growl?
in
Do
the
they like they
western
turn into like
part of North
monsters and then
America,
shake into
as far
humans?
north
Like what
as
the fuck?
Alaska, as far south as Mexico, and as far east as Texas.
Weird.
They are believed to have interstellar traveling capabilities.
We're gonna watch all of this. From the Andromeda Galaxy.
The
Oh my gosh.
Andromedan Council has ordered all extraterrestrial presences on the planet, in the planet, and on the moon to be completely out of our space. They want everything that's CT, benevolent or not, off the planet. This will be very interesting since there are over 1,833
What the
reptilians
fuck
living in
are
our
they talking
planet and
about?
over 18,000 greys living
Greys.
underground and on the moon. The council would like to see how we will live with each other when we are not being manipulated by ETs, as we have been for the last 5,700.
Oh well, I guess they're friendly in a sense.
Anunnaki. Nimrod was a worshipper of Anu. Nimrod, unlike Abraham,
Is that where the word Nimrod comes from?
Nimrod wanted
Holy
Abraham
fuck!
to worship
No way! Hold up! Oh, where does Nimrod come from? Fuck, wait, that's gonna kill me. I have the door open. Nimrod come from? Okay, Hebrew, yeah, what the fuck?
The Most High, known as Elon Elonel. Nimrod was the founder of the city of Babylon,
Okay.
and his most renowned architectural influence was
You
the
Nimrod.
construction
Like,
of
what
the
the
Tower
fuck?
of Babel. Nimrod also had a city named in honor of Anu. It was to be called Calne or Calne, Genesis 10:10, meaning fortress of Ain.
Again, sometimes the Bible and stuff gets intermingled here.
Mesopotamia.
I'm not too well versed with that, even though I
which is one of the
I went
cities that was
through catechism, got all my sacraments or whatever,
Nippur was
and technically
also
can
known
take
as Kodesh.
Holy Communion now.
It was originally called Nibruki, meaning earthplace of Nibiru.
Nibiru. Oh my gosh, planet Nibiru. It's gonna crash into us. This is another crazy thing people talk about. It's like the Doomsday Planet actually covered in Hoax Day.
The ancient
April
site
Fool's
and
Day, there we
capital
go.
of Babylon near the Euphrates. Erech, a city 40 miles northwest of Ur, toward Babylon on the left bank of the Euphrates. Akkad or Akkad,
One day, I'm gonna come back to all this bullshit, and I'm gonna have a bigger audience and see what the fuck they think of it.
called by many the country of two rivers,
Oh
literally
my
meaning
God.
plains of the flatlands. In the land of Shinar, today called Iraq, is the place where the ancient Sumerians came to set up an advanced civilization where you'd find pictograph, cuneiform writings. Excerpted from the Spell of Leviathan 666, Spell of King U, by Dr. Malachi Z. York. Antarctican. This is allegedly a secret area of operations for both human and reptilian beings. It is said by some that Aryan Nazi scientists actually developed disc-shaped aircraft capable of very advanced
Oh my god, and see, there's the historical aspect. I didn't want to say it because I know I'm gonna get some flack
They
or
may
something.
be piloted by a purebred blonde, blue
Ah!
Aryan race.
Ooh, fucking get that off! Get that off! Ew, we don't want
The
to see that.
Antarcticans as the Aryans, the Telosians as the blondes, and the Pleiadians as the Nordics in order to discourage confusion. The Antarcticans
Ugh, you're
consist
sorry.
largely of batch-consigned purebred blue-eyed, blonde Aryans who became victims of Hitler's obsession to create a super race, and as suggested by Harbinson and others, most of these may be controlled through mind manipulation.
Again, why I don't want people fucking switching this shit up.
Drones who are used to keep this hidden society functioning.
Just
a massive joint, human
God, it has its whole
underground
history,
system
dude.
called the New Berlin, is said to lie below the mountains of Neschwimland, Antarctica. It is said by some sources that this joint human alien force has spread terror through this sector of the galaxy, conquering and committing untold atrocities against the peaceful inhabitants of other worlds. The famous abductee Barney Hill, who along with his wife Betty was abducted by Zeta Reticulum Greys in 1961.
What the
stated
fuck
under
are Zeta
hypnosis
Reticulum
that he had
Rays?
encountered an evil-eyed German Nazi working with the Greys on board the craft. It is claimed that the original treaty with the Greys was established by the Bavarian Thule and Illuminati societies as early as 1933, and this collaboration was brought into America by
Illuminati, you know what? This is where I got out. I think this is where I got out. I heard the Illuminati and I was like, I'm out of here. I don't give a fuck about this idiot.
Paperclip and other operations.
So stupid.
Countries.
Oh my god.
Alien group that
This is why I wear the foil hat.
Project.
Not to shun the 5G rays out of me, but to shun the stupidity from this video.
Arcturians.
The what?
Alien group that was affiliated with the Montauk Project, but only as observers. They look human. Arcturians. Arcturus is one of the most advanced civilizations in our entire galaxy. Edgar Case. Further information here.
I don't know. I would not do that. This is a virus.
These are humans, usually described as being benevolent by comparison to other groups, who are said to inhabit vast and complex cavern cities beneath southern Brazil and surrounding regions.
Brazil?
The term Atlantean or Atlan in reference to these races
That's kinda
has
weird.
been placed upon them because of the fact that these cavern networks along the east coast of Brazil were reportedly once a part of the antediluvian Atlantean Empire. The present inhabitants have no direct genetic relation to the ancient Atlantean society, which is said to have controlled these cavern systems several millennia ago, but are referred to as Atlanteans simply because they are descendants of those who rediscovered and inhabited the ancient Atlan installations. As
What
in
the
North
fuck?
America and other continents, both common and gnome-like humans have been encountered here, some of which possessed advanced aerial or disc technology. The Telosians claim to have some connections with South America, especially the Mato Grosso region where a sister city named Bozid exists in a large cavern system underground.
Any Brazilian people want to confirm this? The part one. Yeah. So this, I was so weirded out because I swear I watched this video not like freaking 6 years ago or something. This video is way older than 4 years ago. Excuse me. This video is way older. He must have gotten it. The fact that like the text is all like garbled up. Hold up. Yeah. As in blah 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 blah. Right, because this video is ancient from what I remember. I guess he must have taken it down or something. Alien Races Part 2. It's the Grand Theft Auto text box. Oh, they're gonna get Bible laced.
Constellation Lyra. They call the Self-Sufficiency. Small in stature and with blue spotty skin. Their planet is called Crimea AI Petri. Their technical developed level is such that they can get here from their planet in only 20 Earth minutes. They do not need oxygen. A large percentage of their atmosphere is hydrogen. Colonize 10 planets in a non-violent way. When they are close to humans, they cannot be seen. Unless they want to. But humans will feel a certain amount of unexplained anxiety. Their spaceships are small and sphere-like. They visit us to study human deviation. This activity is important to them in determining the further development of the human race. Alcabata. Aggressive race that comes from the constellation Perseus. They have over 5,000 ships, and have colonized 10 planets on their own. Considered one of the parasite races. Abduction of humans is frequent and ongoing. Purpose unknown. They do not like to interact with other alien races. Last seen on Earth, September 1st, 2001 in Canada. Suspected to have been involved in several airplane crashes.
Talking about airplanes and shit? This is when I got one of the things up. That's like 2 weeks ago or something. I swear to God. I am just speechless. Where do they get this information from? Like teachers and professors say, sources?
Most known case.
God damn.
Korean Airlines flight.
Who made this video?
Over Russia,
For
USSR,
Russia, of course.
1983.
Not America.
The Russians took the blame for it.
Okay.
Alamuriu Strat 163. They come from Jupiter. After a reputed lost battle in ancient India against reptoids, exact race and date was not specified. They were forced to leave our planet, which they have been visiting for about 200 years. They have resumed their visit since 1940.
Oh, after World War II.
As far as the book says, this race is technologically extremely advanced. Their ships, for the most part, are invisible, and they also wear a suit that makes them invisible as well. Nana. This race are what we humans call Martians.
Those are the Claydol and its evolution, or its pre-evolution, whatever it's called, are based off of those Japanese things. I forget what they're called. They're not called gyroids. Fuck.
Was in 1235 BC in Japan.
In Japan,
according to the book, they were last seen on Earth in Madagascar in 2003.
Madagascar. What the fuck?
Algru Uelix. They come from the constellation Cetus, near Deneb Kaito's Shemli. Although they are often confused with reptilians, they do not share anything with the reptilians except the appearance. Their height is around 2 meters, 6 feet, and can live up to 350 years.
Damn, see, that puts us to shame.
Races that have more than 2 genders. This
I'm
race have
sorry.
8 different genders, and all of them can reproduce when in sexual
Pog?
contact with each
Pog
other,
you?
no matter which. Their purpose to visit Earth is unknown.
I'm not about to make
Peru,
some
in
dumb
December
joke here.
2004. This race comes from the constellation Sextans. They crashed one of their ships near the town of Varginha in Brazil.
82 Alien Races, Episode 2. What the fuck? I swear to God, if they flash some like weird like naked shit on me, then I'm gonna be freaked out. The Pope and Castro met again last week with what the fuck is this video? The Pope and Castro communism? According to the Theo Spickle, the doctor, one of my dreams objects was to see humankind or whatever. Is said to hold the so-called office of the world teacher.
Akart. This race comes from the constellation Sextans. They crashed one of their ships near the town of Varginha in Brazil in 1996. 2 of the occupants are under USA custody. They paid a huge amount of money for them. According to the book, they have the fastest ships among all alien races. Last seen on Earth, February 2.
No way! Their name is Sextans and they crashed in Varginha. Because that's how you say that Portuguese word. Portuguese. I can't spell Portuguese. No!
Varginha.
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 Varginha. The NH goes to the nya sound. Coño. ¿Tienen coño ustedes? Hold on, I fucked that up. ¿Ustedes tienen coño? Vale, vale. Just
2002, near Varginha in Brazil.
Of course.
Again.
So stupid.
They come from constellation Ophiuchus, near Praia, considered by other races as peaceful. The
He has
purpose
to
of
be
their
fucking
visits is
trolling.
unknown. They never stay long on Earth and do not interact with humans or other aliens.
I swear,
here.
I would
They
love to
mostly
see
use
like
Earth
somebody like
as
Hassan Abi react to
quickly
this
gather
video.
something they may need
I don't know
before they
why.
leave to their real destination. They are mostly nocturnal. Their ships emit a bright orange light and are, most of them, not all, octagonal
It's
in
space
shape.
hunting.
Last spotted near London, England,
London,
in
okay.
May 2003.
Can Tommy in it confirm this fact? I'm just kidding.
Alabram. They live on a planet that lies beyond the Andromeda Galaxy.
Uh-huh.
The beings on this particular planet have a similar physical appearance to us, but with great enlarged diaphragms and lungs.
Yeah, 'cause it's gotta
This
be
is
better than
because
us.
The oxygen on this planet is so weak that an Earth person could not exist. This planet has millions of people on it like Earth. Their birthing process is different than us in that they carry the fetus for a shorter gestation period in their stomachs, and regurgitate it when the time for giving birth. At that moment the new baby is extremely small. It reaches full maturity in only 7 years. The beings on this planet have extremely large
Imagine
brains
throwing
and
up your
are able
baby
to
with
absorb
stomach acid coming out of
information
your
through
fucking
osmosis,
mouth.
and are very telepathic. They drink liquids similar to water and live on foods that are grown in caves and tunnels hollowed out beneath the surface of the Earth. The reason for this is the star that serves as their sun is so hot that it would burn the plants if they were planted on the surface of the planet. Bavi. The inhabitants of the planet Bavi look like the typical blondes, and as such belong to the Lyran Caucasian group. In other words, they can walk among us without being recognized. Phenotype A1. On Bavi all human activity is concentrated in a metropolia, the rest of the planet being left to nature and to
then,
the animals
because of this video, now I want to say every white person is an alien, but that's not fucking true.
habitat. Men and women are on a footing of absolute equality, and have a lifespan which, though not unlimited, runs to several centuries. Their age is, so to speak, arrested when they attain their majority. Bernarians.
What does that mean? When they arrest their
Inhabitants of the Bernard's star system. Although not much has been written
Bernie
about them,
Sanders.
it seems
Oh,
that
Bernie
human
Sanders star.
beings, at least in part, control this star system, along with the Orange.
I'm just gonna be trolling
Whether
at this
the
fucking
Saurians
thing.
have
I'm gonna
any
be like
influence
freaking
or
random
not is
topics.
uncertain. However,
Saurians?
some
What the
sources
fuck are
indicate a
Saurians?
possible collaboration similar to that within our own solar system.
I swear to God, I'm gonna bring a Bootians.
aka the Soleimani Confederation.
A money?
They originated from constellation Bootes, approximately 30 to 40 light years from Earth. They are malevolent towards humans, a part of the Orion group. Bootians are generally viewed
Oh
as
fuck, this is the
hostile
fuck. I
towards
hear
the
like
human.
that. I'm like, fuck, who's
Physically,
opening the
they
door?
are said to be chameleon or reptilian-like, and
Oh, no, I
originated from the draconian reptilians.
Hmm?
Bootians are allegedly quite intelligent, and have small snouts and large reptilian eyes. They eat human flesh because they view humans as a food source. Their negative activities include implantation, infiltration and control of galactic civilizations and societies. Activities they are thought to be conducted here on Earth as well. Their reptilian heritage.
He planted a chip on me!
They are the ultimate warriors, and that other races are inferior.
Oh no!
Allegedly
My
used to
helmet!
dominate the Earth
The
entirely and
car
are
gets
also
5G
working in
waves!
deep underground bases on the Earth, working with the Draconians and Greys to take over the
Oh
Earth.
my God!
They have also exchanged advanced technology to the
I'm
government.
laughing to one of them
According
eats.
to Alex Collier, the reptilian civilizations that we know today
I'm gonna laugh so
are all
much.
genetically
Okay.
manipulated
Oh shit, what happened?
half-breeds of the
Where's
original
OBS?
Chitauri race.
Oh shit, I thought I stopped. I'm just having way too much fun. Burrowers.
Another mutation of the saurian or serpent race that is capable of burrowing through the earth. Possibly quadrupedal as well as bipedal, these have been known to use their natural boring abilities to create artificial tunnels like moles, or even spontaneously produced cave-ins. The latter has allegedly been used in attempts to entrap or kill unsuspecting intruders into the underground domains. These may possess a highly developed biosensing system.
It's like game lore, I
Blue
swear. The blues?
The blues are said to have translucent skin, large almond-shaped eyes and small of stature. The main issue of their teaching was pursue your passion, follow your own way, do your own thing, don't be pressured into being anything but what and who you are. The
Wow, how
information about
beautiful.
the blues comes from Robert Morningsky, a Hopi, Apache dancer. According to Morningsky, the first alien contact started about 1947 to
Morning Sky.
1948 with the
What a nice
Greys
name.
contacting the US government to form a treaty with them. Another body of aliens arrived, called the Blues. The Blues advised the government not to deal with the Greys, saying it would only lead to disaster. They told the US to follow your own path. They said they would teach with peace and harmony if men would disarm and listen. The military said no deal. So they left, but a few decided to remain and stayed in northern Mexico and Arizona and made a treaty with the Hopi Indians. These aliens are known by the Hopi as Star Warriors. The Greys started monitoring the Blues. So the Blues had to flee the reservation and go into hiding. A few of the elders went with them. The Hopi legend is that there were two races, the children of the feather who came from the skies, and the children of the reptile who came from under the earth. The children of the reptile chased the Hopi Indians out of the earth. These evil
What the fuck
undergrounders
is
were
that
also
picture?
called Two Hearts.
Oh.
Butters. Being that dwells in spiritual darkness.
That was
The
very
person may
interesting
be
story.
intellectually
Holy fuck.
developed. The Batu are normally associated with nightmares, abductions and the taking of
Mhm.
small children. They usually come around at night. The grey aliens who do abductions falls into this category. The reptilians are also part of this group.
Yeah.
They are usually not very physically attractive. Apparently there was a visitation long ago by Butters, called Wakshashas, who were negative, powerful, aggressive beings. Sessions, or
Alsatians,
a human race of Mediterranean or South American appearing, tan-skinned humans. Very similar to Caucasian humans on Terra except for slight differences. Slightly pointed ears, higher physical density for their size, slightly broader nose, 5 inches tall on average, and often wear short Roman or crew-style haircuts. Tau Ceti and Epsilon Eridani are said to be a major convergence of extraterrestrial human activity, and are said to be in alliance with the Pleiadians, who in turn, according to contactees, have federated alliances with the Vegans, the Omites, and others. The Session Alliance.
If you're a vegan, you're an alien. I don't actually believe that. I don't believe any stupid point that I said, right? Oh, what the fuck?
Yeah.
Oh
with
no.
The Pleiadians and other societies.
Fuck, I'm gonna get shut
victimized
down.
by
All the
great
feds are gonna
predators
find me.
Is based on a desire to establish a common defense against their reptilian
So
nemesis.
stupid.
The inhabitants of Tau
Uh-huh.
Ceti have been heavily involved in the war with the Lizzies. Interestingly, already in 1920,
The
a
Lizzies?
contactee was told about the Norkans, a race of blonde inhabitants of a planet circling Tau Ceti, who migrated to Earth some 14,000 years ago. Tau Ceti is also one of the systems from which modern scientists have received clear radio signals that are believed to be an indication of intelligent life.
Let's research that.
14,000 years ago. Tau Ceti is also one of the systems.
Tau Ceti radio signals. Let's see. Okay, this is like in Arabic. I think this is Hindi or this is fuck, what's that place? It's under China, I want to say, but that's not true. It's like around like the area where Vietnam. Oh no, not Vietnam. Fuck, what is it called? Let me look at the world map, then I'll remember the name. Oops. That was for one of my projects. World map. It'd be like Sri Lanka. No, not Thailand. Yeah, right. Oh no, this is Hindi. Oh, never mind. I swear, isn't Thai? Thailand language. I swear. Oh, never mind. No, they're like different. Yeah, they look that. Never mind. Some other languages, I guess, spoken in India. City is a single star, and the constellation says. I don't want to get into this stuff because this just sounds crazy. Proper motion giving. This is why I'm not a physics major.
From which modern
Oh my god!
scientists have
I just look at that and I'm like, okay, it's friction.
that are believed to be an indication of intelligent life.
There's something crazy like that.
Chameleon. Reptilians genetically bred to enable
This
themselves
is
to appear
Hillary
human.
Clinton.
Also,
She's said to be one.
humanoid-appearing reptiloids who use a form of technosis, molecular shape-shifting and or laser holograms to produce an outward human appearance. Reports of these have surfaced from underground joint operational facilities near Dulce, New Mexico, Dugway, Utah, Groom Lake, Nevada, Deep Springs, California, and Fort Lewis, Washington, and elsewhere. They are reportedly involved in some type of infiltration agenda. These infiltrators can appear remarkably human outwardly, however at the same time retaining reptilian or neosaurian internal organs. Often described as appearing bulge-eyed with scaly, hairless skin behind their disguise. One report alleged that the chameleons may utilize artificial lenses to conceal the slit-pupilled iris. Some claim they are genetically bred mercenaries who are part of an advanced guard of a planned silent invasion takeover of human society.
Whoa.
Giants.
All I know is that I'm human through and through.
The average Chiron is slightly taller than
Oh my God.
humanity, although they're more delicately built. Like the majority of species on their home world, the Chians are hexapods, possessing 4 legs
Just
and
call
2
it Centaurians, I
arms.
swear.
They have long narrow faces with a downward pointed muzzle. Long fur stretches from their heads to mid-back. While their fur may naturally be brown, black or red, many dye their hair in intricate patterns. Although the home world of Chi is today a garden
Gosh, you were the original
paradise,
social
this was
justice
not
warriors.
always the case. Over a millennium ago, the Chians nearly destroyed their race and their world in a nuclear war. Huge swaths of land were irradiated, the seas blighted, and the whole planet slumped into a nuclear winter. The survivors of the war were those few who had survived in underground bunkers. The remaining Chians eked out an existence in sealed domes and underground bunker systems, as they worked over the course of centuries to restore their home world. Even today, many of the techniques used in modern terraforming efforts are a result of the Chirons' experiences on their own home world.
Interesting.
Diros. An underground species. Some believe them to be human while others see them as non-humans. These are the beings from which comes our legends of leprechauns
They look
and
like
trolls.
aliens
Unlike the
and
Diros,
God. Oh
these
my
little
God.
beings are considered demented and cannot be trusted. The
fuck?
Diros try to keep them under control and keep them from having excessive power. The Diros live in underground tunnels, cities and under the sea. This group of insane cave dwellers were called Summonean, meaning the obese ones, or Samim, Abandonderos, or as they are called today, Diros, which is a combination of the words detrimental and robots. These Summoneans or Diros really exist. The chief is Yaban. The Summoneans are constantly in conflict with the group of beings called the Duanis, who hold the same belief
read it
that
out.
they too will take over the planet
To
one
say the
day.
best.
They are born by hatching from eggs that are 4 to 6 feet in diameter. They grow to 7 feet and are extremely obese. The Diros who live in the caves are degenerated so much that they don't have much intelligence. They have a very complex structure of their skull. Visited Earth at
Jesus
least 20
Christ.
times.
Jesus Christ.
They carry out human abductions which they use for human reproduction. They have
Again,
abducted at least
the point of my
520
fucking
humans,
boil is to
males and
bounce this knowledge out of my head. And not to keep it in. Hopefully we can start doing that. 82. Oh god. Oh, those look freaky. Messages are handwritten notes found in the book. Yeah, that's handwritten. The Kurz showed up again, Washington, D.C. What the fuck is that? The Kurz are not supposed to be here. What is going on? More plans are being set for 2017. Hey, we're in the year 2021!
Dracos, reptilians. Location, home system, Alpha Draconis. Draco is the name of an astronomical constellation, of which Thuban is the Alpha star. This constellation is the home of the Draconian Empire. Thuban is an Arabic word for snake. These are the most known
coincidental.
and feared of the reptoid species. There are at
Think
least
about it too. To them, that constellation would not be a dragon. What it is, because we look at it from our perspective, at our point of view, right? Their point of view, their constellation would not be that. How interesting that Arabic people decided to label this constellation Draconian, whatever the fuck it's called, right? And you know, these reptilian people are there. Whoa.
3. These are highly advanced entities
so
but viewed as being
stupid.
of a negative, hostile or dangerous disposition since they regard humans as a totally inferior race. Supposedly they consider Earth their ancient outpost, and want to have complete control over it, because their planet is becoming unable to adequately support life. They are considered one of the most technologically advanced species, but they prefer to work in the shadows, using that as an advantage for their progress or plans, agenda. The highest order of the Draco caste is the white-skinned Draco beings. Some experiencers have reported seeing white-skinned Draco beings interacting with the greenish-brown-skinned Draco, reptoids and various grey types. In these cases, all other non-human entities, including other Draco, greys and reptoids, treat the white-skinned Draco as if they were their kings or generals. They can travel interdimensionally, most races can't, and some of their high-ranking members also have the power to become invisible. They have a presence on thousands of planets, and have at least colonized 500, by means of infiltration, within the leadership of each planet. They have 3 main bases on Earth, one near the Bermuda Triangle, one
Whoa!
Denmark, and one off the coast of New Zealand.
Why New Zealand? What the fuck?
D'Orsay. They grow to a maximum height of 0.5 meters. They have visited Earth at least 250 times.
Wow, dude, that's a lot.
They come from Cassiopeia, where they have 2 home planets.
This
They
is so
eat
stupid,
other
I say.
aliens as well as humans.
I want to get back to the Jill
Their
stories.
race is at least 4 billion
From top
years
15s.
old, and they have been in a
Nice.
constant state of war with another alien species for 2 billion years. Last sighting on Earth, November 2001, Italian
Alps. I almost read that word. It said apes.
Dries.
And dries.
Their height is around 2.5 meters. They have a very complex structure of their skull.
Okay.
Visited Earth at least 20 times. They carry out human abductions which they use for human reproduction. They have abducted at least 520 humans, males and females. They come from the 3rd star in the constellation Cetus. They have 2 home planets and have colonized at least 40 planets, with the help of slaves. 10 of those planets were taken with use of force. They work together with 3 ether races. They mostly eat animal protein-derived products. According to alien reports, they are not mentally, spiritually prepared to interact with most other races. Their home planet's chemical composition is similar to Earth. They are supposed to reveal themselves to humans in open manner in 2022.
Manga W! Holy shit! That has not happened yet. Manga W. Anybody, fucking let me put that. Manga W. Fuck. Hey, wait. Colon manga. Fuck, that doesn't work. Wait. Is that it? Fuck. What's okay? Hold up. Yeah, I'm doing it right? Manga W. You know what? It must be something with emotes and better TTV. Hold up. Nope, it's enabled. No, that's a Manga W thing. Still have a lot more to go. And Manuk.
They come from constellation Grus,
Grus.
near the star Alnair.
Alnar.
They are one of the most peaceful
Alnari.
races. They co-created the Alliance of the
Al-Nair.
Five Races,
Fuck, I can't say
Council
that.
of the Five.
Al-Na-
The Council of the
Al-Nair.
Five are
There
a
we go.
group of 5 aliens races that protect humans against less peaceful races. They coined the sentence, 5 universes, 2,500 species, 1 race. The Council is supposed to meet in Earth during the last 10 days of August 2013, the reason being the fact that Earth has been receiving too many visits from new races in the past 500 years. Last sighting on Earth, near the Sea of Cortez.
What does
September
that mean? Too many
2002.
sightings.
Elfaf.
Elfaf?
They come from constellation Bootes, near Aeschylus Primus.
Bootes.
They also resemble
Booty's
the
hole. I
Greys,
think that's how you
but
pronounce
are
it.
not related. This race has 4
No,
different
Booty's
genders, and
voice.
they are known to be
Yeah.
benevolent. The purpose of their visits is unknown, but they seem to have a special interest on raw materials, minerals, as they have been often sighted near old mines.
Okay.
Last sighting, San Isidro de El General, Costa
San
Rica,
Isidro del
in
General.
2005.
Costa Rica 2005.
Elena.
Elena. Elves.
Supposedly this is the race that started the myth of elves, elf. They are sighted often in the Germanic countries, deep in the forest. They are not known to be lethal to humans. However, they are known as
So this is
being
where the
pranksters.
paranormal
It
mythology
seems that they
and
are
stuff
enjoying scaring
fused
humans
together
willing to get too
with
close.
aliens.
It has been
I'm
reported
telling
that
you
they
all,
have
all
lured
this stuff
humans
is
away
interconnected.
from their cars in order to steal their possessions. Once the humans are far away from their vehicles,
Okay.
and they already have stolen what they wanted, they frighten them, which makes the humans leave the location. Last sighting, near Muchen, Germany in December
Munchen.
2001. The Council of Five.
Okay.
The Council of Five is composed of the following races. Orela, Egarat, Chinvo, Ridden,
Okay.
Imathere.
I'm never gonna get any viewers
About
ever
the
again.
5 alien races
Fuck.
that are part of the Council of Five. It is generally agreed that the Imathere is the most important race, not only to the Council but also amongst all known races. This race are related to the Solipsirae, but much older and advanced in all levels. They were one of the races who found the Council. They met with USA President D. Eisenhower
course,
on 3
yeah.
different occasions. They also met with 2 high-ranking USSR leaders in 3 different occasions. They tried, without any force upon humans, to meet with USA President R. Nixon, but he refused, claiming that it would be too dangerous, as they maybe could read his mind and find out about delicate national security secrets concerning the relations with the USSR. The races that are part of this council, previously known as the Council of Nine, have been protecting Earth and the humans for as long as there are alien records of it. Some say that they have been protecting the planet, even before humans existed. For millions of years.
Okay.
An alien race reported that the Council of Five last met on Earth in 1944. Note from Petro and myself, we found a handwritten note
Who
on
the
the ARB
fuck is
dated
Petro?
July 2005 stating that the Council of Five is going to meet on Earth during the last 10 days of August 2013. The same note also mentioned the fact that the presence and arrival of those races could cause cosmic events that could affect Earth's atmosphere. It also said that humans
What the
would be
heck?
seeing an increase of alien ships activity during this period. The note also states that the meeting of the Council is to discuss possible threats to Earth and humans, as well as the fact that so many new races have been visiting Earth lately.
What does that
By
mean?
lately, the note states that it means the past 500 years. According to several alien races, the Council of Five, at that time, Council of Nine, has monitored human evolution since primordial times, since humans were only a one-cell marine organism, and throughout all natural evolution, when humans became primate-like creatures and beyond, after the Anunnaki, aka Anunnaki interference. According to those same alien
Okay.
races, all evolutionary sequences in all planets have a beginning and an end, with exception of minor details due mostly to radical weather changes, after the Anunnaki tampered with the DNA of primates and created humans. The Council of Five decided not only to monitor, but also to protect us, as they realized that one day humans would be able to join other alien races in development and enlightenment.
And this is why we teach science in schools and not whatever this is. Holy shit.
X1Z.
No, this would make for some bomb-ass
Only
book.
sighted 2 times on Earth. According to
How the fuck
reports
you
from
can
other
warn?
races, they are able to shapeshift as many as 4 times in 10
In 10
seconds.
seconds. What's the
Their
point?
origin is unknown. They conduct human abductions and perform medical experiments on the subjects.
Mhm.
They have been visiting Earth since the mid-1500s. The only confirmed sightings happened near Ilasik, Turkey.
Turkey.
X5 Tiget. This race was created by the race Matra in order to be used as slaves. And that is what they still are being used as. They are often sent by the Matra to security-sensitive regions.
There's you have Doctor Who with
working as
the guys that
messengers and
hold this
also to
stuff. I
conduct
forget what it's
abductions.
called.
They can live forever as they are not organic. However, the raw materials that the Matra needs to build one are very rare, so there are not many of them, estimation, less than 300. They are able to use rational thinking, as well as flying ships and many other tasks. Last seen on Earth in July 1997, near Brisbane, Australia.
So weird. All these random countries. Australia isn't random. But like,
2017.
you know.
They have
Oh.
only contacted humans one time.
2017?
In the USSR in 1935. They come from the galaxy UDFJ 39,546,284. Estimated distance from Earth. Our standard is 13.2 billion light years.
That's a long ass time.
According to reports, they were tall, had blonde long hair, and smelled like flowers. They travel by using what other alien races call wormholes, which allows them to bend space. According to reports, they spoke some kind of Slavic dialect. They left a written message with about 10 sentences. Note from myself and Petro, on the original ARB, our copy/edition, 9 of the sentences left by this race are blacked out. The only one that is not blacked out is the following. 2017 to 2022.
This is another manga W.
The felines. The lion people. The felines are one of the 2 primary races in our universe. They arrived here by invitation of the founders. The overall feline temperament is warm, sanguine and intellectual. As they mature, they take on more of a somber, introspective and gentle nature. The elders are revered for their wisdom, compassion and insight. As part of the universal game, the founders gave the felines a new planet in the Lyra constellation for their home. The felines named it Avon. Now, this is not the exact pronunciation, nor spelling, but it is close enough. The real
Avion.
name cannot be translated into
Airplane?
English.
They got an
Their
airplane?
color ranges from blue to gold and can change from blue to gold as they mature. They also turn from a golden brown color to white. Devin, feline, is the reigning patriarch of the 9D royal house of Avon, and Anu, human, is the reigning patriarch of the 5D royal house of Avon at this time.
Nice.
Solipsirae, aka the Greys. They come from constellation Cygnus.
Okay, this is weird. We're gonna get into the better. Well,
They have
this
one
is
name,
kind of like the
his name
best
is
video
Ra.
out there.
Their civilization
Alien
is
races
2
and
billion
shit.
years old.
There's nothing like the xenomorphs, right? Because those are just purely fiction in the movies and stuff. Hold on. Let me get my ice pack. Not cold, but It'll cushion my elbow because my elbow's gonna start fucking aching. Alien race, Jeff. Jeff. That's not his name, right? Jeff Kennedy. Something big is going to happen in 2017. That's not a quote he ever said. Oh my god! Stop fucking putting up that image.
Jism. The Giza people have been referred to by the Pleiadians, Billy Mayer contacts,
Billy Mayer?
as well as others.
Billy Mayer?
This may have some connection with the strange people and technology allegedly encountered in deep labyrinthine recesses beneath Egypt, who were sometimes reportedly seen by explorers, and who are said to dress like ancient Egyptians. There is allegedly, according to leading-edge research, a huge cavern deep beneath
What
Egypt
research?
which is inhabited by people with close ties with the US secret government. Some sources
A, what the fuck are we doing in Egypt? And B, why?
indicate that the Giza people may
Like,
be
I think we have a
controlled
presence in Egypt,
society,
but like,
with the reptilians being the dominant
not a
power,
super
although
dominant
there is
one?
still much mystery as to what the Giza Empire is all
like
about.
that's stupid.
Gracely.
Oh, the gray aliens and
Their height average is the same as that of humans, and are covered with soft silky hair. They have 2 home planets in the Virgo star system. They have visited Earth at least 12 times. Their first visit
This would be like a
happened
good
during
video
the
to
era
experience it, like,
dynasties of Egypt's
friends or
pharaohs
something.
around 3,000 years ago. They spent 10
I don't know
uninterrupted
why
years there
I'm
during
saying
that
that.
time. The Giza pyramid was built in their honor. They have been keeping a close look at humans' development for the past 200 years, knowing that some powerful humans can, and are, being misled by some alien races, disguised as humans. Their ships only contains 6 of them, while traveling. Last sightings, July 2002, and February 2004. Solipsirae, aka the Greys. They come from constellation Cygnus. Peaceful and harmonious race. They have one main leader and his name is Martin. Their civilization is 2 billion years old. Once they were at same level of development as ourselves. They have no colonies.
I'm at that
They are
stage in the
completely
video where I
focused on
just
the
want to see
development of
what
other
the
planets
fuck
and
is
races.
next.
They do have
Like,
one
even though
powerful
all this
weapon
stuff is
that
just
keeps
stupid.
some neighboring violent races away, and others that may try to invade them. At one time Race Mater lost 5 ships because of it. They said that the human race in the next few thousands of years still has 645 options left to save ourselves, our planet, and to guarantee a future for our race. But it will depend on our ability to travel to space. They are Solipsirae, but humans call them the Greys. The Invisibles. They come from constellation Mensa. This race is known to have been seen near high security areas. They are almost completely invisible to the naked eye. Both the US and Russian military have developed technology that allows them to track them down on radar. Only the ships. 3 things are known all about this race. 1. They leave a sour smell when they are near. 2. When they are near
Sour
windows
smell.
you can see their reflection as
What the sour, like foul, like rotting, like sour bread. I don't know what comes to mind. That's
smudged like
such a
figure
weird
have been caught
depiction.
on CCTV footage. 3. When dogs start to bark with no apparent reason, it is possible that they are nearby, or reptoids/reptilians. Purpose of
That's
presence,
another Monka
unknown.
W.
Iguanoids. Approximately 4 to 5 feet tall, with iguana-like
Iguana-like.
appearance yet hominoid configuration. They have sometimes been seen wearing black hooded monk robes, or cloaks which conceal much of their saurian features, which include tails. These have been reported as being extremely dangerous and hateful towards humans and lesser-ranking reptiloids such as greys, and like all other branches of the serpent race they utilize black witchcraft, sorcery and other forms of mind control against their enemies. They appear to be a dimension-hopping sorcerer or priest class among the reptiloid species.
What is this, an RPG? Okay.
AKA Tall Whites. This race has several bases on and in the moon, where they mine unknown materials. They use as slaves to do most of their work. These slaves are extremely well taken care of, and the
I like the grammar. They use this as slaves.
Their operations on and in the moon are very secretive.
Is really
they are in
eerie.
almost permanent contact with high-ranking officials from the USA, China and Russian federal governments. They have the ability to shape-shift into an almost perfect human form. They are also known as Men in Black, as they use special dark suits to protect their skin when in human shape, while conducting special operations on Earth. Gigantic. They come from constellation Horologium and are known
What
to
a weird word.
with the race Matra. Maintains sporadic contacts with 3 Earth governments, but not the most powerful ones, not the US, Russia or China. Considered to have a violent nature by other races. They have been visiting Earth for 3,000 years. Last sighting, near Houston, USA, February 1st, 2003.
Like somebody kicked the can.
Fuck.
I don't have cans in my room.
They come from
I don't
constellation
drink sodas or anything like that.
They are known by other races as peacemakers. They are very advanced technologically. Their first sighting
the ice
on
pack
Earth
is just
dates
for like
back to
armor, 'cause, like, it
1500
just gets,
BC.
like,
They met
not
with
tingly fuck, what is
JFK
it?
3 weeks before he was killed. They have also, around the same time, met with other human world leaders. They have not
They're
been
just,
seen on Earth
acts
since
up, I guess.
JFK's death. In 1965 they gave a message to the human leaders of countries with nuclear capability, content unknown. Kelnia. They come from constellation Aquila, star-raised.
Aquila?
They have colonized 3 planets,
Ooh.
and have a lifespan of 150
150
years. They are often sighted in northern Africa, and the Sahara region. First visited Earth around 300 BC. They do not conduct abductions. Main interest about Earth, minerals. Last
How long
sighted
you been
in
live? Hold up.
2003
Okay, I haven't been banned yet.
volcano in Iceland.
Dang. Iceland.
Kilimantar, aka Kale.
Car?
They come from constellation
Sounds like some
Crux,
rapper name,
near
I'm not gonna
Crux.
lie.
It is a
They
very
are,
hard
like,
race to
they
track
call me
down
Car.
the spot. Both the US and the Russian military have developed a special camera and radar system that allows to spot them when they are on Earth. But even then, they have only been sighted 8 times. The purpose of their presence is
Song
unknown.
jams, it's a bop.
When they are sighted is usually in the area known as the Bermuda Triangle.
Guys, again, I'm gonna be one hell of a computer engineer. I'm gonna be like, hacking the US government? I'm just kidding.
Killy Dockert.
That's stupid. Imagine? No, that would suck. I would never do that.
Constellation Vela.
Instead of be like, aliens, are they real?
They grow up to 2 meters high, 6, and live
Those
up
look
to
like-
200
Ooh, those look like
years.
black-eyed children.
They
That
can
just gives you-
shift, but there is one
scare
thing they
you.
cannot change, and that is the size and color of their eyes. They are one of the oldest known races. They do abduct humans. Last seen on Earth in July of 2008. Kurz, aka Gods of Lands. They come from the planet Delimons, believed to be related to the race Sane Unarchy. They are the race behind the story of Enlil and Ninlil. They were directly involved on the development of the human race during early stages. They spent time immersed in a precious gold-like liquid that presumably extends their lifespan. After centuries away from Earth, they have recently returned. Their own leader is amongst the most recent visitors. They will now stay on Earth permanently. They will have an important role in the years to come.
That's every fucking time traveler video. We got a time traveler on video. What do they have to say? They conceal their voice. Put a fucking filter or something. Hold on. Fuck. And just like, I don't know, something like that. Imagine me being blurred like that. I have come to tell you all that in the future there will be 500 nuclear wars. This is unpreventable. I am only here to gain materials that are not seen in the future. I will find a way to help you all, but I cannot 100% guarantee your security. Something stupid like that, and it's like weird. It's just weird. Yeah, one day I'm gonna go to like the scary stream, time travelers, and other premonitions and stupidities because they're crazy. It's stupid. I swear. That's all I can say. Listen to Donald Trump ones that were like, the year 2000, Donald Trump was gonna win. Like in 2026. That wasn't true. Oh fuck me.
Fixed stars.
Oh. What did he say?
They come in all shapes,
Caucasian.
rising through all its sevenfold.
With the celestial keys, its chords of air, its frets of fire. The Samians, Samians, great Aeolian lyre, rising through all its sevenfold. Fucking, I feel like I'm being misled into some sort of cult.
Stars.
Not that I'm like, oh, I'm gonna join them or anything like that. It's just like,
dark-skinned to
you know,
Caucasian,
from the perspective of somebody that
supposedly
doesn't know
red-haired,
anything about
light-skinned giant race with rather large features.
Cowboy
Lyrans
Bebop?
were evidently driven out of their
I don't even know
star
anime,
system
and I feel like that
several thousand
is.
years ago and relocated to many areas in the galaxy.
No, it's not.
The Lyrans were the
It looks like
original
Space
ancestors
Iron.
of our galactic family. Many thousands of years ago, their civilization reached a very high technological level, however fell into disagreement and factions within their culture.
What?
These factions went to war and destroyed much of their society. Many of these beings from Lyra left in their starships to colonize the Pleiades, the Hyades, and the Vega system. This region, like our own system, may still be a battleground between Saurian Greys and humans. Some of these
This is definitely like an American cartoon.
Avalarian ancestors also came to Earth during the Lemurians and Atlanteans period. These other civilizations could be looked at as our galactic cousins.
Okay.
Lang. They come
Language?
from the sixth star in the constellation Coma Berenices.
Oh my gosh.
They have 3 home
Coma?
planets, maybe 4, and have colonized at least 10. Small species growing to 70 centimeters. They were one of the first races to visit Earth. This race started the stories about elves. 2 alien races claim that they, race Lang, have abducted over 10 million humans throughout history. That number is highly disputed by 2 other alien races. They state that the number is much lower. And one race even made a statement to a Russian president, saying that the race Lang has never abducted any humans. Last sighting, New Zealand, in 2006. A group of 20 members. Matra.
Does that mean a group of 20 members? Like,
They have 2 home planets in constellation Megalpay. Same average height as humans. They are hermaphrodites, and their lifespan is 120 years. They have
that's better than
colonized
us.
at least 26
Of
planets.
course, they always gotta be
have
better than us,
abducted
except
at
for
least
the
5,000
ones that live in
humans.
caves that have like the
Males.
elephant stuff.
Abduction of humans is carried out openly. Are considered
She's like, oh
by
yeah, they're
alien
dumb.
races
You're
as
like, what the fuck?
parasites. They
What's
have
it?
visits
I feel like
to
all
Earth
this has
at
is
least
simple.
200
All these
times.
alien depictions and stuff.
Visited Earth for the first time
Please.
during the prehistoric period, date unknown. They have the goal of colonizing Earth. That has not happened because of protection from other alien races, such as the races from the Council of the Five. Last sighting, September 2006 near Nome, Alaska, USA. Muviant and Kefik, aka Shining Ones. They come from constellation Vulpecula. They have met with, at least, 2 US presidents, as well as with USSR and, now, Russian leaders, and some high-ranking officials. They supply limited amounts of their technology to humans, in exchange for the freedom to conduct abductions. They do not involve other alien races in this process. They had a big role in Siberian and Tibetan culture. They have bases in those areas, hidden in the north face of the mountains. They have colonized over 40 planets outside our solar system. So far. Nordics. Blonde, blue-eyed, angular faces. Although Nordics are humanoid and externally almost identical to humans.
Oh my god, this is like the Minecraft songs that they would always put on. Like, da, 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 da. Oh my gosh, guys, she's gonna get us. Oh my gosh, oh my gosh. Something like that. Whatever Sky does Minecraft theater, Asian Canadian. Like, can we do it, guys? Can we get the like goal? Like and subscribe. Whatever. Oh my god, he's the Pope. The Pope from like a while ago, unless that's Pope Francis or whatever. Francis. Humans can't become an interstellar power until they're united and form a society governed by peace. Anonymous alien government source. Okay. Anonymous. The Mars Colony Corporation was set up in 1974 to 1975. We were on Mars the very first time around the mid-60s.
Metaili.
Okay. That's
They come from constellation Serpens, star Allier. Once related to the reptoids species, they are not, however, reptilians. First visit to Earth was only in June 13, 1965. They do not represent any threat to humans. Often seen around Antarctica. The reason for their visits is unknown. Last sighting, Antarctica, May 1, 1997. The Messengers. Probably the most enigmatic of all alien races. Not much is known all about them. They visit Earth around every 300 years. Their next visit is supposed to happen anytime now. They do not reveal themselves, and they do not make direct contact with humans. They leave carvings, drawings and writings on rocks, as well as symbols in historical monuments. Their ships have the shape of a teardrop, and are silver in color.
Okay. Interesting.
Nagas.
Naga.
Also referred to as the reptoids.
That is not the voice filter you should be using.
Homosaurus, lizard men, or the large-nosed greys. They play a significant role in the legends of India and Tibet, where they are considered
and it's
by
spread
some
out of there
local
and into
residents
Japan, I think.
of a subterranean
Eventually
realm.
through Buddhism
They
or
are
something.
described as being around 7 to 8 feet tall and of various colors, grotesque, but most often moldy greenish with scaled crocodilian skin. After a reputed battle in ancient times, between a pre-Scandinavian race from the Gobi region, and a reptiloid race based in Antarctica, the reptilians allegedly lost the battle for domination of the
Antarctica's
surface
like
world,
all the way down there.
and
What are
were
they doing in
driven
India?
into
What the
underground
fuck?
networks in which they eventually developed aerial and space technology. The Nagas are said to have appeared at the birth of Gautama Siddhartha, who later became Buddha. B. The ancient well of Sheshana in Benares, India, is traditionally where the yoga aphorisms of Patanjali, a classical guide to students of yoga, was written. This well is said to be an entrance to one of the Nagas' underworld lairs.
Underworld?
Nordics.
What the fuck?
Blonde, blue-eyed, angular faces. Although Nordics are humanoid and externally almost identical to humans,
Reminds you of like
there are subtle
the
differences in the Nordic
alien sex.
physiology.
Wait, was it that
Most
one?
of them are
Fuck.
based on
Like they
living
believe that like
conditions.
they were gonna get picked up and they
Their
had to have
planets
sex or
are
something.
extremely hot and
Reminds me of
dry,
that, and it's
and have a low
freaky.
oxygen content in the atmosphere.
What?
They have a larger lung capacity than humans, and have a copper-based blood, In order to carry oxygen more efficiently, the eyes are protected by inner lids, and can allow them to see into the ultraviolet range of the spectrum.
Interesting.
They have only 28 teeth, as they lack a back pair of molars. Their heads are longer than humans.
How do we know all that?
Negamak, aka Nomopo. First known visit to Earth happened only in 1989. They abduct humans and exercise control over the minds of their captives, which they use for their own benefit. After the captives' release, reason unknown. They are also one of the oldest races. This is the race that most human governments fear when considering the future of humans. This race was the inspiration for the alien race in the movie Independence Day.
Are these the bug-like guys?
Petro and me, the ARB states the same thing about another race. The Orange. These entities largely converge beneath southern Nevada, northern New Mexico and possibly Utah. Some sources refer to 1. A human race with stalky yellow, red or orange hair, others of
Oh my gosh, the gingers! Oh no!
reptiloid strain or hybrid. They are often
What the
described
fuck
as having a
am I watching
humanoid
right
form,
now?
Yet certain reptilian
It's
genetic
12:53 in the
They
fucking
are
night.
also said to
You know, this is what
possess
failing a
unlikely
fucking
productive
college
organs,
class does
and
to you,
possibly,
man.
or not,
Holy
a human
shit!
soul matrix, and therefore a divergent branch of the human race, or reptiloid race,
Jesus.
depending on which type of orange one is referring to. As some accounts suggest, there may also be 3 orange-colored reptilians which possess no soul matrix. Refer to hybrids and hybrids. Some of the
They make the fucking gingers have no soul joke!
These may also be the Native Americans.
Oh my god,
Cyclops
no
or
soul
red giants.
matrix! What
In
the fuck
1911,
does that mean?
Miners were digging out layers of bat guano from a cave, located about 22 miles southwest
Oh my
of
gosh.
Lubbock, Nevada, when they came upon the mummified remains, which would have stood 6½ feet tall alive. The mummy was still crowned with distinctly red hair. The ancient legends of the local Paiute Indians described a race of red-haired giants, who were the enemies of many Indian tribes of the region. The Pleiadians. They come from solar systems surrounding the Pleiadiized stars, more precisely from the planet Terra, near the star Taygeta.
How long
They
do we
are
have?
associated with
Oh my god, we have like
spiritual
30 more minutes.
They can grow up to 2.5 meters.
Oh, that's the
8
sex
feet.
cult. That's the sex
They
cult, I
practice
think.
Sex cultivation. The distinct difference between their sexual expressions and their sensual emotions. Their ships are known as beam ships. Although regularly visiting Earth, they have remained mostly silent since 10,000 BC. They are one of the oldest known races. They continue to develop the necessary mental skills to eventually reach their goal, higher spiritual state. Puritaphilamu, aka Nosif 7. Their origin is unknown.
Okay.
They are often sighted in the northwest of USA.
What fucking images
especially
does
in
this
the
guy
Oregon
have
area.
of aliens?
They
Holy
have a
shit.
special interest
I've
about
not
Earth
seen one of them
socials
repeat.
and are known to have underwater ships.
Holy crap.
They are peaceful and mostly
Hold
nocturnal.
on, let me come back.
Last sighted in the year of 2000, near San Francisco, USA. Right. Of the 58 races described in the book ARB,
Oh, shit.
this is the race
No, I don't want none of that shit to enter my head.
that we know of so far, only 5 times. They visited the area we know as the Middle East, and that created the belief in the jinn, or genies, in Islamic mythology. According to some Muslim scholars, they inhabit an unseen world, in a dimension beyond the existing dimensions of our universe. According to reports from other alien races, they stopped visiting Earth because their immune system could not cope with Earth's fauna and flora. Last recorded visit,
Interesting.
712 AD. Romay. They come from Capella, constellation or Iga, known to be a very peaceful race. They tried to coexist with humans. They created the Mayan civilization, culture, by placing humans from different places on Earth, in South America. They are a race of scientists. They taught the Mayans about astronomy and time. They left Earth when the Mayans were at their highest splendor. After that, the Mayans started their well-known blood sacrifices, in honor of Rome. Last sighting, Bora Bora in 2001.
That was very interesting.
They come from planets.
This information is completely
Constellation
useless to me because it's
Bacteria.
all fake.
Their ships have a conial shape. They resemble humans in appearance. According to one alien race,
Clones look
they
like
have
humans?
only 6 ships left. They colonized 20 planets, 18 of them were inhabited. First visit to Earth happened 2,500 years ago. They are very interested in our religious beliefs. They are a race in decline, weakening, according to other races. Strom. They come from constellation Ursa Minor. Stroms are invertebrates and coelenterates. Their average height is 2 meters. Vegetation is of great importance to their culture, and main reason for their visits to Earth. They have been on Earth at least 200 times. They act with extreme caution, and are rarely seen by humans.
This is such a stupid video. I
First
swear.
visited Earth at the end of the last big ice age. They have 20 colonies in the Via Lactea galaxy. Their ships have the shape
They
of
use
octopus.
every single
Last sighting,
fucking point in
October
history.
1976 in Oregon,
From
USA.
Native American culture to world events like World War II, they have yet to incorporate something that occurred in World War One.
The Syrians were seeded, and evolved much later than the Aryans. It's a significantly younger star race, but much older than mankind. In their basic biokind, they are apparently a wolf, reptilian species, but also with cat-like features.
Okay.
Both females and males have golden brown, dark, or red manes. Their ancestors, from whom this star race was genetically engineered, were wolf cat-like creatures, which seem to have been a blend between a dog, wolf, a cat, and a reptile. This is where we get the name Dog Star for Sirius from, the word dog stemming from the Aryan word dak, pronounced similar to the German word dock. Our ancestors were well aware of the origins of these star visitors, and where they came from. We can sometimes get a hint of how they looked like in the Sumerian tablets as well, although the bodies they used here on Earth, and still do, are not really their original bodies, but were genetically manipulated and cloned to blend in better with the human societies of the time. Taris.
It's
Their
weird.
origin is unknown. They are often seen near.
I
or
swear, when
flying
we get back to
above
Chills, I'm
humans.
gonna be so fucking happy.
Identified due to the exquisite nature of their ships. They have never contacted humans, and there are no reports of violence or
Wait, Popo.
abductions, even though they
Popocatépetl. I'm just
And
gonna,
there
it's Popocatépetl.
are no reports of violence or abductions. Even though they are discreet in their presence on Earth, they do not try to hide
That's
from
the
view.
volcano they talked about.
There
Oh
are
my
several
gosh.
contradictory reports about their appearance. Last sighted off the coast of Norway in 2000.
People should just meme this video and just updated it with like
These are 3.
super irrelevant bullshit.
Their origin is unknown. There are reports
Like
stating that
Nibiru,
it takes
this is a
them near to
planet-based
Earth years
race
to get
that
to
is a
this
planet that spawns out
They
of
are
the solar
survivors of an
system
extinct
in
reptoid
Nibiru.
race
I don't even
and
know.
do not
It's like
possess
super
the
bullshit
same
like
level
that.
of technology and knowledge as other races visiting the Earth. They have some human characteristics, such as skin, In 1977-78,
You know, this is something you would totally see in Doctor Who. And in fact, I think they have like a reptilian race in
after
Doctor Who.
landing behind a church in ruin.
He did like a lesbian
3
couple
days
too.
later, they were transferred to a U.S. air base, still in Italy, and finally taken to an undisclosed
Pretty sure.
location where, supposedly,
He's like-
they still remain.
They just like monks or
Contacts
something. I
have
don't remember.
mentioned somewhere in the South Pacific, or in another U.S. base near Japan. The USSR
He's like, she falls in love with
Aegis
another
3
female character.
was able to get hold of one video recording.
Pretty
of
sure
this
that's what happens. If not,
species.
like,
Last sighting
Yeah, I'm pretty
January 3rd, 2001, near Victoria, Canada. Tengri Tengri.
song hits. Let me see.
They
Tangri,
come from
Tangri.
planet Tengri, Galactic Sector 56, Star System F1342. They live underground and have a population of 10 million. First visit to Earth, 10,000 years ago. They do not need an atmosphere or water to survive. They have one ship that can accommodate 5 million of their kind. They have had contact with human governments throughout history. Last known sighting, near Buenos Aires, Argentina, 2003.
Buenos Aires.
As one of their interests, or area of study, to see how other races react to tragedies and catalysms.
I thought they
One
said
alien
capitalism.
race
I'm like,
reported that they,
whoa, they're
the
based.
Titanic,
Handwritten notes found in the book. Okay. In search for extraterrestrial life, humanity will come in contact with something terrible. Uh-oh. Almost done with their torture. Number of people living on different planets is about 340 billion. That's a little bit. That's actually a little bit. Humanity will change more in the next 20 years than in all of human history. More in the 19th century, that would have been true.
Danzani.
The 20th,
They
excuse me.
come from constellation Perseus.
I'm like always like
near
19th century is
star
like
Gorgonia
1800s.
Secunda.
20th
They
is
can live up to
1900s.
500
It's
years
super
and
fucking weird.
are around 1.7 meters tall. Technologically, they are extremely advanced. They have caused thousands, maybe millions of deaths on Earth and
Holy
other
shit.
planets. As one of their interests, or area of study, to see how other races react to tragedies and catalysms. One alien
I think they
race
might say
reported that
cataclysms.
they, the Tanzani,
Not
caused
catalysms
both
is like.
crashing of the
Nah, I don't even know.
Hindenburg, as well as the sinking of Titanic.
Okay,
They
they-
are avoided by other races. Last sight.
I think that was a World War One thing. Jesus Christ. Now I need to talk about Jesus.
January 1999, in New York.
This is so stupid.
Telosian.
Telosian. Telosian.
Tall, blonde inhabitants of a re-established network of subsurface antediluvian colonies located throughout the western states, and concentrated around Mount Shasta in northern California. They are sometimes referred to erroneously as Lemurians, as it is
Lemurians?
believed that the cavern cities which they rediscovered and built upon were once part of an antediluvian civilization called Lemuria, Elmu. They may have loose contact with the Pleiadians and other groups via ancient ancestral ties, since the Telosians are Earth natives who allegedly possess interstellar vehicles, and are a western branch of the sub-international Agati network and its Silver Fleet. The name Telos is a Greek word meaning uttermost or purpose, yet some of the inhabitants refer to ancient ties with Neo-Mayan tribes, and therefore many of them may possess a Greco-Mayan ancestry. Some ancient Vedic texts speak of a collaboration between the Greeks and the East Indians, who some believe gave rise to the Mayas, in the development and construction of aerial craft called Vimanas. Telosians are part of a Melchizedek spiritual order with connections to the Ashtar collective mind, and have dealings with extraterrestrials in Arcturus, Sirius, and Saturn, as well as with other dimensional beings. The Taros. Taros, which is short from integrative or constructive, are a subsurface race that usually keep the Taros in check.
Oh.
The Taros were the original tribe of the Lunarians, who came to
I was
this
gonna say
planet to dwell beneath the
interdimensional other
surface of the
beings.
earth.
What are those? Those aren't
They are referred
aliens.
to as the Sunanans, meaning the yearly ones. The Taros were for disagreeable people, and the Taros were for agreeable people.
Mhm.
Their chief is named Lamza. The Taros came from the planet Joman, in the star constellation Arcturus, which is in the Boots constellation. Arcturus, the red giant, the fourth brightest star in heaven, is where much mixing took place. The Sunanans have 48 chromosomes instead of the normal 46.
Okay, how is that
people possess. The Taros chromosome
there.
structure is
Wait, what the
from
fuck? Do
Earthlings,
aliens only have
but when mixed
46?
with certain humans, it caused a defect of 47 chromosomes, which today is called Down's syndrome.
Shut the fuck up!
Children are
Oh
usually
fuck
born
this
with
video.
defects.
This video's getting a dislike just for that. Oh my god. That is so fucked up.
As congenital heart disease, and they also have poor
Yeah, Down syndrome's caused because of aliens fucking intermingling with us. Oh, that's so fucked, dude.
apartment to developing leukemia. The Taros that have an abundance of pigmentation in their skin are descendants of the Shiuyuks. Those who are lacking pigmentation are descendants of the Halobeans.
I should have not checked out this alien video. Again, I'm wearing the hat to block the knowledge from this fucking video. And the 5G waves that this video contains.
Some look so human they can come to the surface and not be noticed.
Jesus
Most of the legends
Christ.
of leprechauns and trolls
Okay.
derive from this species.
She said the same thing about the other fucking elf one.
The Umites.
Umites. Use the same
Humans
picture.
claim to hail
Finally.
from the general area of Wolf 424, some 14 plus light years distant from the Earth's Sol system,
stupid, I
and
swear.
possibly having ancient ties with the Lyran colonies in that the Umites from the planet Umo are like the Lyran's Pleiadians.
Umo is like
Scandinavian in
Smo. So I
appearance,
wonder why they
and
named that.
therefore may tie in with
Umo.
the so-called Nordic or Blonde societies. They reportedly work closely with the vegan
Ship
humanoids.
snapped by telephoto lens. Umo's like smoke in Spanish, right?
Vegans.
Vegans. Again, it says vegans are fucking aliens.
And gentle
Okay, obviously, like,
descended
it's in
from
the
refugees
Vega,
from the Lyran Wars,
whatever the fuck
who
it's
worked
called.
closely
So
with
weird, I
other
swear, this is so
refugee
weird.
colonists, now living
Why
in
I do not recommend people to go down these rabbit holes. It's just super
424
fucking weird. And
and
it's like weird
elsewhere.
people.
Often described as dark-skinned Orientals, similar to the native residents of the nation
my
of
God.
India. Vega was one of the first Lyran civilizations to develop a unique and cohesive identity, which assisted in seeding and colonizing many systems, including Altair, Centauri, Sirius and Orion. Physical characteristics of the vegans. A. Standard vegan, 6 to 7 feet tall, darker skin, sometimes copper-toned,
If you're a vegan, you're gonna be
black
6 feet
hair,
tall.
Very large eyes with dark
This is
pupil and
such a
iris,
stupid
and
fucking
one lid.
video.
Blood is green. B. Non-human type vegans.
Okay.
Humanoid or mammal, yet their appearance is more insect-like or reptilian. Their skin is dark.
We have yet to get to the insect
sometimes
ones,
even with a
huh?
green or brownish tinge.
This is weird.
Venusians. There are many stories about inhabitants of Venus. Surface colonies allegedly exist in biodome cities, whereas still other reportedly live in the antimatter counterpart of Venus, which in the alternate universe is part of a 12-planet alliance, called the Cold Asian Alliance according to some contactees. The Pleiadians also claim to have
Oh my god! Contactees are in this too. Thank god I watched Chills before I fucking did this. I did not know that. Oh my god. I'm telling you all, this is just such a... if you're on drugs or something, this is like the weirdest, coolest video. If you're not, this is like super fucked up.
Colonized the antimatter universe, which
This
they
is
call
like
the dull
the idea I
universe.
get from this fucking
One of
video.
these races that are said to live on Venus are the Hathor, mentioned by Bob Frisell. They are a fourth dimension.
Who the fuck is Bob Frisell?
Another race of
What
Venusian
dimension?
origin is mentioned by Dr. Daniel Fry in the White
Jesus.
Sands incident. The Norse are said to be an etheric higher dimensional
Etheric.
race. When they choose to take physical shape, they look like Earth's Nordic races. They supposedly are one of the eldest races in our solar system, and are members of the Galactic Council. The Norse no longer inhabit Venus. Vinivari. They come from constellation Pavo, and are vegetarians. They are a very respected and peaceful race, presumably with
This is who you
mystical
become if you're
powers.
not
They have come
vegan.
to Earth
You become a
at least
dirty
since
vegetarian.
1000 AD. They can live up to 2,000 years. Their height is similar to that of a normal human. Last sighting
Stupid.
near Odessa, Ukraine in July of
Oh
1995.
my god.
Zeta Reticuli, aka Shantpala.
If you're all watching this, I hope to God you have fucking
confused
foil
because
on your
of their
head to like
appearance
not listen
with
to
the
this.
races Matra and Solipsirae, the Greys.
Rei.
They come from constellation nets. They are allies of the Anunnaki and cooperate with them on different planets. They are representatives of the Anunnaki on Earth and send them information about humans and this planet at least 25 times per year.
Wow,
The
the deadlines
Anunnaki
must be
created a
super hard.
subspecies of the Zeta, with the purpose of making them look more human-like, but
Okay.
leaving enough physical differences for humans to distinguish them. They became some of the pharaohs of Egypt. The most well-known was Akhenaten, who was removed from power by reptilians. They infiltrated themselves in the court as temple priests. First reports of Zetas on Earth go back to
This is
4000
so
AD,
stupid. I hate
but
this
that number is
pseudoscience.
most likely higher. They were the first hybrids to be engineered by the Anunnaki. The Zeta subspecies still exist on Earth, and still, at least 30% present the same physical differences created in them. The sexual organs of the subspecies are in every aspect the same as that of humans. Their Zetas still exist on Earth in both forms. The original and the hybrid subspecies. Their location on Earth is unknown.
Season 1?
A sort of anticipation growing stronger and stronger. Another way of putting it is time is speeding up. I've heard that discussion for a while now. I know most people have felt it at some point, maybe while watching the news or perhaps something in their own lives. Something big is about to happen.
That's what Colts say.
But I
Anyways, we're
really
back
couldn't
to
see anything else
chills!
besides his big black almond eyes. He stared at me, or through me. With each
Shit.
passing second, I felt
What?
like I was
I
getting
didn't
closer
come back
and closer to him.
Alien Cap,
Now immediately, when he approached my face, he started doing something. I don't believe in
$100
ghosts,
down the drain.
but what he did, I can only compare to eating my soul. I felt like he took the deepest part of my very being.
God.
He started showing me things,
Finally.
displaying feelings to me. It was so intense I really couldn't process it consciously. It was dozens of different sensations, pictures of ending Earth. He showed me why I was insignificant. I remember hearing hundreds of souls screaming as they couldn't handle the experience. He showed me what he did to them. I wanted to turn my head from him, but I couldn't. His head was attracting my sight like a strong magnet. I could see vibrations coming from around his head. When he wasn't projecting feelings to me, he was saying something to me, or maybe communicating thoughts. It will sound strange, but he did not talk to me in a language, yet I could hear his voice. It was the most powerful thing I've ever heard, and it was inside of my head. His thoughts were so extremely well put. I've tried to fight this entry into my head, but I've never felt so overwhelmed. I can compare it to dueling a modern computer in arithmetics only using Asbascus. Now I don't believe he was evil. What he has shown me was that we as humanity are really not worth that much. He showed me my struggles, what I care for.
This is where the symbolism comes in, right? So I guess Azalea represents like a higher being, really kind of putting into perspective how puny human civilization is if these people can infiltrate the human race and stuff, right? This is more. I'm Professor English now. I'm just kidding. What was I gonna say? Yeah, I feel like that's what it is, really.
And then made me realize it's really insignificant. He projected to
It's like when your boss has like a PhD in the same material you have, but he's had more experience. So he's like, oh, no. This chip actually carries more silicon than you actually thought. It carries 20 more grams than you said. Or something stupid like that. And you're like, oh, fuck. I'm really nobody to be talking about this, am I?
to me that we are part of a bigger scheme, but we are truly redundant. They have a need for us, but it's just part of their plan, and they know many other worlds. Next thing I remember, I woke up. I hate how
like
I've told everyone about
whenever it comes to aliens, though, I always do think about the gray aliens, the black and white ones. Never the humanoid-looking ones. Never that, because like it's just like when do you hear like, oh yeah, on like creepypasta Reddit or any other Reddit that deals with aliens, right? Like I was walking down the road when all of a sudden I saw a Nordic alien. It spoke to me using telepathy. It told me that they have come here to infiltrate our planet because they're running out of oxygen in their star system located in. And then insert star system and because of this, they wanted to make contact with me. I am now a focal point of their plan, and they're using me to take over governments. I cannot do anything to go against them. If I do, I will be terminated. Or something stupid like that. Like, you know what I mean? You don't hear any of these stories.
It was real. It was no dream.
It's always like, there was a UFO. I wanted to see what it was all about. So when I came close to it, it started screeching. Out of it came out aliens, and they started abducting me. They performed so many horrible experiments. I was put in this weird gelatinous substance. Blah, 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 blah. Then I ended up in my mom's basement. I have no idea or recollection how I got there, but my mom said that I was in a dazed state when she saw me outside standing upright. She was so confused and was contemplating calling the ambulance, but she instead took me to the basement and kept me down there. I have no idea what made my mom do this, but I'm grateful that she did not call the ambulance, because if she did, they would have thought that my mom did something to me. Something stupid like that. I don't even know.
The guy was real, and he's the most powerful being I've ever met or heard about. I haven't even seen such a powerful creature in any movie. He projected omnipotence and a deep sense of knowing. What I also remember is that there were other beings like him, but they weren't really separate. They either were different avatars of him, or they formed a collective consciousness, or had one purpose in mind. What I don't understand is why visit me and do these things. What purpose would that serve to anyone? It was 4 years ago, but I still remember it vividly. Number 11. I was first abducted in 1987. I was 12 years old. I say abducted, but it's not like that. Actually, you go willingly. It's scary, but it's exciting too. And they somehow make you feel okay about things. It's not until later that you feel bad or like you've been violated. And they don't do a lot of probing, like raping or anything like that. That's Hollywood nonsense. They look inside of people sometimes, but they have machines to do it. Not really machines, but it's like a room where things get done and the walls are. It's hard to explain, so just imagine that the walls are kind of like x-ray machines. That's the easiest way to describe it. Sometimes there would be others there, and they would be looking into them, or they'd put them under and cut them open, but not usually. They took tissue samples from all of us, I think, and they never put you under or give you any anesthetic or anything. They just poke you. With like those things they take samples of the ocean floor, like that, but really small. They pull out.
Mate, it's called going to the doctors. I just didn't say that, I don't know why.
It's usually done on the butt or on the lower back. Mostly they just talked with me, just questions, and they'd show me things like television shows, and they'd ask me questions about them.
What?
I think the walls measure our reaction to things too, same as they take x-rays. I don't know that, but it's a feeling I got. They never let you ask questions about what they are doing. Even once I got friendly with a few of them, they just do not like it when you ask them questions. They hate it. You can't understand their language. It just sounds like, I'm positive that we'll never be able to communicate with them in their language. I should mention that these are
Isn't
the
that like a
grays you
villager?
hear about, except they aren't gray. They are sort of beige, and they're clothed anyway. They aren't naked. I don't know if there are others. People say that they are, but I've only ever met these. Anyway, you cannot understand them, but they can understand you. And they can put thoughts into your head.
Those
They
are
can hear your thoughts.
villagers! This is a shit post. Like, they're beige. Right? Wait, and listen, like, beige. Oh, that has to be villagers. The cloth, too. Of course, I'm not picking that one, just that one. I'm picking different shades. Yeah, so this is the darkest. Wow, what do you know? That's such a shitpost
You have
story.
to speak to them.
I swear, you need to know all the details and all the callbacks, all the different ways that all the paranormal shit intermingles to like understand this shit. I'm like the only one that would have probably gotten that, I swear.
They cannot hear very well, or else they are not good at understanding English, so you had to speak loudly and slowly. I don't know if they understand other languages, but I'm pretty sure.
Hello to my Spanish viewers, if there are any out there. Do you understand me yet? No fucking shit, they don't understand you. I don't speak your fucking language.
Sure they would. They're interested in all of us and
Okay,
everything
cool.
that goes on.
Cool.
They like a lot about our culture too. They like some of our music. Bluegrass is their favorite so far I've seen. They like it a lot. They love that African instrument that looks like a gourd with 13 strings. Love it. But they cannot stand horns or horn music,
Okay.
so they hate classical music and jazz. I think trumpets sort of sound like their
That's so
language.
stupid.
It's a feeling that I get, but I've never been able to ask them. They've taken me up just about every 2 years, I'd say, since 1987, just about. Sometimes it's more often, and I didn't go up at all between 1995 and 2000. They usually keep me for what feels like a day, but it turns out to only be about 4 hours, usually. The longest I've stayed with them was 3 weeks. During that time, they made me make phone calls and keep up appearances. They aren't really bad, well, I was gonna say people, but they're not really bad people or whatever. The two that I've got sort of close with told me to call them Jack and Gina. I don't know if they are male or female or if they even have different sexes, but I know that those aren't their real names. Those are just names that they've told me. They will make contact with Earth on a wide scale in 2021. That's the year they'll land here or colonize or whatever. I'm not exactly sure what their plan is. They don't seem evil or dangerous. Their planet is, so they've told me, a very long way away. They couldn't explain to me how far, they said, because it was too far for me to understand, and it was also too close to the side. I have no idea what that meant, but it always stuck with
It's 2021. Where are these villager
me.
aliens?
Home is too far away for you to understand, but also close to the side. We don't have anything that they want, so they've told me. So I don't really know why they've come here, or why they've taken so many of us up, or why they've gotten to be friends with me. They don't have any religion, and they don't need oxygen or water or trees or anything. I don't think. They don't eat people. I don't think they want to breed with us or genetically engineer us. I don't know what they want, but they've been coming here for I guess at least 10 or 20,000 years. I'm not very good about history or that upper Paleolithic and all that, but they've got videos of all sorts
You
of
just
stuff, and they showed
labeled
me
something.
videos of Neanderthals and Chromagun, which were really just
I'm not good with understanding how the what is it called? Fuck! It's getting out of my head. Not the nucleus. I don't understand how the mitochondria is like the powerhouse of the cell, but like it produces a lot of ATP. It's basically what he said.
like us humans, except they all had black skin, way less diverse, and all sorts of other human-like things. And they've showed me videos of the pyramids being built and this huge stone building that I guess is
Videos,
lost somewhere
okay,
or
what
was
up?
destroyed because it was in Europe.
Okay, we'll have to go to back to that one. I feel like aliens wouldn't show us primitive videos or primitive concepts like videos. I feel like they'd show us something we just can't describe yet or understand. You know what I'm trying to say? It's cool that I can broadcast myself across, you know? But like, they wouldn't just show them videos. I don't know, I feel like that's a little weird.
Built in this huge stone building that I guess is lost somewhere or was destroyed because it was in Europe. I could tell from the video. They have video of them talking with all sorts of people all throughout the history of Earth. They showed me some of them and asked me questions about them, but I couldn't really understand any of it because I only speak English, and even English from 200 or 300 years ago is so different that I could hardly understand it. So I told them that they probably knew more about it than I did. I was up 3 weeks ago, that was the last time, and I'm pretty sure that'll go up in a couple of years, but I'm not sure after that. The whole program or whatever they call is going to change in July 2021. I think they said 8th, but it could also be 18th. I wasn't hearing very well. They weren't trying to intimidate me or even warn me, so I don't think we have anything to worry about. I hope they don't show videos that they took of me when they first started taking me up, because I was so scared and young and they are embarrassing. Number 10. Okay. I was born and raised in a small town just outside of Topeka. My family wasn't rich.
Hey bro, we abducted you? We're gonna show like humanity all these videos of you, sorry. It'll make him feel better when we like show ourselves, you know, like, you get me, you feel me?
And we weren't poor either. We were average.
So
One
stupid.
Saturday night, me and 2 of my friends were
I was
bored
staying
to
up to
death,
3
so we
a.m.
decided to go
asleep.
smoke some weed. Unfortunately, we didn't have a very good spot to do so, so we decided an old back road inside my friend's pickup truck would suffice. My best friend Greg was a master at rolling a joint. I mean, this guy was the Michael Jordan of rolling. Anyway,
there's the alien, there's the weed-shaped alien.
He inhaled deeply, held it in for a second, and exhaled. Smoke filled the cab of Andrew's truck. Andrew was my other friend.
This story is how to smoke weed, the fucking story. I've never done drugs, nor do I want to do that. So like, it's just funny to me.
We decided not to roll the windows down in order to hotbox. After 20 minutes, we were extremely baked. We decided we should let the cab air out and then go get some pizza, because that sounded amazing at the time. We rolled the windows down, and just as we did, a bright floodlight lit up. Greg started to freak out, and with good reason. We thought it was the cops, and none of us wanted to be arrested for drug use. Instead of driving away, we quickly talked it over and decided our best option would be for me and Greg to get out of the truck and run separate directions while Andrew drove away. On the count of 3, me and Greg jumped out and ran in opposite directions, but as soon as I stepped foot on the ground, the light turned off and it became pitch black. But I didn't stop running. I continued to run for a solid 2 minutes. I finally stopped. I was wheezing and coughing up a lot of smoke from the weed I had smoked earlier. I figured I was safe, so I pulled out my phone to check where I was on Google Maps. When I pulled out my phone, it wouldn't turn on. I knew I had charged it, but nothing was happening until I pressed the power button. So I started to walk straight. I walked for about 30 minutes until I began to hear a loud sound. It sounded like a lawnmower, only a lot smoother, without the clicks and sputters of the blades. At first, I was convinced some old man was actually mowing his lawn at 12 at night because it became louder, and I began to realize it was something more malicious. The very second I realized I was in trouble, the exact floodlight I saw earlier was turned back on. At that point, I knew I was screwed. The police had found me. The lawnmower-like sound persisted and grew louder, and the sky began to shine brighter. I couldn't see the source of the light. I looked all around me and up in the sky. The sound became unbearably loud, and I put my hands over my ears, but it only got louder. A sharp ringing noise rang out, and I began to get tunnel vision. I couldn't stand up anymore, and I passed out. When I woke up, I was in a pitch-black room. At first it was silent, then I heard speaking. A soft and kind-sounding voice spoke. "That's very good," the voice said. "Sit down, stand up, stay in line, no more rules." Those words are still engraved in my mind to this day.
He passed the police test that they do for you. Or that they have you go through, not do for you. They would fucking do for you and be like, yeah, you're up. Yeah, you passed. He passed the fucking are you high test that the police give you. Or drunk or whatever, right?
This day, but do not haunt like the words he spoke after. His kind and soft voice turned loud and angry. "You can't understand, you just can't!" The room was still black, but my eyes were adjusting to the dark. I couldn't move from the table.
What the fuck?
Those words are still engraved in my mind to this day, but do not haunt like the words he spoke after. His
Do not haunt?
kind and soft voice turned loud and angry. You can't understand, you just can't! The room was still black, but my eyes were adjusting to the dark. I couldn't move from the table I was laying on, but I wasn't strapped down by anything. I turned my head to the right and saw a white glowing circle. When I looked to the left, I saw a face. No body, no head, only a face. He spoke one final time. This time, I'm sure it was directly to me. I am the creator. You are the creation. Don't be afraid. Be aware. He spoke all of this without moving his mouth. The lights came back on and I passed out again. I tried my best to stay awake, but I couldn't. When I woke up, I was laying in an open field. The sun was just coming up. I was crying, confused, and scared. I knew no one would believe me, and I didn't believe it myself. I walked until I found a small town and used a payphone to call my friends. To this day, I haven't told anyone. My friends haven't mentioned that night since. We don't really hang out anymore, and I spend most of my days inside, afraid and alone. I can't tell anyone because they will think I'm lying
God,
or
that's
crazy,
sad as
or
fuck.
both. Number 9. Well, I'll tell you this story, but keep in mind I'm an atheist, so I give no credence to spiritual beings or anything of that sort. So I'm sleeping on my father's futon in his living room. We lived in a double-wide trailer. Yeah, I know, trailer park abduction stories, and that was basically my room. It was really loud outside due to the cicadas and general summertime bug noises, and I was having a really difficult time falling asleep. I felt like the AC wasn't working at all, but it's definitely blasting ice-cold air out. My room is getting warmer and warmer though. I start to sweat pretty bad, so I kick off the covers and I'm just laying there staring at the ceiling.
Oh, that just reminded me. Oh, guys, I want to fall asleep right now. You know, so I closed the windows yesterday because it was raining, and like the room felt perfectly warm. Oh, it was just such a good feeling. I swear, it felt so perfect. I fell asleep. It was yesterday. Yesterday was the most stressful day of my life. Fucking, I turned in my fucking essay that's worth 30% of my fucking grade for this class. Wrong. I turned in a thank you note instead of my essay, thinking that turn it in, that you put a comment along with your essay. And nope, that's not how it was. So I was super stressed out, but my room was really warm because I had the monitor on the whole day, and monitor being my TV, right? And so like, oh my god, it was so fucking good. Falling asleep after like the teacher just saying, "Oh yeah, you can turn it in." I turned in the one that you first submitted. And I was like, "Oh, that was a little rough, but okay, it's all nothing's like it's super mega bad, right?" So God, I fell asleep. I woke up at 1 fucking p.m. Fell asleep. I'd say like 1 a.m. Woke up 1 p.m. 12 hours sleep. Fucking amazing. Oh, I just want to fall asleep. I'm probably gonna end up closing the window again, just because it feels so fucking good. Oh, because like it just reminds me of like Christmas. I don't know why. It just does. I like Christmas time because like it's always like a warm feeling. It's like you're getting done with school, at least for the semester, right? Because that's how it's been most of my life, just semesters, at least here in America. And yeah, oh god, ooh, it just feels so good. Being in a blanket. Sometimes here in the rain, at least because it rains here a lot, right? I don't really have any experience with the snow, and I like watching scary stories. I don't know why. It's just always something I like doing. This is why I do these too, because it's like nice time. Too with October. So I'm close the window continue with this. We're probably gonna be up till like 3 a.m. and 3 a.m. is like the last
I don't
thing.
mean the bugs stop making noise. I mean I go deaf. I sit up and call for my dad, but I don't even hear my own voice. It's so freaking hot in this room. I start to think I should go wake my dad up, but I can't move. I'm sitting up with my back against the futon, and I want to stand up, but I'm afraid to. I'm just terrified, and I don't know why, so I sit there staring into the dark. Suddenly, I think the door opens. I can't see it, I can't hear it, but I felt it in my feet. I know what that feeling is. I'm sitting there staring into pitch black nothing, hoping that it's all in my head, that it's just a bad dream. That's when I feel it, like one giant hand wrapping over my chest and yanking me off the futon. My hearing comes back and I'm screaming at the top of my lungs. My father is shaking me awake and I'm halfway outside our door. Neighbors come out, police got called, but no explanation as to what happened. I had the bruise the size of a pumpkin on my chest for a few weeks that no one could explain. To this day, I have no idea what was real or what was just a dream. I have no idea what I could have done to cause such a bruise and that fear. I've never felt the same way before or since.
Honestly, there are some times when weird shits like that weird crap like that happens. Like maybe he was having like a bad nightmare or something, or like something was happening right with like his body and in his sleep or something, or in him resting, he thought he was like getting abducted by aliens or like something weird happening, right? It's like welts and stuff, allergies when you're. I think it was asleep, right? Hopefully I remember. Again, memory of a goldfish, just like that. I remember shit from like way long ago, but present memory of a goldfish.
I just couldn't move. Anyways,
Yeah.
that's my story.
It's just it could have been like just weird stuff.
Number
like that.
8. Well, here goes. I guess I would consider myself an abductee. As a child, I had experiences of being abducted. I would lie awake in my bed all night in a state of hypervigilance, trying to observe the bedroom door, closet door, windows, and walls around me all at once until I exhausted myself to sleep. I have various memories of the little gray aliens grabbing me by the wrist to lead me around places outside of my bedroom. Wherever they took me, nothing resembling a ship or anything like that, just a plain room. Counting my spine, they would run their fingers up each vertebrae on my back. Into my child's mind, they were counting them, entering my room through the walls and so on. I'm terribly afraid of needles, and I'm always worried that the nurse is going to touch the bone of my arm with the needle. The small gray ones are as tall as toddlers, 3 feet I suppose, classic gray, large heads, big insect eyes. Their torso and limbs are very slender, and you have difficulty figuring out how they stand up and walk upright carrying that large head. Their fingers are very long, and the long fingers and eyes are the creepiest things about them. Being with them is like being in the same room as a very creepy doll or mannequin, except they move around and are alive. They have a very disturbing vibe about them. Their skin is gray and seems not to be flesh. It looks like it's made out of construction putty or something like that. They have no wrinkles or
The PowerPoint was
musculature.
obviously just like all
Their
like
skin
it was
doesn't
more like
wrinkle when they move, and you can't see muscles flexing or anything like that. They don't seem to have personality or will. They're just like drones or something. I imagine that they probably stand in a closet when they are not working, but they seem to be organic. They are not machines or robots. That skin and those eyes are real skin and eyes, not a spacesuit or helmet. I also have memories of a big gray alien, perhaps 6 feet tall, who I would be brought to after the little guys were done with me. She definitely had a personality and a sense of presence about her. Her skin seemed to have more features. She wasn't just putty like the other guys. I don't know how I thought she was female, but perhaps her features were more slender. She would look into my eyes with her large eyes, and she could see all of my thoughts. I could sense her in my head. She would say things to me, clearly as an attempt to get me to believe them or to buy into them. I could recognize them as not being my thoughts, but she didn't seem to care. Trying to push against her will is like trying to push a car in neutral when it's coming down an incline. The car pushes you instead. Having her in my mind is a very disempowering experience, and I would almost liken it to rape, but I don't know what rape is really like, and I imagine it's way worse. But I'm trying to give you an idea of what it's like. It's not cool or fun at all. Someone else in your innermost sanctum, your own mind and thoughts, and you didn't invite them. You don't want them there, and they aren't just doing whatever the hell they want. Someone else
This is
in your
like a
innermost
parallel to, like,
sanctum, your own mind
schizophrenia.
and thoughts, and you didn't invite them. You don't want them there, and they're doing whatever the hell they want. And sometimes, she told me telepathically, don't make too much trash, or people will get sick, and stop cutting down so many trees. She also told me, we are very grateful for your help. You're a big help to us in our project, and don't tell other people about us, because they can't see us, and they will only get upset. She tried to make me feel positive about being there, but I wasn't having any of it. I only wanted them to take me back home. I had no idea where I was. It's like when you're a kid and a teacher tries to encourage you to do something for yourself that you don't want to do, like sweeping the floor or picking up after yourself. You did a great job sweeping. You're such a big help. You don't give a shit about helping the teacher, and you just want to go and play or whatever. Well, I don't care what the big one was saying. I just wanted to go home. They never told me any secrets of the universe, and I never had any hybrid or non-gray experience. They never told me any secrets of the universe, and I've never had any hybrid alien or non-gray experience. For what it's worth, I had sleep paralysis experiences, and to me, these are different. Just like a dream is different from a nightmare, and a nightmare is different from sleep paralysis. In sleep paralysis, I have a dream or nightmare about a physical presence that is hostile or angry and is restraining me.
Same,
or
that's how my
physically
sleep paralysis
accosting me.
is.
I panic for a few minutes, find that I can't move, and then I jerk myself awake. Once I'm awake, it fades away quickly, just like a nightmare becomes not so real when you wake up. With alien abductions, I don't find myself knowing that they've happened. I just wake up feeling like complete shit, maybe several days in a row, and I might have daydreams about aliens or remembering scenes from alien abduction shows. Sometimes I wake up in the early morning with the sense that they just left. I won't be able to sleep for hours, and I will be very aware and afraid of doors and windows. I'm a grown man, and when this happens, I'm not able to fall back to sleep for at least an hour. As a kid, I remember finding an alien abduction book in the library, and it was like a door had been unlocked. My mom took us to McDonald's afterwards, and I finished the book there. I couldn't put it down, and for the next 3 days, I was in shock. It was like confirmation that they were real, that other people did know about them, and that I was never really safe from them. After that, as a teenager, I got my hands on all the alien abduction books and shows I could find. They scared the shit out of me, but I had to keep reading them.
That's how I was for fucking paranormal books, Bigfoot, other entities, cryptids, whatever the fuck you want to call them. I was just like, I love these books. I love learning about ghosts. I like learning about conspiracy. Oh no. There was a conspiracy book for 9/11 in the library. Oh wow, this memory is so fucking horrible to remember now. Wow, or the conspiracy sort of thing, right? Yikes. What was I gonna say? Yeah, I don't want to remember that one. No, but like all the spooky books, I said books, always rubbed me well. Yeah, I wasn't really attracted to Goosebumps or any like super novel like, or not novel like, but like kids books that were like, oh my gosh, you're hunting down ghosts. Like, well, Scooby-Doo books were like always, right? But like, what was I gonna say? Like Goosebumps. Fuck, what's that other series? There's another one that's just like on ghosts and stuff like that. Or like Harry Potter, stuff like that. Spreading ever so often, not like the point of the book, right? But like, you know. I was never attracted to those. I was always attracted to like the, information-based books. Fuck, I forget what they're called. But they have like mystery, or they basically have like ghosts, and it's like, you know, ghost here, ghost there, ghost there, or like footage or information on them, right? Look at the pattern. Those are my crop circles. Just kidding.
I have strong opinions about depictions of gray aliens, and there are some I consider to be very accurate, with others seem like stylized interpretations by someone who has never seen them. Basically, the more realistic or human they look, with facial features such as cheeks, sternums, nose, wrinkles, and under-the-skin musculature, the less authentic they seem to me. Also, the eyes may be completely insectoid, completely around the sides, not facing forward or oval like a human's. I suppose a wasp or a mantis has the most alien-like eyes out of all the insects. There are certain cats I've seen that seem to have alien-shaped eyes. In my 20s, I started seeing a therapist. I have depression, and during some really intense sessions, I recall
Why
the
do
memories
they
of the aliens,
drop all this
the
stuff?
specific memories I've outlined about. I don't believe the memories were blocked or anything, I just never dared to ever recall them, because the whole thing is so terrifying. I believe it's a form of PTSD. It really does interfere with your sleep and mood. After that session, I was shaken so badly that the therapist wasn't going to release me to drive. She had to walk me through breathing exercises to get me to calm down. If I were something other than myself, I would be completely skeptical and conclude that the alien abduction experience is just another type of sleep paralysis, or that reading too many scary alien books will corrupt your mind. or that is a cover memory for sexual abuse.
Is my mind corrupt with all this bullshit about paranormal shit? Maybe, but am I my best person? Am I the best version of myself? Yes.
But why would you dream up aliens?
That's what I am.
They're small as
You know.
toddlers and frail looking.
I don't
They
have
never
many of these
touched me
problems,
sexually anyways.
unfortunately. You know, I don't
But
suffer
me having the
depression.
experiences I had, I
I'm
just
not
can't believe
homeless
it.
as far as I'm
Even if
concerned.
they devised an experiment
And
where they could
I
hook
don't
people
suffer
up to
from like
machines and have
sort of
brainwaves proving that certain types of sleep paralysis is
ADHD
the alien abduction
stuff.
phenomenon.
It's like I really
I
can't
would still
relate to
believe
none of
that
this
they were
stuff.
somehow
Unfortunately.
real because the experiences feel real.
Oh, is that
even
the correct
after you
word
wake
there? No.
up, not like a dream, nightmare, or sleep
Like, you know,
paralysis.
basically.
I don't believe that aliens are organic
Not
creatures
like
that
this
evolved
stuff.
from
I
another
can
planet
relate with
and fly
that.
here in advanced ships. The physics of faster than light travel just don't work. The only explanation I can come up with is that either they are creatures that can travel interdimensionally, perhaps they come from another dimension themselves, or exist as independent entities in human consciousness. I know both these are too crazy to really be explanations, but to me, those creatures are more than nightmares.
Like one is
I
like
know
a
that on
psychological
logical level,
interpretation.
this is a kind
Another
of
one's
nightmare
like
or brain disturbance, but let me tell you, the people that
It's
suffer
like
from this really do
bullshit
suffer.
physics.
Some people made up a name for it, post-abduction disorder. They aren't trying to say that abductions are real, but are just trying to help people that suffer from this. Of course, it's not taken very seriously, and I understand why, but I do wish sufferers could talk more freely about it, without fear of ridicule or dismissal. I know it sounds
Post-abduction
completely
disorder. Let's search that up. Post-abduction disorder. Oh fuck! It's an actual thing. Alien abduction and PTSD.
completely crazy to people who haven't suffered
I
it.
need to see the links.
This is the most I've ever told anyone about it. I'm not interested in going to groups or anything.
Like,
My
as long as
suspicion
they're, like,
is that
from,
they're
like-
convinced there's a government cover-up. I'm not interested in conspiracy theories. Number 7. I was once out for a fairly big night with some friends, drinking, smoked a few doobies. People started to filter off by about 2 a.m., so I walked back along the beach. It was a nice warm night, and it was about a 20-minute walk back home. I got back to my apartment, let myself in, walked into the lounge, and right at that moment it was like a switch going off in my head. 1 minute I was fine, then just blackness. I woke up in a small room, surrounded by blazing
here.
white light. It was cold, very cold, which was
Maybe
odd,
not this
because it was
one,
midsummer,
but
and I remember
definitely
being
this
so
one.
warm on the way home.
.gov?
My hands were shaking, and I could see my breath condensing
.gov
when I
sites
breathed out.
usually
My clothes
really
even looked
interesting.
like they had frost on them. There was a mad buzzing noise that dominated my mind. I couldn't think straight. Gradually, my eyes started to adjust to the bright light, and I could make out some shapes around me. There were containers arranged around me on shelves, some large, some small, different shapes. Most of them looked like they were made out of a translucent plastic-type material, and I could vaguely see disfigured shapes inside them. Some looked like internal organs. Some looked like they had fluids in them. Underneath me was a frosted glass door, under which there was a box-type structure, with a lettuce and a bag of carrots in it. I was completely freaking out. I thought I would never see my home again, and I was going to be experimented on by extraterrestrials for the rest of my life. I started screaming, thrashing around. My body was completely out of control. I was kicking madly against the sides of my prison, beating on the walls. Then bang, all of a sudden I'm back in my apartment, lying on the kitchen floor. I didn't experience any time travel. It was like an instant teleportation back to my home. I warmed up very quickly. I didn't feel like anything physical had happened to me. No probing or invasive surgery or anything like that. To this day, I still don't know what the fuck happened. I guess I'm more open-minded now about these sorts of things. Number 6. My grandparents recounted their abductions to me on separate occasions, both visibly
You know,
shaken and
Jules
disturbed
was
talking
way
about
fucking
it.
cooler
They
back then.
divorced shortly after their encounter, but both their stories
Because he doesn't
stayed
do that anymore.
remarkably the same.
With
They had
sound
gone out to
effects and
drive to a
stuff in the
friend's
back.
house out in the Cascades
says-
for a weekend, and they had seen what they thought were
Number
headlights
15.
following them for
Girl
a few
seen
miles.
in the hallway.
The lights would get closer.
This
and then
girl
back
is
up
not
and repeat
real.
the same
At least she
behavior for
wasn't
nearly
being
20 miles
seen by
before
the
my
others
grandpa, who was a
walking through the
short-tempered
hallway.
man, pulled
She
his
was
car
only
over
seen
ready
by a
to
man
confront these
using a
people and were
camera.
tailgating.
This
Once
girl
they
is
pulled
seen
over, they
creeping
noticed the lights
about
promptly
and
take
even
a sharp
jumps on
right
top of
and
the
go down a
ceiling.
steep
I've seen
embankment
that.
into the woods. Thinking that maybe these people had fallen asleep at the wheel and had gone into an accident, they made their own way down the embankment to help. This was in the late 1960s, so obviously no cell phones or way to communicate to emergency crews. As they get further and further down, they notice that there were no broken branches, trees, etc. Absolutely no evidence of a
desk
car
is
falling down
dusty
the
as
embankment.
fuck.
And this is where they both started feeling rushed and uncomfortable in their
It's
stories.
always by the computer.
They both claim that
No
they hear a
dust
humming
here.
sound come up behind them.
I'm like,
And
why
as
the
they
computer
turn, they
is like a
immediately woke up
shitload.
in their car 6 to 7 hours later and about 60 miles west of their friend's cabin. Neither has any recollection of how they got so far off track, and they don't remember getting back into their car, and they both felt very confused and ill. They drove themselves to the nearest hospital, and both had evidence of internal injuries that they were nearly identical to one another. 2 broken ribs, tinnitus in the right ear, and uneven pupils despite having no evidence of head trauma. That's all they told me, and then would cut off the conversation after that. It's plausible that maybe they had some sort of natural phenomena that caused their lapse in time, injuries, and general confusion, but both claim that it was something otherworldly and unexplainable, so who knows? Number 5. I can't say I truly believe that this wasn't my brain just fucking with me, but this really stood out to me because of how fucking real it felt, how awake I was. Sure was neat regardless. I was sleeping in my room, which I like to keep as dark as possible. I suddenly woke up to the sound of a loud pop, like a small firecracker, and I look out into the dark and think, oh shit, was that the electrical outlet for my computer frying? I look towards it but see nothing. I figured it was nothing, so I rolled onto my back to go back
If
to
you had
sleep.
like a stroke
I was
or
very calm,
something.
but pretty awake because of the little fire scare. I took a deep breath to try to hush away the small bit of adrenaline, and just as I was about to close my eyes, I saw a dark shadow above me. It seemed to be waving, and when I focused more, thinking that's odd, I realized it looked like a hand. Surprised me, and I kind of felt like it was just trying to get my attention. It straightened away from me, and then leaned and pressed down on the edge of my bed, closer to my head. It did it 2 or 3 times, and I could very clearly feel the weight. I was just sort of stunned at this point. If it was my sis or my mom, they would have said something. And when I'm nervous or scared, I tend to fall back to observation. I was pretty damn convinced that it was real at this point, but I didn't feel threatened. For whatever reason, I got the feeling that he wanted to show me that, yes, I'm really here. I saw him straighten up, and I tried to focus on the head to get a better look. It suddenly lit up. Only for a second, but the images burned forever in my memory. It's hard to describe how it looked. It was outlined in light of many colors, but it was also very faint. Greens, yellows, blues, reds, purples, all swirled together simultaneously, mixed all together yet very separate somehow. The brightness,
Maybe he did have
I could
a stroke.
relate to a glow-in-the-dark star sticker. Bright enough to see very clearly, but not so bright as to make me squint. He looked a bit like a reptile, sorta akin to a raptor, but with a larger, rounder skull, a strong bow ridge, and there were circle-type bunches all over his body, which I assumed were scales. His face was turned so I saw a clear profile. It looked like he was wearing a loose, simple shirt of some kind, and he held something like a clipboard in one arm, and the other was held up to it, as if he was writing on it. But what I was looking at directly, and what I remember most of all, was his eye, that large, unforgettable eye. Circular pupil that was open somehow wide. Large colored iris, almost cartoony in how simple it looked compared to the rest of him. I guess it felt so warm and personable, but it looked a little sad, and maybe a little stern. I tried many times to draw it, but failed to get the nuance just right. The light that was outlined him flashed up so quickly, and
saw
with
an
so much
anime
detail
character for
that
the
I felt
first
a bit
time in real life.
overwhelmed, and it was gone just as quickly. I hadn't tried to move or speak, so I can't say if I was able to do so. I could add even more ridiculous amounts of detail explaining this experience, but most of all I've left out is all very small and essentially meaningless. The craziest thing is that several months later, we noticed that a hawk caught a bird in our front lawn. We both thought it was really neat, so we watched it and tried to take pictures and such. When it flew back up to a tree, I watched it for a while longer, but then I saw its eye clearly, and it looked exactly like his eye. I mean fucking spot on. That weirded me out a tad, but it was still neat. For anyone vaguely curious, the eye looked most closely to this, but with a slightly heavier brow like this. I'll never forget it. Number 4. I remember going outside of my house because I could see an amazing light show through the window. It looked like red, white, and blue LED lights like the ones you get at Chuck E. Cheese, but extremely bright and lighting up
Do
my
people
entire
know
house.
Chuck E. Cheese
As I go
nowadays?
outside, I see a
I
huge
mean, in 2015, they did remodel everything. Now Chuck E. Cheese is like not cool looking anymore. You stop wearing the green shorts and the skater pads. Now he's just like jeans and purple shirt and small as fuck.
huge saucer-shaped crab
Honestly, he looks like a nerd. Not gonna lie.
spinning incredibly fast, but somehow I was the only one
Kind
outside
of
that night
like
witnessing this
nerdy. I don't know
incredible sight.
why.
I had somehow
Like
lost all my
90s
senses
nerdy, like, you
except
don't
my
need
vision
glasses,
because I
just-
couldn't feel or smell anything in
just need
those
to look like
moments as I
this,
was
and now,
sure
like,
it was
you're
a
a
freezing
nerd.
winter night. And living on a dirt road, I was used to the smell of dust in the air. Anyways, it was spinning so fast that it was somehow liquefying
literally
but
could not see
remaining
anything?
perfectly intact in a saucer-like shape.
And
I
everything
then
was
saw a
deep
white
fried.
flash of light and was somehow transported to
Like,
my high school
actually.
Ramada. I was living in Mexico at the time and would go to school in Arizona, so you can imagine
No,
that I
not
just
deep
didn't
fried, but,
sleepwalk
like-
there. I was laid out on one of the
It's,
many
like,
dozen
subtle.
tables that were located there
Maybe it's 'cause I'm trying
underneath
to
a
focus
huge
on my
metal
face
roof that stands on
on my
top of
TV.
it. I couldn't move and I was bare-chested and was having difficulty breathing. I couldn't smell
Yeah, I know
or
some of
hear
the
or
lights
feel
right here.
anything. Next to the tables is the soccer and
Oh,
football
it feels
field,
so
and
good
there
to
in the
do
middle
this.
of the field I could see the
Oh,
craft
ever
had
since I've
stopped
had
spinning and
glasses,
was
I've
somehow
always had to,
grounded
like,
and not making any movement or emitting any
go
lights
like
anymore.
this.
Immediately after that, I was surrounded by, I kid you not, what everyone recognizes
I wish
as
I had
gray
normal vision
aliens.
again.
They were so tall and horrifying. I tried and tried to scream, but nothing would come out. I was paralyzed with fear, but I could sense my screams inside my chest. I have never been so frightened in my life. All I recall was them surrounding me and just staring into my eyes. Those diagonal black slits that we're so used to seeing.
It's
They
an
all
audio
had
illusion.
different colored uniforms
I almost
that were
feel
made
like
out of
I'm
some crazy
deafer without
reflective
my
material that I've
glasses.
never seen before. That's all I remember about that night.
Maybe it's the way
I then
the
closed my eyes
sound
and found
vibrates
myself
off my
standing in the
glasses and back
exact
into
same
my
place
ear.
where I witnessed the red, white, and blue lights. I began to cry and went to sleep and never told a soul about
It's
that
weird.
night. Number 3. I was about
Interesting
8
story.
years
I
old when I had the worst nightmare of my
completely did not
life.
get a
I was
single
lying in
detail out
bed
of
when
that
a
one.
dark figure climbed through my bedroom window.
I
I
wasn't
was a
paying
master of
attention.
pretending to be asleep. The perks just couldn't be overlooked. Missing CCD, mass, and getting carried in from long car rides and tucked in. So I did the same as I was carried through my window. It felt so surreal. At this point I realized it was a dream. Eyes still closed. I had the only sensation of ascension. I felt myself stop and opened my eyes to a dark room with reddish lights. I can't properly describe it as it was long ago, in a dreamy state, and plus it was just otherworldly. I felt a soft pinch on the back of my left hand and on the front of my right. Next thing I knew, I was back in bed with the uncontrollable urge to cry. I ran downstairs to my babysitter and just cried in her arms. She did the classic, it was just a dream, and obviously I believed it. It wasn't until next morning I noticed the scarring on the back of my left hand, as well as the noticeable metal about the size of a small ball bearing under the skin of my right palm. The next few years, the metal would often cause my skin to bubble up around it, cause warts, set off metal detectors, and confound every doctor I went to. It was noticeably more irritable in places like church, airports, and next to circuit breakers. I never got it removed because I was scared of the anesthetic, and I kinda liked feeling different having it there. 5 years after the incident, the metal fell out on its own, and now my skin is just slightly grayed there. I still have the scar on my left hand, though it has shrunken considerably. Number 2. Not my story, but my dad's. As a consequence of this not being my story, I can't insist that I know what I saw and all that. All I can tell you is that I believe him, and he has no reason to lie to me. My dad has over a dozen stories like this. He grew up in rural Illinois, near a woodsy area. UFO activity was apparently high back then. I don't know if it was just my family or the whole area, but my dad and grandpa would sit on the back porch and watch lights fly around their house for fun. This was a long time ago, and my dad was a kid. He's in his 60s now. They would watch the stars dart around like laser lights and laugh about it. Shit's mind-boggling to me now. I've only seen that kind of thing once or twice and it freaked me out. Besides that, a bunch of other weird shit would happen.
That is exactly how my editing would be if I fucking had to do university, stream, and edit the stream videos for clips and shit like that. 'Cause if I did do clips and I had a clip channel, my clips would just be very fucking like, how do I say it? Very minimal. They wouldn't have much effort put into them. There wouldn't be any zooming, any like editing. It'd just be like me just fucking talking right now in the fucking corner of the fucking left, like the left bottom fucking corner of the video. Just like, hi guys, I'm here to talk about aliens. Did you guys hear about Centaurians? That's right. I'm just kidding.
happened to my dad.
For
Some of it
reals,
was
I
pretty
just
similar
would
to the
not put
stuff
any effort,
described in this
and I'd
thread.
be like,
Actually,
okay,
isolated
fuck it, repeat
earthquakes
it
in
twice,
Illinois that
whatever
no
the
one
fuck,
else
it's
felt,
uploaded
bright
already.
orbs floating around in the sky and floating around him, etc. It's been a while since he told me these stories, but one of the particularly weird ones has always stuck with me. FYI, I'm completely aware that it sounds like my dad was just fucking with me, and trust me, I'd prefer to believe that. But I have a good reason to trust him. For starters, he's never lied to me about anything else. He wasn't the type of person to make shit up for show.
Look,
He also
guys, I
had
get a fucking
absolutely
jawline
nothing to
when I do
gain
that.
from making this shit up. He never tried to publish it or even write
What
it
the fuck
down.
was that?
He would just talk about it sometimes. Anyway, so my dad was in his teens, and weird UFO shit had been happening his whole life at this point.
I
He's out
look
in
like
his
I have a
driveway
jawline,
for
I'm just
whatever
kidding, I
reason,
don't.
doing whatever people do when they live in a woodsy rural area. His parents aren't home. They're out shopping
That's
at
a
work or
nightmare.
whatever. Suddenly, this big black car pulls into his driveway, tinted windows, completely black. My dad just watches it pull in, not sure what to think. Something to remember here, not only is this a rural area, but it's around 50 years ago. People were a lot more trusting back then. Nowadays you'd be crazy to leave your front door unlocked, but back then it was no big deal. So this strange car pulls into my dad's driveway. It's making no noise at all, which my dad noticed right away. The door opens and out steps a super tall, fair-faced white man. He has blonde hair, an extremely well-tailored black suit, and black sunglasses on. Right away, my dad could see that there was something off about him. He looks too perfect, flawless skin, a childlike smile, and very overdressed for a hot summer day. He looks distinctly out of place. The man walks up to my dad and asks for his
That is exactly how I felt when I fucking submitted my video. Everybody, so a few days ago, a few weeks ago, I don't know, like 2 weeks ago, I didn't want to say at this point, or maybe last week. Actually, last week on Sunday, yeah. I showed this communication video for my communication class, right? Which is just a speech class. I was the only one that had a fucking white shirt, a tie, and this on. And I was like, God damn, I over fucking dressed. And my speeches on gaming, too. Yikes. Hopefully I didn't submit my fucking... Oh, I hope I didn't submit the more. I fucking curse. I did not edit this. I just like, bam. So blah, 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 blah. And then, oh, God. I think it was the take where I went like, thank you. And just like, just finished it.
his name. My
Fuck,
dad,
'cause
around
I
15
just
at the
wanted
time,
to
asks him why he
finish
wants to
that.
know. The man smiles and explains that he just wants to ask him a few questions and he means no harm.
that's
Amused,
bad.
my dad agrees, but he's still wary of this strange man. First, the tall white dude asks my dad if he lives here. My dad says yes, and he asks why he wants to know. The man has a completely relaxed, non-confrontational tone, and it seems almost giddy, like he was really excited to be having this conversation. His childish, overzealous grin hadn't faded in the least. He asks my dad if he had seen...
I feel like that's almost describes me. Cause like all this stuff gets me all. He is giddy, right? Giddy define. I mean, sensation of rolling and a tendency to fall, or no, wait, what? Make someone feel excited to the point of disorientation. Yeah, I feel like that almost describes me. I light it up whenever it comes to paranormal shit and like all this stuff.
felt or heard anything
This is my
that he felt
horoscope.
was
I'm
outside of
just
the
kidding.
ordinary. The man just keeps grinning, and by now my dad was feeling pretty uncomfortable.
Like, okay, that
He had
is
never
weird,
seen
though.
This guy before
That sounds
in
like
his
a
life.
pedo, not gonna
He
lie.
didn't appear to be any sort of government agent. His behavior was far too unusual. Suddenly, the man's demeanor completely changes. His grin disappears and he looks worried. Without so much as a goodbye, he opens his car door, gets inside, and drives away, still making no noise at all. A couple minutes later, my dad's parents come back from shopping. Now for the really weird part. My mom saw the same fucking dude 30 fucking years later. She was in a bookstore looking to buy something, don't know the details really, when she turned around and noticed this tall, fair-looking blonde guy in a black suit sitting at a table in the cafe, 30 feet or so from my mom. He was reading a newspaper. Sitting across from him was this other dude, dressed exactly the same as the blonde one. They still looked strangely out of place, somehow too perfect, too clean. Now my mom had heard this story from my dad before, and she actually recognizes my dad's description of the man. He definitely stood out. So she's kind of taken aback, trying to figure out if it's actually the man my dad had seen all those years ago. The blonde guy notices my mom.
This is
looking
one
at him.
real good
Again,
story.
His demeanor completely changes. He stands up, turns around, and quickly walks out of the bookstore with the second guy right behind him. What the fuck, right? I'm actually freaking out a bit thinking about this. I'm 22 now, and I have to wonder if I'm going to be running into this awkward blonde stranger. It's like the Men in Black sent their most inept agent to follow around my dad, or the most obvious alien ever is trying to study my family in our natural habitat. I don't fucking know. I know this is all very vague. I'm going to bring it up to my dad tonight to try to clarify a few details. I'll be honest.
And if aliens were real, I wouldn't doubt that they would enjoy something of humanity like a coffee. I'm just pointing that out, just because, like, honestly, that seems kind of a cool
story out of my head because it
and a
weirds
cool
me out.
plot,
Number one.
But,
Well,
like,
this is an
obviously
interesting
they're not-
story, I guess.
yeah.
Maybe some of you will enjoy it, although I'm gonna try to summarize. For 3 nights, strange things happened. The first night I was reading, and I remember a particular sensation wrapping around the top of my head.
Yo,
and
that's how my
traveling down
eyes
my
get when
neck.
I get fucking,
I've
like,
never had
sleep
anything like
deprived.
this occur to me. It
Just
was like a static
just like,
massage, and I took note. It almost scared
I
me.
look
I
wait,
soon went to
you
bed,
see
yet
that?
was awoken in the middle of the night at the same point. I was on my
No,
back
right?
and looking at my
That's
window.
what good sleep
I remember
does
I was
to you.
hallucinating extremely
I wasn't
bad.
kidding about the good
window
sleep.
was morphing and innumerable
12 hours
colors were
and
present.
wonders to me.
I remember thinking at this time two
Look at
things.
energy.
First, I was absolutely awake. Second,
I don't wanna say
although
that that's true,
delirious,
but I think
I
it's too
recalled that these
fucking
hallucinations
immature.
were normal, and I was glad to be greeted by them because they happen every night.
Have a-
When I woke up the next morning,
I
I had a
kid you not,
starting
sometimes I'm like,
realization
fuck,
that I
what if,
don't
like, one day
actually
I accidentally
hallucinate
drink
every
hand
night and
sanitizer?
couldn't wrap my head around the fact that it seemed so normal.
Like,
at the
obviously that's
time.
not true.
The second night, the
No,
exact
no,
same
not
thing
true.
happens.
It's not gonna
Strange
happen,
sensation
right?
on my
'Cause I'm
head.
like,
I go to sleep. I awake tripping.
smart enough not to
This
do that.
time I'm on my stomach looking towards the lights on
Whoa,
my
what's the
computer
story?
tower on the floor. There were symbols emanating from the colors of those blue and orange lights, and I was visibly tripping. Again, I was comforted by the thought that this was normal, and awoke to consider how particular it was to think this. Again, I was comforted by the thought that this was normal, and awoke to consider how particular it was to think it was.
Twice.
The third night I will never
Twice.
forget. It
5
fucking
times in a
changed
row.
my life. I remember waking up to an extremely vivid image of 3 beings hovering in front of me. Their skin was gray, heads large, and bodies much taller than the normal stature of a human. There was rocky earth beneath us, lit quite well possibly by an extremely starry sky above me, yet no other visible light source. This image flashed in front of my eyes for a split second, and then I was looking at the blackness of my closed eyelids. I then became aware of the most incredible sensation I have ever felt. Although I could feel myself localized in my body, there was an expanse.
Dreams are wonderful. I love when you have a really good dream that gives you an insight as to how maybe something looks like a good night's, like a good starry night or something like that. I've had dreams where, like, I actually see, like, you know, I'm just like walking around, I look at the sky, and I don't know, for some fucking reason, I see the Andromeda Galaxy coming towards us, colliding with us, and looking beautiful somehow, with no repercussions to our galaxy whatsoever, right? You know, I've had dreams like that. Fucking best dreams, I'd say, because they look super fucking beautiful. Has anybody else had dreams like that? Because god fucking damn, those dreams are really fucking cool. Not gonna lie.
Words will never do this justice, as I fear it was too much of a subjective experience in my description. I can only describe it as an introverted intuition. The best analogy I can make is with attaining nirvana in a Buddhist sense. I felt connected with everything in the world, and had never had such strange experiences to my
I
knowledge
feel like those dreams are
since.
closer
I
to,
became
like,
compelled to understand what
a
happened
sense
to
of,
me.
like, peace.
I am an academic, so my research brought me to areas within one hemisphere of my brain screamed pseudoscience. At the other, more open and inquisitive side, the truths of my hemispheres of thought almost became relegated to the single truth I could fully agree upon. I know nothing, and therefore anything is possible. Over a few years, I found answers that made me content at night, yet unfortunately batshit crazy to anyone I would consider talking to about this. I began researching past life regressions. No, not everyone was Abe Lincoln or Cleopatra in their last lives. Channeling abductions, transmediation, and astral projection. First, I found that through one channeled experiment.
This is how a lot of people see me, I feel.
A researcher, if you call her that, asked a supposed entity what it was like in a higher dimension, and it was replied that it was like a shamanic experience, like you were
Shamanic?
tripping. Second, through another
Okay.
book on channeling, an extremely advanced race was contacted, and they were asked how they can contact individuals on Earth. It was suggested that not all abductions are physical encounters, and not all abductions or otherwise are bad. I now consider my experience took place in a dream state, and that it was a damn good experience. Apparently, this group of extraterrestrials, if I am to consider the validity of this text, contacts individuals to guide their purpose in life, as they are not originally of Earth origin. Well, fuck. This makes sense to me, I suppose. I know something extreme happened to me in those 3 nights. I am reminded of the movie Contact with Jodie Foster, and I wonder when the scientific actualization of our race will further fuck with our paradigms. Maybe that movie will become classic science fact. Got an idea for a top 15 list? Submit it at top15s.net/submit. Be sure to subscribe for future
Ooh.
videos. Thanks for watching.
Anybody want to submit any videos for him? Top 15 true scary stories. All that shit. He still uses the top 15 nightmare causing true scary stories thumbnail. Still uses it to this day. Anyways, I'll be back right now. I need to go pee. So turn off the mic and I'll put on the be right back thing. We'll go to 3:30 and then I'll fall asleep right afterwards. Oh shit, what happened? Oh yeah. Yeah. Let's be back right now. Anyhow, I'm back. Oh. I remember he did a top 15 more gangs or something video. Anyways, we wanna go watch more UFOs now? Well, let's not do that. Let's just watch all this stuff and finish
fighters
off.
are on a routine exercise when suddenly they're called on to check out a mysterious radar contact. Minutes later, the F-14s are in hot pursuit of something seemingly otherworldly. 2013, and the world is shocked when a high-speed UFO flies just over the treetop height of the Rafael Hernandez Airport in Aguadilla, Puerto Rico. The object zooms across the small airport, delaying the takeoff of a commercial flight. In the air, a U.S. Customs and Border Protection aircraft captures the incredible incident with its powerful infrared camera. 2015, and once more, an unidentified flying object is intercepted by U.S. fighters. The entire incident captured on their highly sensitive AT-FLIR pods.
I did add the
Someone
voice
or
filter
something seems to be visiting the Earth, and with alarming regularity. The real question is, what do they want? And what's it like to be abducted by beings from another planet? Given the increasing odds that you might find yourself one day the guest of extraterrestrial entities, this video may be the most important video you ever watch. Stay tuned and learn what it's like to be abducted by aliens, with scenarios drawn from the most convincing cases of alien abduction to date. It's late at night and you're driving home after an impromptu road trip. You've only got a few hours left to go, but the lack of other traffic on the mostly empty backcountry road leaves you feeling a bit unsettled. Then suddenly up in the night sky you spot something. It looks like a falling star, gradually growing closer. You can't believe your luck. Maybe this meteorite will actually land somewhere near you. But then the bright object in the sky does something decidedly unfalling star-like. It changes direction. It seems to stop its fall just short of the ground and shoots out ahead of you, hovering
This is
somewhere
so
past the bend in the road you're headed
sensationalist.
for.
I
You
don't
can't
know
help but
why.
feel a rush of excitement as you approach the bend. You know you should be feeling scared, but you're caught up in the moment. As you clear the bend, you see it, a large object giving off several hues of light, hovering just off the shoulder of the road. In awe, you can't help yourself, and you stop your vehicle. As you climb out of the car and slowly approach the glowing object, you cannot believe the size of it. It's easily as big as an airplane, but shaped like a disc and surprisingly flat. As the lights shift and dim slightly though, you're starting to realize you can see windows set into the strange craft. And looking out of those windows and directly at you are beings of some kind. You panic. Seeing a UFO is one thing, but real flesh and blood aliens is something else entirely. You reach for a pistol that you grabbed from the glove compartment of your car, suddenly afraid for your life, but for some reason
We're not watching that. We're not watching that either. Let's just move on.
To try out Best Fiends yet? Give it a go. I've played the puzzle game Best Fiends for a while now, and one of the things I love about it is that the longer I play, the more challenging and fun it gets. It's a casual mobile game that's a lot of fun because, along with the super cute bug characters you can collect, you get to change up your strategy the higher in levels you go. So it's never boring.
Wait, did I not like that one?
Best Fiends also updates the game monthly, so each month you can look forward to new levels plus monthly themed challenges. Another thing I really enjoy about Best Fiends is that it doesn't need an internet connection. So I can take a quick break, whip out my phone, and enjoy some puzzles whenever I want. Best Fiends has thousands of levels already, with new levels, events, and characters added every month. It's hours of fun right at your fingertips, and you can even play offline. With over 100 million downloads and tons of 5-star reviews, Best Fiends is a must-play. Download Best Fiends free on the Apple App Store or Google Play. That's friends without the R, Best Fiends.
Hey, I'm Markia. Want to hear something scary?
Yeah, it's somebody else. Whoa, abducted.
Looking up at the stars, it's easy to wonder if we're truly alone out in space. If there's life out there, and if there is, why hasn't it made its presence known? Or maybe it has, and it's your turn next. Your turn to be at their mercy. In a way, spooky campfire stories can be comforting. If you hear a tale of an old building cursed due to some tragic event, it makes you feel better because you know to just not go into that building. But how about a home less than 2 years old with no history of violence or bloodshed? When Lily was 12, her family moved into an almost brand new house. The previous owners had built it, but moved away after only 2 years, selling it for a drastically reduced price. Lily raced her brother Ethan through the hallway on their move-in day. He beat her down the long hall to
Wait,
claim
this
his
isn't
treasure.
like they're gonna
Ethan
get
was
kidnapped
sad and
abduction,
incredibly
right?
fast. The room he had chosen had a giant window facing the backyard. Lily complained to their mother, Tessa.
It's
I
not
close the window and it's
fair.
getting
He
cold
gets the
instead.
bigger room with a view.
Lily, in a few years, you'll appreciate having your own bathroom. Trust me, her mom said. Lily rolled her eyes and stumped off to her smaller room, trying to get excited about the bathroom. Later that night, Lily was sleeping in her bed when she heard her name. Lily. A voice whispered from down the hall.
Nice.
She blinked her eyes open slowly, semi-awake.
Had that been a dream?
What's up with
Listening,
my
but
hair,
hearing
dude? It's like
nothing. She started to
weird.
nod off again. But before she was fully asleep, the voice whispered again. Lily. This time, Lily sat up and looked around her dark room. It had her bedroom furniture and a few unopened boxes.
How to play the box game. I don't remember that one.
Lily grabbed her stuffed dog toy and quietly opened her bedroom door, moving down the hall towards the voice. The hall was dark. Lily flipped on the light. There was a popping sound, and the bulb went black,
Ooh,
leaving her in the
fuck.
darkness.
Okay,
so
that
deep she
would
could barely
definitely
see her
scare
own
me.
hand.
I'd be like, I'm about to get
But
kidnapped.
determined, Lily made her way down the hall. Lily, the voice whispered desperately. She recognized the voice now. It belonged to Ethan. Why was he speaking so softly? Turning the knob on Ethan's bedroom door, Lily pushed it open, clutching her stuffed animal under her arm. Something grabbed her hand in the dark. It was Ethan. Somewhat frantic, he pulled her into the room.
Lily, look, outside.
Lily edged forward past him, focused through the window to see
What a nice
two
narrative.
pairs of green eyes glowing back in the distance. Goosebumps formed on Lily's skin.
Okay,
The
that,
eyes stared
that
at
would
her
scare the
and past
fuck
her
out of me.
toward Ethan. A bright light
You know, usually they have red eyes, yellow eyes, and those demons, or whatever the fuck it is. These aliens have green eyes, and that would freak the fuck out of me. Cause like I'd be like, oh yeah, those are demons. They're not coming for my soul. They're coming for my body. You know, that's an interesting equivalence almost. A lot of the times, aliens are only interested in body, on working with the bodies of abductees and stuff. Meanwhile, demons and ghosts and stuff are interested in the soul. What does that really tell about these creatures? Like, I don't know the answer. Like, I'm trying to come up with something. Maybe it shows that there's a passion between two different evils? I don't know. Something like that just comes to mind. But they're not necessarily evil either. So there's passion between two different, I guess, ideas that overlap two different concepts? I don't know. It's very interesting.
exploded inside the bedroom. Lily dropped her toy, shielding her eyes. Suddenly, in the bedroom with them stood two dark figures, the ones with the green eyes from outside. They towered over Ethan, eyes blazing. Lily froze in fear. Terrified, Ethan turned to her, whimpering,
Lily.
Before the light exploded a second time, then all went dark. Ethan and the two creatures were gone.
Ethan!
She screamed, but the room was silent. Running to their
It's
parents'
not actually the
bedroom,
light bulbs
Lily
blowing up.
burst inside, sobbing. She told them what happened. They ran into Ethan's bedroom, but all trace of him and those haunting green eyes were nowhere to be found. Ethan's disappearance was reported as a kidnapping. The town rallied behind the family to search the neighboring forest and the lake, looking for any sign of the little boy. But days turned into weeks, and it became all too clear that he was
that's
just
sad.
gone. The family was devastated and immediately put the house up for sale. On their last night in the house, Lily startled awake at midnight, feeling herself drawn to her brother's bedroom. Again, she walked down the hall, flipping the light. It popped, leaving the hallway in darkness as she slowly opened Ethan's
Oh, it did
door.
turn off. Holy shit.
There, standing in the middle of the bedroom, was Ethan. In the moonlight, he looked much older than when she'd last seen him. She ran to him and wrapped him in a hug.
Lily,
he said, collapsing in her arms. The family was determined to leave the dark memory of Ethan's disappearance behind them and move to another town far away. But Ethan was never the same. The little boy who had whined at doing even the tiniest household chore now washed the dirty dishes, took out the trash, made his bed every day first thing in the morning, all without being asked. Their parents would joke that it was like he wasn't even really Ethan anymore. When Lily asked how he had come back, Ethan grew quiet and said that he didn't remember most of it, but that the visitors were after children, that they had told him that something far worse was coming for them all, but he couldn't remember what it was. As for Lily, on the night of Ethan's return, she had caught one final glimpse of the 2 pairs of green, glowing eyes in the backyard. She couldn't tell how she knew, but she had felt them staring into her that last time, almost as if they had been saying, "See you soon."
Pretty good story.
Hey, my
Good
dark
luck.
darlings. Buffy, the eco-friendly and cruelty-free bedding company, is one of the sponsors for Something Scary.
Betting. Interesting sponsor.
For supporting PBS.
Anyways, now we're moving on to Black-Eyed Children. Black-Eyed Children are paranormal in nature in the sense that there could be ghosts, demons, or sometimes even aliens. So they have a little spot here, right?
You're relaxing at home when there's a knock on the door. You peer through the peephole and see a small child with their hoodie obscuring
Man,
their
all this
face.
is being recorded.
You
just
open
in
your
case
door and
anything
ask if they
happens.
need help, but when they look up, you are staring into black, lifeless eyes. It's
It's a
not
new
hard to figure
phenomena,
out
too.
why these creatures horrify us so much. It's in their name. Black-eyed children or black-eyed kids, also known as BEK, are
BEK.
modern monsters whose eerie and unnatural appearance
Yeah.
and behavior inspire fear. The unusual eyes are unnerving, but it's the age of these monsters that really amps up the terror. What is it about evil children that freaks us out so much?
Yeah.
I'm Dr. Emily Zarka, and this is Monstrum. The first report of a black-eyed kid appeared in 1998. Texan reporter Brian Bethel wrote of an experience he had 2 years prior while he was sitting in his car near a movie theater. Bethel claimed that his car was approached by 2 boys around the ages of 9 and 12 wearing hooded sweatshirts. One
That looks
appeared as an
menacing.
olive-skinned, curly-headed young man, and the other a red-headed, pale-skinned, freckled young man. Bethel opened the window a crack, and the 2 boys asked for a ride to their mother's house to pick up some money so they could see the Mortal Kombat movie. To this day, Bethel recalls that when the second one of the boys spoke, he felt an unnatural sense of dread. He pointed out the movie had already started and they wouldn't make it back in time, but the boys began to push harder, saying things like they were just 2 kids and that they didn't have a gun or anything. Bethel describes their voices as mechanical and rehearsed. The strange experience culminated.
I am just a person. I like being a person. What's wrong with you? Just like imagine like, fuck, click off my channel if you hear me
in
say something
terror
like
when he
that.
realized each boy had black eyes, soulless orbs, with
Jesus.
no white showing at all. Understandably unnerved, he began to drive away, but one of the boys banged on his window and angrily cried, "We can't come in unless you tell us it's okay. Let us in." Bethel sped off, and upon checking his rearview mirror, he noted that the strange black-eyed children had completely vanished. In 2013,
Yikes.
Bethel wrote that his strange experience with these children was originally shared in a private communication with a small group of friends on an email list that then was leaked onto the internet. I couldn't find any evidence of this original document, but Bethel's story is undoubtedly the foundation of all BEK
Yeah.
lore, and that's how an urban legend is born. In eyewitness accounts and other stories, the childlike creatures are frequently wearing hooded clothing, although some versions claim they are dressed in antiquated outfits. They have odd speech patterns, black eyes, and perhaps most importantly, they just don't act in a way we think children should. Similar to some vampire legends, it appears that they must be invited into a private space, and to me, this creepiness evokes fairy, demon, and changeling vibes. Though encounters tend to end without lasting effects, some people who've
Interesting
had
connection
run-ins
with
with
the
these
changelings.
creatures report nightmares and
I should have mentioned them in the
agoraphobia.
monster ones.
Through the numerous interviews Bethel conducted as his story circulated online, others across the world began to speak up about their own supposed experiences with other black-eyed children. England in particular seems plagued by black-eyed children, and they often serve as fodder for tabloid magazines and newspapers. Like in 2014, when songwriter and paranormal investigator Lee Brickley was interviewed by the Birmingham Mail about the sighting in Cannock Chase, England. The sensational story was quickly picked up by the British and international press. Brickley had been investigating rumored sightings of a black-eyed ghost in Cannock Chase, including one where a woman and her daughter were out for a walk when they heard screams and spotted a child wandering alone. The mother ran to catch up but could not find the child. When she turned back around, a girl appearing to be 10 years old stood there with her hands over her eyes. She asked, "Are you okay? Were you screaming?" The girl just dropped her hands and revealed eyes the woman said were completely black, no iris, no white. Startled, the woman grabbed her daughter and jumped back. When she looked up, expecting to see the child, she'd vanished. Interestingly, Brickley also claims that the same girl, whom he calls a ghost, had been seen 30 years earlier in 1982 in that same area by his own aunt, something he wrote about in his 2013 book, UFOs, Werewolves, and the Pigman. Brickley claims that his aunt heard a child crying at night, and following the sobs, she came upon a girl about 6 years old who looked up at her with completely black eyes before racing off into the woods. Even a police search for the child turned up nothing. The sightings of the singular female BEK in Cannock Chase may be connected to a real-life tragedy that influenced Brickley's identification of the creature as a ghost. Cannock Chase made headlines in the 1960s as the site of one of the largest police investigations in British history, the search for the murderer of 3 local schoolgirls. Some say the black-eyed child of that area is the ghost of one of the girls, and it would make sense that a young female resident who grew up with those stories would believe that she had seen something even if it wasn't there. As the urban legend of the black-eyed children evolved out of references to eyewitness accounts of the monsters in the British and American press, their presence across media of all kinds exploded. Numerous YouTube videos claim to show evidence that such creatures exist. The BEK also gained notoriety and lore expansion through crowd-funded fan fiction texts and productions like Sunshine Girl and The Hunt for Black-Eyed Kids, The Black-Eyed Children, and Black-Eyed Children Let Me In. The comic series BEK expands the monster's threat with the invention of a violent origin story, where regular children turn into black-eyed kids if they murder their family. BEK are such great modern folklore because they defy romanticized notions of childhood and the inherent goodness of children, ideas that have evolved over time. The perception of children as innocent.
This is why I like Monstrum. I'd actually suggest like people to actually look at their other
and
content.
Physically is a relatively modern invention. Prior to the Romantic period, children were largely socially insignificant. They were background characters, relegated to chores, familial duties, and little else. But with the progression of the industrial age in the late 18th century, as infant mortality declined and literature and philosophy regarding child education grew, alongside increased scrutiny around child labor, the cultural concept of the child changed. Childhood became a sacred cultural symbol, a time of perceived innocence and happiness when children were not valued for their usefulness or economic viability, but rather for their hopeful possibility and vulnerability. This view of childhood continued to progress and evolve well into the 20th century, when the seismic social shifts following World War II changed everything. Suddenly, youth culture and scrutiny of popular media's influence on children became hot topics, and 1950s pop culture was flooded with movies and literature showing bad kids and juvenile delinquents. Around this time, the theme of children being born evil became a prevalent one, as we were introduced to ever younger characters with genetically inherited threatening characteristics.
Genetically inherited, okay, that's a little
and mind
extra.
control.
Oh, fuck.
Then through the 1970s and all the way into the 90s, we see a spike in horror texts with children possessed by demons or some other kind of evil entity. They're even portrayed as the literal offspring of Satan or the devil himself. The rise of the child villain can be framed in countless ways, including an emerging fear of youth culture stemming from a movement away from traditional conservative ideas by younger generations. Others argue it's a manifestation of Freud's Oedipus complex, where it is the id, the instinctual, unconscious part of the mind of the child that wants to murder the parent. Or Peter Pan syndrome, which locates the child's desire to kill in an attempt to reject their own future as an adult. And sure, as a generalized explanation for the increase in fictional accounts of terrifying children, these all make sense. But none of that really explains the other key feature besides age that makes the black-eyed children scary: those black eyes. The eyes are the window to the soul is a familiar saying. We communicate with our eyes, and they serve vital survival
it shows
and
the
social
emptiness
functions.
and the abyss
So
that
when they
have.
appear unnaturally obscured, we
Yeah.
become uncomfortable, even scared. Scientific research does show that we tend to track the eye movements of others as an evolutionary social mechanism. Perhaps the inability to follow the gaze of the BEK is what adds to their eeriness and the danger they threaten. They could be looking anywhere or nowhere. Unfortunately, this concept was at one point taken to the extreme with a practice called physiognomy, which is predicated on the idea that one's facial features and eyes could be read as a natural language that would reveal insight about a person's character, or supposedly an indication of their ethnic origins. Needless to say, there was a lot of bigotry and racism in the practice. Although its
Yeah.
roots date back to ancient Chinese, Japanese,
Hold up, physiognomy? Physiognomy. Practice a single person's supposed art of judging character from facial characteristics, a person's facial expression. Yeah, okay. My nutrition class definitely suffers from that a lot, and I don't take a lot of that as fact. I take a lot of that as
and Mesopotamian traditions, the
because like, literally one of the things I think it says, no, that one isn't a good one. One of the things it says is that fuck, I can't remember right now, but there's some yikes things going on in that.
The practice
book
held
that I'm
prominent intellectual weight in Europe until the 18th century. Unsurprisingly, the eyes were the most important feature to interpret. According to a late 15th century text,
Well, maybe
eyes
I'm,
with
like,
no white
misinterpreting
visible were
the term, too.
manifestations of unreliability in a person. There is also a larger cultural history of dark eyes or black eyes being tied to inherent evilness or an inner darkness, including many
Maybe I
racist
am
depictions of
misinterpreting the term,
non-white
yeah. Never mind.
individuals in literature, including children. Dark or black eyes are also featured in evocations of possession and demonic presence, and often symbolize a lack of control. To me, black-eyed
Yeah.
children are the, excuse the pun, offspring of four main threads. 1, our natural wariness of an obscured or unusual gaze. 2, intergenerational conflict. 3, the legacy of malevolent children in horror films. And 4, the ease of which the internet reinforces urban legends. The power of the internet to expand the reach of these creatures cannot be overstated.
Yeah.
Historically, folklore and folk tradition have been passed on through generations by word of mouth
Orally,
and could even take years to spread from one
text,
country or continent to the other. But in modern
translations,
times, the
yikes.
World Wide Web functions as a global town square.
Yeah.
The electronic equivalent
It's a
of
public
sharing
forum, quite literally. In the sense of like back then in how it was used in Greece, where you would post something up there on a notice board or something, to like now it's just like you just send it to whoever the fuck you want. You have a friend in Russia? Hey yo, Vladimir, here we go. Bam, send. You know what I mean? It's crazy. Crazy. In fact, I'm pretty sure that's how a lot of like YouTube clones actually exist too. They just end up leeching off of people's content. So say, Mr. Beast makes I don't know, Squid Game in real life. Mr. Beast clone, maybe on par or maybe a little bit below Mr. Beast, makes Squid Game but in Spanish. Hoy vamos a jugar Squid Game pero en la vida real en Mexico or something, right? I don't know. It's just weird.
stories by
It's
the
it's
fire.
interesting how all
I know
that just
that
spreads like
personally,
that.
thanks to a combination of The Children of the Corn and the French film Them, I am terrified of trick-or-treaters, which, yes, makes me somewhat of a Halloween Grinch, but it also helps me understand why stories of BEK continue to circulate. Obviously, we know that my fear of trick-or-treaters is largely irrational, and we know that there aren't soulless children out there trying to kill us,
Yeah.
right? I mean, the black-eyed kids
Ow,
are always trying to
fuck me.
breach the border from outside to inside.
I
From a
took out
public
this
space
chip and
with
it fucking
witnesses
bit
to a
me.
private, more solitary
This
one.
is in a poke.
Their faces are obscured, their eyes unreadable. This particular urban legend seems to tap into something deeper. We are genetically programmed to care for and protect the youngest of our species.
Oh wait, maybe
for
it's the way I was
survival.
breathing that made
So
me
when they
cry.
are portrayed as sinister and
That's
dangerous,
weird.
it is
I've
deeply
never had that
unsettling. The world of BEK suggests that if you
Oh,
care
it
for
went
children,
somewhere.
they will kill you. And if you ignore them, they will haunt you.
Oh my god. There's also adult versions
Thank you to
of them, so
Ancestry
they're
for
not the
supporting
only
PBS.
version, right?
Was that your great-grandmother keeping the family?
Thanks to Ancestry. This is all that, right? Worse, please, please. You know, and give the original video, a watch. It'll always help them. Anyways, now we're on to Black Eyed Children. I've watched this one. This is pretty old.
Have you heard of the Black Eyed Children? It's not an early 2000s cover band consisting of infants. It's a
Ew.
phenomenon that's been increasing in popularity over the past few years. The basic story is always the same. You're in your house, and then in the middle of the night, you hear a knock on your door. And if you open the door, you'll see two young children
Oh, we're
with
on track
completely
to
black
finish.
eyes. They'll ask if they can come in. Whatever you do, don't let them in. Whether they actually exist or not, this is the creepiest encounter that I
Yeah, we
found
won't watch
online.
this one.
This woman made the mistake of letting the black-eyed children in. This is what happened. So this woman and her husband live in a
I would
rural
just go to
town
3.
in Vermont, sort of in the middle of nowhere. And one snowy night, they are awoken at 2 a.m. to a really loud banging on the door. So they open the door and they see a young boy and a young girl, and they're definitely not appropriately dressed for the snow. They're avoiding eye contact and just staring at the ground. There was something really uneasy about these kids. And so they asked them, "Where are your parents?"
They'll be here soon. Can we come in?
So this woman and her husband just looked at each other, and
Always say
despite
no
all
and
of
close
their
the door.
instincts telling them not to, they decided to let
They
the
ain't my
children
kids,
in.
they ain't my problem.
So the woman went into the kitchen to make everyone some hot cocoa, and her husband went into the living room and was sitting there with the kids and trying to get more information out of them. And that's when she noticed her cat was acting really weird. Usually her cat is really friendly and likes to approach any guests that come into the house. But
Was
this
that the
time,
video, or did-
he
last
just
time, like-
hid underneath the kitchen table and was staring at the
Twinkling,
children
I don't know.
and growling very lowly. So the woman took the hot cocoa and went into the living room, and she noticed that her husband had his head in his hands. "I feel really dizzy." The woman went to hand the cocoa to the
Yeah.
children, and that's when they looked up at her for the first time. Their eyes were completely black. No whites, just black.
Maybe use the restroom?
And the kids left for the hallway. The woman turned to her husband and said, "Did you see their eyes?" Her husband lifted his head up and his
He had a
nose was
nosebleed,
bleeding.
yeah.
And just then, the power went out. She couldn't help but think that the presence of these children had something to do with this. And so the woman stumbled her way over to the bathroom to see if she could get a tissue, and the two children were just standing there in the hallway.
Our parents are here.
So the kids went to the front door, left it
Jesus,
wide
that's
open,
so-
and the woman
Yikes.
saw these two really
I don't like
tall
them,
men in
personally.
dark suits
One
standing
of them
at the edge
most
of their
weird
driveway.
paranormal
The woman waved at them, but
creatures.
they didn't react at all and went in their car, and all four of them drove away. The power came back on about half an hour later, but not everything went
Yeah,
back to normal.
they suffered from a lot of,
few days later,
things.
3 of their 4 cats went missing. And one night, they came home
of
to find their
effects.
cat dead in a puddle of its own blood. Her husband continued to have nosebleeds, and when he went to the doctor, he was diagnosed with a very aggressive type of skin cancer, a type that's linked to overuse of indoor tanning beds, which he's never used. She also claims that she started getting nosebleeds and feeling really dizzy randomly, and even some unspeakable things that she refused to disclose in her story. So, what do you guys think? Are there really black-eyed children
And
running around putting curses
normally
on
I'd
people?
show like
Let me know in the
the I guess I'd just go on to like a next one and like maybe like link it more towards aliens. But I'll link it here just through word of mouth, I guess. I don't know. Pretty much Close the restroom. What was I gonna say? Mr. Sim, it's looking at the doorknob. It's fucking gone. Cause like, when you pull it too many times, it just breaks, right? Anyways, black. So like in this case, the guys in the trench coat are like the men in black, right? Or it can be seen as that, or some sort of variation of that. Cause like you don't really see the parents, right? And also the fact that like there was cancer. What we haven't really seen today with aliens is that a lot of the times when people encounter UFOs, at least this is what it is in the documentaries, right? The people that encounter the UFO end up getting really aggressive forms of cancer, or a lot of radiation within their body, which is unnaturally high. So, yeah. The fact that the dad got that points to this being more of a, how do I say it? Not a curse, but more alien in origin for the black-eyed children, right? Versus the normal, like in the last video where tap tap tap, can we come into your car? Can you drive us somewhere? Versus your normal story like that. So next up is Skinwalker. Skinwalker isn't really an alien. As I've explained, he's more of a Native American I guess person that has lost their way and now is all consumed by the notion of getting power, whether it be through evil, magic, or taking advantage of other people. I think that's how I can best describe him at the moment. Because I'm like, not shutting down, but I'm like, I just want to go like that. I'm like to the point where like, I just want to leave that a little bit. So yeah. Most of the times the Skinwalker is paired with aliens. Yeah, and actually that's a lie. They're paired with like, oh shit, the site also has a lot of alien sightings, like in Skinwalker Ranch, for example. So who knows what they could be?
I hope you're enjoying your
Other than
latest
a Native
Into the
American
Dark.
legend, obviously.
But if you're caught up and thinking, now what?
Honestly,
It would
this is
be a
cool that I'm
great
doing this for this
time to
Halloween.
do what I love to
Discusses a
do,
lot about
and
monsters
that's
and
to
paranormal
unwind
stuff.
by rocking a few challenging.
Next week we'll be just talking about like paranormal games. Maybe it'll become cooler. We'll watch people play the Ouija board. We'll watch. Obviously, most of them are gonna be fake. Specifically, I'm gonna look up the video of the kid that plays the Ouija board. And he's like, huh, blood, right? Obviously, it's not real. It's not real blood. I don't know the rituals. But yeah, so we're gonna watch Charlie Ouija board. How to play hide and seek by yourself at 3 a.m. or whatever the fuck it's called. I forget its name all the time. Let's call it something else. There's the Midnight Game. We watched that one before, so who knows? There's the Three Kings, unless that's the Midnight Game. Other games like that, right? Maybe we'll also search up like games like Polybius. I don't know. Maybe it'll be like haunted board games, games, and obviously we'll cover Furbies. Cause like I think I slightly glossed over this, but yeah. So we're gonna cover like Furbies are like, I see you when you wake up, right? Or like, oh no, the light is going out, and then like, the light goes out, right? Weird shit like that. Because they're not paranormal, maybe they're like
Puzzle
weird in
levels with
nature.
Best Fiends. Best Fiends is the infamously impossible to put down puzzle game with over 100 million downloads and counting. A free to download mobile game with over 5,000 challenges, with more added all the time. Once you download Best Fiends, boredom.
Oh, let's just skip that. Of course, we got a like.
Road Killer. Appearances can be deceiving. They say good things come in small packages, but they never tell you that bad things can come in good packages too. What appears to be
Also, I like what she does with her hair. Her hair is amazing.
Sometimes much,
Just gotta
much
compliment her
worse.
on that.
Like in this story, inspired by our listener, Michael Page. Every Christmas, Ani and Catherine would drive up to meet their family at the cabin
My
they shared in the
heartbeat matched with
Alaskan
that
woods.
beat. And it
Ani
almost felt like
loved
my heart
staying
dropped.
there, but she hated the drive because of her sister. Catherine was the oldest and very bossy, especially on trips. The weather was on the verge of a snowstorm and visibility wasn't great, but Ani was trying to make good time and hoping she
Oh,
could
no
beat
wonder
the
the
storm.
the windows are so opaque.
Catherine was
Usually
doing
there'd be
her
more
best
detail.
backseat driving, telling her sister
Oh,
to
maybe
slow
I'm
down,
basing this
or to
off
even
of
pull over
the
so she could
old
drive.
owner of the channel.
Soon, they were arguing, just like they did on this trip every year. As things got heated, Ani took her eyes off the road to yell at Catherine, who suddenly gasped, "Look out!" Up ahead, standing in the center of the road, staring straight into their headlights, was a white reindeer. Had the light not been
Interesting.
reflecting in its eyes, Ani wouldn't have seen it at all. There was barely enough time for her to slam on the brakes and swerve. The sisters screamed as the car spun out of control and smashed hard into a bank of snow along the edge of
Oof.
the road. They looked back and saw that they narrowly missed the majestic reindeer that now turned and looked at them. It jerked erratically as it moved, and its eyes still glowed a bright orange, even in the dark. Everything seemed to quiet as the snow gently fell around them. Neither sister dared take a breath, and then suddenly, the creature snorted and stomped his hooves on the road as it let out a guttural roar, and then lowered his antlers and charged straight for the car. Ani moved towards Catherine as the reindeer crashed into the driver's side, which pushed the car deeper into the snow. The sisters held on tightly to each other as the deer backed up and charged again. There was a loud crack as its massive antlers
Jesus.
smashed into the side, causing a spiderweb of cracks along the windows. They braced for another impact, but it never came. Ani and Catherine looked for the reindeer, but it was still snowing hard. It could have been a few feet or a few miles away, and they would not have been able to tell. Catherine calmed down enough to take charge and told Ani to get them out of there. The old resentment started to creep in, but Ani realized that her sister was right and started the car. She shifted it into drive, but the car wouldn't move. The animal had pushed them too deep into the snow. They both reached for their phones at the same time and tried to call their dad. Ani gave her sister a sarcastic smirk when she got through first. He knew where they were located and said they would be there within the hour. No other vehicles
Nice.
passed as they
Actually, that's
sat
pretty
there,
good.
waiting. After a long, awkward silence, Ani decided she'd try to make peace with her sister. But when she turned to her, there was terror on Catherine's face. She was trying to speak, but nothing was coming out. She pointed behind Ani, who slowly turned
What a
and
nice.
looked through the cracked windows. The reindeer had returned. Only this time, something was very wrong with it. The beast now stood on its hind legs and walked erratically towards them. They watched as the reindeer's face shifted and looked more like a crazed man. The hooves on his front legs gave way to clawed hands as it lurched closer. It dug into their door frame and began to pull on it. They both huddled together in terrified silence as metal began to creak.
Jesus. Okay, this is a very good story.
There was nothing they could do.
Maybe it's because the
Ani tried
visuals are
opening her
making up for it or
sister's door,
something. I
but
don't
it
know.
Stuck against the snow. They were trapped, and her escape attempt seemed to make the creature angrier. Its long white neck flexed as it let loose noises that sounded like female voices. The voices sounded both entreating and mocking as they came forth from this transformed, unearthly creature. Catherine cringed, hugging her sister tight, pulling her to the window furthest from the beast. Climb out the window and run as soon as it rips off the door, Ani. I'll keep it busy long enough for you to get away, Catherine urged. But Ani wasn't going to let Catherine boss her around this time. No, we'll fight it together, Catherine. We're in this together. Ani raised her fist, shouting through the window at the skinwalker. We're not afraid of you. Suddenly, light filled the car as they could see another vehicle quickly approaching. The creature looked as well and snarled. It glanced one more time at the both of them, pinning them with its glowing eyes. and then ran for the woods, transforming back into a reindeer as it disappeared into the night. The girls were relieved as the truck stopped and their parents got out wielding snow shovels. As the sisters pulled back onto the road, they were followed closely behind by their parents. Their dad noted in a text that their back license plate was missing.
What the heck?
The one thing that could identify them in their car if someone had the means to find it. The sisters shivered, aware that they could never be certain that it wouldn't one day find them and try to finish what it had started.
Wow. What a good story.
Hello, my dark darlings.
So again, hit the like button, and I guess we're done now. As unfortunate as it may seem, we did 5 hours. We did a good hour of fucking learning about these aliens in a pretty fucking horrible video. At least I'd say so. So yeah, thank you all so much for coming. We did a good 5 hours and 25 minutes. It's actually a pretty long fucking one. So yeah, I'll see you all later. Also the rake one is pretty fucking interesting. Picture of it. So yeah, good night, good day, whatever it is, and I'll see you all tomorrow with games. Pokemon, then whatever game comes after it. I did say Fire Emblem, but not really. I don't know. I don't feel it anymore. Maybe we'll play like Metroid. What do you call for like the Wii, the trilogy? There we go. And then after that, we'll just cycle through until Saturday. Saturday we'll have another Sky stream. It's not that I'll do these every fucking week from now on. It's just October. Just the thing I'm doing for October. And then we'll just watch the normal Ghost videos starting November and onwards, right? Once a month. And that's it. I guess that's all I wanted to give. Because that's just a PSA. Why is there a question mark, question mark, question mark? Hold up. Ooh, that's freaky. Okay, just hold on. Shit. I am actually scared. I mean, this is like stupid. There's this tab right here. I'm gonna click it. If my stream goes rogue, I don't know why. This is what it says. It says the count no longer exists from unknown. If this is some sort of new form of stealing shit, I have no clue. 1:59 a.m. That was an hour ago. So yeah, if my accounts get hacked or something, you all know why. I'll be posting these to Twitter or something. Hold on. What is a card link? Getting whisper. Oh no. Oh, wait. Which? Alright, hold on. Huh. I'll turn off whispers from now on. Just because of this. Just 'cause it's freaky. You know? So yeah. I'll see you all later then. Learning that I guess what I learned right now is that it's probably trying like somebody trying to like, you know, hack me, obviously, troll me or whatever, right? But yeah, I will never click links anybody sends me through whispers. Maybe on the stream chat, but even then, like, I wouldn't fucking done it unless I fucking knew you, you know? So yeah, I'll see y'all later. Good night, good day, whatever it is, and see you all later. Bye. And if you want to hit the follow button, hit the follow button. Otherwise, that's fine. Again, bye.